Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, respected faculty members, and budding researchers. It is with immense pleasure and pride that the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram, welcome you all to the 15th National Conference on Students' Medical Research 2025.
For over a decade, this conference has been a beacon of knowledge, nurturing the minds of young researchers since its inception in 2008. We salute all our teachers who initiated this. Over the years, its scope has widened. The enthusiasm, commitment to academic achievement, the passion, and energy emanating from our young students has been nothing short of inspirational. Their tremendous attendance serves as a reminder of the value of such activities in cultivating intellectual curiosity and establishing a feeling of community.
Our theme this year is Healthy Foundations for a Brighter Future. Adolescent Health Matters. Adolescents today are facing a surge in health challenges, from mental health issues and substance use to increasing violence, abuse, and digital risk. These concerns are growing, complex, and demand our immediate attention. In response to these urgent issues, this year's conference embraces our theme truly. Through this platform, we aim to spark meaningful dialogue, inspire solutions, and strengthen our collective commitment to securing the well-being of our youth. This conference is more than just a series of academic sessions. It is a celebration of knowledge, collaboration, and the spirit of inquiry. We hope you find this experience intellectually rewarding, professionally enriching, and personally memorable.
Over the next 2 days, we are pleased to present a thoughtfully curated program encompassing a talk on the central theme, workshop, and orations by eminent speakers. We are privileged to host a distinguished panel of national-level speakers who have not only set ambitious goals, but also have translated them into impactful actions. On behalf of the Department of Community Medicine, it is our sincere hope that this conference will ignite a spark in the minds of our young researchers, inspiring them to seek answers to the most pressing questions and develop sustainable interventions that will positively impact the lives of those facing challenges of stress, pain, and suffering. Together, let's embark on this journey of discovery, collaboration, and innovation to break barriers and build a healthier future for all. Once again, we extend a warm welcome to each of you.
So here, we are going to kickstart our conference. I would like to invite our beloved Madam, Dr. Anuja Yu, Head of Department of Community Medicine, for the official welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. Good morning. So, after a preparation of 1 year's preparation, we are actually starting our 15th National Conference on Student Medical Research. Majority of the participants are undergraduate students. So, we are very happy that we got many papers that is being, tomorrow they are going to present that papers. I congratulate each and everyone who actually succeeded in coming out with the research work, and this is our privilege and proud moment to arrange a venue for all these things. So I request everybody to happily enjoy these 2 days of academic learning. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. The first event of our day is theme presentations. Our first talk is on adolescent health programs in India, challenges and the way forward. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amar Fettel, a distinguished medical professional with over 4 decades of experience in clinical and public health practice. Dr. Fettel is currently based in Trivandrum and is widely recognized for his dual expertise as a general physician and pediatrician. He has played a pivotal role in shaping adolescent health policy in Kerala, notably serving as a state nodal officer for adolescent health under the National Health Mission. In addition, he has held key responsibilities as the H1N1 nodal officer for the state and has been at the forefront of critical public health interventions, including the widely appreciated Kerala model for COVID-19 containment.
Dr. Fettel has also led numerous awareness campaigns on child health, seasonal illnesses, and public preparedness, making a lasting impact on community health across the state. Today, he will be sharing his insights on the topic that lies at the heart of this conference. With his vast experience and deep understanding of the ground realities, we look forward to a thought-provoking and enlightening address. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. Once again, we welcome you, sir. To chair the session, we would like to invite Dr. Vijay Kumar K., currently Honorary Secretary, Health Action by People, former Professor and Head of the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir, for the theme presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Esteemed Guru, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. Respected faculty, Dr. Anuja, Head of the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Trivandrum. Dr. Jugal Kishore, Dr. Viju Soman, all the esteemed faculty of the Department of Community Medicine, Pediatrics, and others who are here, and the huge rainbow of young budding medical researchers who also have graced this occasion. Very good morning to all of you. It's a very, very great honor to be here standing before you in this hall, my own alma mater, the very hall we have written so many examinations, and it goes back to a long time. The journey is very long. I think I stepped into this hall in 1977. So that's quite a way back, virtually a dinosaur. It's that old. So it's been such a long journey, but the pleasure never disappears. And today, very, very great responsibility has been given to me by Dr. Anuja, Dr. Gayatri, my friend Gayatri, and others here, that to have the first address on community, on adolescent health in this 15th National Conference of Natcon. So special thank you to Gayatri and Anuja for that. So without further ado, we'll go into the sort of scene setting. I aim to have a very fast run through of what adolescent health, the scenario of adolescent health in India and maybe Kerala is. I will not be going into data and all this because it will take time, but to see the picture, we need to see the big picture. And that would be a big motivation to many of the young students, young talents sitting here, to take up challenges and to put in their effort to create a betterment for the life of adolescents, not only in the state, not only in the country, and maybe possibly in the world. Because for students of today, the world is the stage. There's no need to be confined to the city or the state or the country. You have the interest, you have the inclination, you have the time, and you have the energy, then you can get anywhere. And that is one of the beauties of which the students of community medicine especially enjoy, I feel. Adolescent health in India has been a very, very long journey. And we'll be talking basically about this pretty little bridge sitting there. So it's a very nice scene. It's a crossover. There's land on either side, there's a river in the middle. And actually, our teenagers, as we all know, are in a stage when they are crossing over from childhood on one side and adulthood on the other side. And this bridge is where they are sitting. And it's not a small number that's sitting there. It's a vast number, huge number. We have 253 plus million adolescents in India, which maybe comprises 17, 18, 19% of the population. 55 to 65 lakh adolescents approximately we have in our own state. And these people are the promise of the future. They hold the reins to what we are going to become in the future, the state, the country, and the family. And so we need to invest in them on a large scale. They are there, you look at the faces, very, very bright, very alert, but they are not children. Obviously, they don't look like children, but they don't look like adults. So there are pretty faces, and they are just representative of the huge crowd of this 65 lakh in Kerala, or 253 million in India, or more. So that's the face. By looking at them, you know there's a lot of light in their eyes. And the light is the hope that they have for the future. Because it's human nature to look forward and hope. We often don't look backwards. We need to look backwards often to learn the lessons. History is the best teacher, people say. But naturally, at a young age, people tend to look forward all the time and sometimes don't look back at all. So looking forward with a lot of expectations. Expectations is what drives people. Now. Even each one of us, we start the day with a lot of expectations. So these people are starting their adult life or transiting into adult life with a lot of expectations. And those expectations are maybe just like, it's not only the adolescents who have these expectations, we also, as a nation, the parents, the families, everyone has an expectation that we will be handing over the baton of life and leadership and the nation, the state, the country, our family, everything. Because we are not going to be there forever. Population keeps on shifting. Young people become older, we go into middle age, then old age and all that, and then people pass on. So life passes on continuously in one continuous cycle. And we need to pass on the baton. So that is what is happening there. And for that, that expectation is a big thing to drive them forward properly. Many a time we and teenagers think that life can be a bed of roses. That is the biggest expectation. A very, very nice poongaveram, to call it that way, or a bed of roses, very rosy life. But we know the reality that often the reality they face is not a bed of roses, but in fact it's a very, very different kind of reality that today's world is. And I put in some adolescent word also there, because these are they have a special language. The adolescent and youth have a special kind of language and vocabulary, which we sometimes need to take trouble to understand also. So it's all often a lot of dark clouds sitting there, and they are in the middle of that. And so the big question is whether you want to sink or whether you want to float. And naturally, for parents and everybody, the answer would be, we want our children to float. We want our youth to float. We don't want them to sink because there are adversities. Adversities are there because it's a challenge to drive them forward. So this is a stimulus for going forward. Yesterday was the death anniversary of APJ Abdul Kalam sir, one of the biggest motivators of the country for the scientific mind, igniting minds. That's a catchword for esteemed Sri Abdul Kalam. So remembering that and motivation, surviving, fighting for survival. We need to fight. It's a big fight going ahead. And agility is very important in fighting. Agility not only the body, agility of the mind. And these two areas are very, very important areas for the future adolescent. Keeping fit in the body, keeping fit in the mind, and having that agile, brightness in these two areas to go forward successfully. So we would like to see what is in the future. Everyone wants to know what is in the future. But to put a perspective and see, there are certain challenges. There are a lot of areas. Adolescent health is a very, very vast area, though not very frequently touched. But I will just mention very fast some areas which we are very, very concerned about. There are some areas which cause a lot of concern. You might differ in your priorities, but sometimes we feel that out of the several things, these things like depression and self-harm, which is a big challenge. Now we see that every day the news carries stories of self-harm and suicide. Young children, teenagers, even youth, others. So somehow resilience is missing. So that is one area. The other area that we see in our state and otherwise is that aggression and violence have been now on a hair trigger. The least provocation, and people go into incredible levels of aggression and demonstration of anger and self-righteousness. And in the process, they have no qualms about harming others, hurting others, killing others, or maiming others. So this is another area of very, very great concern. If we go this way, we are going to what you call self-destruct, like the Americans make some bomb and say self-destruct. So we went also, the country might self-destruct if this goes forward. Gender relationships are a very, very important thing, especially campus and schools, colleges, principals, teachers. Everyone is very concerned about gender relationships, the blooming of adolescent sexuality. But we know that all that is very nice and blooming. It's a very good thing, but often this can land adolescents into conflict with the law, because we know the draconian provisions under the POCSO Act, and very, very innocent actions can often be construed as very, very criminal actions. And the most innocent and gullible of teenagers might get trapped in that web. So that is one area that we need to educate and maybe take it forward. And often we say that all the love, falling in love and all that was the concern earlier, but now we know that breakups also, the resilience to cope up with breakups and other things also is a very, very important skill to build up. Certain health, health features like obesity is going to continue. It is continuing, it is rising, and adolescents finally become youth with all kinds of morbidities, which is driving up our states and the nation's healthcare costs. On the same time, there are people who don't have enough food to eat. There is a Food Security Act and all that are there, but people don't get enough to eat. There is a vast public who are undernourished because they don't have enough to eat. So that is illness, stunting, even educational performance drops with the malnutrition. And in this obesity warfare, some of the key actors are these dietary patterns which are changing into very unhealthy trends. Very, very rampant physical inactivity, where people are just stuck in front of their phones, not moving at all. And internet addiction is maybe what keeps them still and inactive. The media is also another culprit. Conflicting messages are all the time. Whether it's the media, friends, whatever, there are so many conflicting messages. Think seriously and then don't think seriously. Same pictures are there everywhere. This kind of conflicting messages are there. Then adolescent traits like what you call casual indifference. People think that, parents get thoroughly frustrated in dealing with adolescents. They seem to be on a different wavelength. Very, very casual indifference to things that we take as serious. So that is part of it, but we also need to retune our own wavelengths and all that to catch up with them. Energy reserve, they are what we call demographic dividend of future. So there's a lot of energy reserve which we need to tap into. That is the thing which is going to drive the whole scene forward. There's hidden energy is there, but none of this started yesterday. All the stress and tension we talk about, this has started in childhood. We are now spoiling our kids also. The small ones we are spoiling by piling up intense pressures on them, giving them stresses and strains and making them worried. And these are people who are going to grow up into teenagers. Naturally, what else would we expect? And so childhood is there, tough, it was tough and they survive, but then they are going to encounter difficulties like road accidents, traffic accidents, gang violence, HIV, childbirth complications, homicide, so much of homicide. But the girls, even now, if you look at it nationally, childbirth related issues are still remain one of the big killers. Alcohol and drugs, we don't need to mention especially, we all know that they are there. Lot of new understandings have come. This is just to show that there are new understandings. This is not new, but there are a lot of new understandings coming in day by day. And we need to apply all these new understandings about the mind, about the body, about all the psychology to plan our policies. And so we have interventions and programs run by the government or which have been tailor-made to enlighten and uplift and empower our adolescents. The journey started quite back in maybe 2009. That was the time when I got involved at the time. It was called ARSH. ARSH is a very harsh word. It sounds like that and it feels like that. And the feeling was that adolescent, the moment you become adolescent, all you think of is reproduction. So that word gave a very lopsided meaning. Adolescent, reproduction and sexual health. Isn't there anything else to think about for a bright teenager? This got parents embarrassed, Panchayat presidents were embarrassed, teachers were embarrassed, whole lot were embarrassed. Because for India, there is nothing called sex. We don't have that issue at all. Our children, and then we suddenly germinate or whatever into next generation. There is nothing called sex and sexuality for the Indian mind, taboo business. So ARSH was thrown out finally, and then it came out as a small thing called RYSK, Rashtriya Yuva Swasthya Karikram. Then finally the program came out as RKSK, Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karikram in 2014 with 7 major themes of interventions. Also by 2020, the nation launched the School Health and Wellness Program, which has 5 components and 11 themes there. including electronic health records, medical checkups for all children universally and all that. And this was all run as a government program where it was the motive power was given by the Health and Family Welfare Department, but with a lot of interdepartmental convergences with Social Justice, WCD, Women and Child Development, Directorate of General Education. These are the key players in that. And also convergence with professional and academic bodies like the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, the Indian Medical Association, the Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecologists of India, and Kerala Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecologists. A lot of associations are there, have joined the bandwagon to a great credit. Welcome, Bibin. Nice to see you here. So, as I said, the government program, so a lot of investment has been put into it, a lot of effort, a lot of think tanking is there. Some of the best brains are sitting here in front of me. Bibin, whom I just welcome, Gayatri. These are people who have been putting their entire brains behind this program and driving it forward from at all levels. So, one special thank you in the middle of all that to such people here. You are our strength. So, so the program. So it's a state that has been tailor-made and adapted to the state specificities also. And not only health, other departments also are chipping in, seeing the potential. Now youth and sports, we know that physical fitness is very important. You exercise and then stay active. You stay active, then this is fit. Staying fit makes you stay well. Staying well makes you stay healthy. And if you're healthy, then you are happy. And when you are happy, you don't get into mischief. So that is the thinking behind it. And you don't get into the IC unit, you don't go and lie in a ward, you don't buy insulin, you don't buy antihypertensives, you stay healthy. So youth and sports affairs investments have been increasing. Outlays have been increasing. One big challenge that we are still facing and will face for quite a long time is the challenge of competition for studies, for a seat, for a job. It's a very, very huge market, but the competition is very, very tough. And youngsters need to be given the resilience to cope up with this. So skilling is important. The nation has this word skilling programs. So skilling programs, additional skill acquisition programs are very, very important for the future. All kinds of skills, hard skills, soft skills, speaking skills, non-verbal skills, technical skills. Any skill is important. It is not enough to learn and have 100 marks in everything. 100 marks don't mean anything. The skills are more important than having 100 out of 100 in any subject. So skilling. So RKSK today in the state, we have a wide bouquet or rainbow of services where we have counseling at our adolescent-friendly health centers. We approximately touch about 5 to 6 lakh adolescents every year in Kerala by counseling, direct counseling. There are trained counselors with good ambience and privacy there. The counselors go and conduct advocacy sessions in schools twice a week. Every week they go twice. And they do spot counseling at that venue also. We have a very nice peer educator program where the youngsters from 8, 9 and 10 are trained to do some buddy spotting. That is, they look out for their friends, do spot issues among their buddies, do some little buddy help, give some buddy ideas, and then do the buddy referral to appropriate linkages which we train them in. Then there are adolescent-friendly club meetings because the community needs to be aware. So there are adolescent-friendly club meetings which are held at the Janakiya Arogya Kendram, JAC level, otherwise known as sub-center. Then there are adolescent health and wellness days, one every quarter, every block in the state. Then there is the beautiful AMB, Anemia Mukt Bharat, the WIFS program, weekly iron supplementation program. There are challenges, all the children don't take them, but it was a nice cost-effective way of reducing anemia. Anemia, we have to mention, you are all budding doctors, students here. When you write anemia on a case sheet or an OP ticket, it should not be just a notation. Anemia should be seen as a disease and impressed upon the person, the family, that this is not a casual condition, it's a disease. So you have to impress upon people the importance of iron supplementation and treating of anemia and recognizing anemia. So this is very, very important program, very nice program, but we have challenges there. Menstrual hygiene program, it has been there. Nationally, it's very important to talk about napkins, but a state like Kerala, I think we need to go into menstrual cup also and start advocacy among the seniors and the youth. Because such an environment-friendly, cost-friendly, user-friendly, all these things are there, then why do we still go with the old napkins? So all these things are under a menstrual hygiene program. It's not a supply program. We do supply napkins, but it's an advocacy and educational program. Then there's training. Of course, without training, nothing happens. So capacity building of all levels, doctors, JPHNs, ASHA workers, everything is there. So we have counselors, we have refreshers. So training is a very important part of the state program and national program. We have the school health and wellness program, which we are going to launch with screening initially on a large scale. And of course, this what you call IEC. IEC, BCC and mass media, for example, we have a very nice radio program. I don't know how many of you heard that. It's called Arogya Kerala Radio Health, which goes to the household. So little capsules of 15 minutes every day on very interesting topics about all health. Adolescent health is a frequent star in that program. And we have the helpline, 24-hour helpline, which is called Disha 1056, to reach out to any teenager in need at any time, 24-hour, 365 days in a year. It's live, no holidays, no Christmas, no Onam, no Ramzan, nothing. It's there all the time, day and night. So there are these helplines. That is part of the state program. It's not moving. Movie in the slide. Yeah, so when I say all these things, now there has to be a big driving force and leadership and motivation. So for that, we have in the nation the policymakers who are led by right from the Prime Minister level, the Prime Minister who has given a lot of motivational advice and statements about the importance of adolescent and youth health. Our own state, our Chief Minister along with our Health Minister and the entire cabinet have pledged their support to adolescent strengthening empowerment and making the whole scene drug-free. So there have been massive kind of support from support and leadership from the front and support from back and running along the side also. So the esteemed Chief Minister and the cabinet has been there. Various statesmen of incredible stature have talked very brilliantly about adolescent health and even our panchayat members, local self-government, very, very important people because that is the grassroots level. So there also we have the very good leadership and support from people. So I talked about passing the baton. So these are some of the things which are inside the baton. We are handing over the world to them, the country is being handed over, the entire running of the finance of the country is being handed over, transmitting our culture to the next generation, educational values and leadership, all that are part of the package which goes inside the baton. And at the household level, the family health, the wellness in the family values, self-reliance and producing or reproducing the generation next. These also are part of the baton of healthy packages that go along with adolescent health program. So to close now, we are on the runway. All the teenagers are today sitting on the runway, at this end of the runway. The runway lights are on, everything is ready and ready for takeoff. The announcements have been made. Infancy has gone by, childhood has gone by, but now they are boarding into the next flight, which the destination is adulthood. Now the flight on which all the teenagers are sitting, that is the destination is adulthood, and they are now boarding at gate 19A, because 19 is the time when they are going to become adults. So they are boarding at gate 19A, and very shortly we will have a takeoff, and so we expect a very smooth takeoff and flight into clear skies. So that is what we expect out of the vast, 253 million adolescents in India, or our own 55-65 lakh of teenagers in Kerala. So we expect this, but we are the ground staff. Keep in mind, if a flight has to successfully take off or land somewhere, it is the ground staff and the ground engineers who do it. So we medical people, health people, we are really the ground staff now, because maybe you're all past year adolescents, but now we need to be the ground staff to empower this takeoff. So with very high hopes for the future, thank you for this invitation. I hope I am on time, sir. I hope that this Natcon, this vibrant Natcon, will go forward into 2 days of brilliant discussions, lot of motivation and encouragement for our budding young researchers, and lot of bouquets for the wonderful faculty who are sitting here, who are the people who need to receive the credit and the the respect for helping you out. So again, memories of standing here in this hall of education, this great place. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, for chairing the session.
Good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and talking to a distinguished group of people like you. It recollects, as Dr. Fettil was saying, my younger days. I'm not going to over there anyway. Dr. Fettil has actually brought in his deep clinical knowledge and his public health expertise, because I know him very well right from his days of a tribal medical officer working in some of the tribal settlements in Kerala, where he used to actually communicate with the then tribal population who was not that much educated as today. He has actually brought as a nodal officer of the adolescent health in Kerala, he has brought in his reflections and the challenge actually the field poses to us. It's entirely upon us to actually have a critical thinking of what he was actually putting before us. Maybe the young researchers as you, your voice, your concerns, your suggestions, your research, your voice, everything matters, and definitely it will change, undoubtedly it will change and challenge the health system, a system which ought to listen to you, which ought to actually learn from you, to nurture, to develop a system for the future of our society. So I am sure that if we keep the spirit on, definitely the gathering, maybe the initiative and the stalwarts like Dr. Amal will help us to steer the ground. Thank you, and I really appreciate Dr. Anuja, Dr. Gayatri, and all the faculty members and PGs and all my colleagues over here who has actually invited me to be here, and I stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge. It is a great honor to hear from you, sir, and the importance of adolescent health. I would like to invite Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, for chairing the session with such insight and clarity. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, to hand over a token of our gratitude to Amar, sir. Now I invite Dr. Anuja ma'am to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir.
Respected guests, we will be shortly beginning our inauguration function.
As said by the famous writer Mark Twain, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. Without much delay, let us move into the official inaugural ceremony. All auspicious events begin with the blessings of Lord. I request all of you to please stand to join in a moment of prayer.
പ്രപഞ്ചമാകെ വെളിച്ചം വിതയ്ക്കും പ്രതിഭാസമേ സർഗപ്രതിഭാസമേ പ്രണമിക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രസാദമരുളേണമേ അക്ഷരദീപം കൊളുത്തി അത്ഭുതലോകം വിടർത്തി അക്ഷരദീപം കൊളുത്തി അത്ഭുതലോകം വിടർത്തി വിശ്വം മുഴുവൻ വീടായി മാറ്റും വിശ്വം മുഴുവൻ വീടായി മാറ്റും വിജ്ഞാനവിധി തേടുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ വിജ്ഞാനവിധി തേടുന്നു വിജ്ഞാനവിധി തേടുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ വിജ്ഞാനവിധി തേടുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ വിജ്ഞാനവിധി തേടുന്നു.
Please be seated. We are honored to call upon our respected principal, Dr. P.K. Jabbar sir, to formally welcome the gathering and share his thoughts on the special occasion. The floral bouquet were lovingly crafted by Sri Manoj, a specially able florist, showcasing his talent and dedication.
Good morning, everyone. Respected President of the meeting, Director of Medical Education, Dr. Vishwanathan, Chief Guest, Honorable Health Minister of Kerala State, Dr. Anuja, my own colleagues, Dr. Usha, Senior Teacher and Director of School of Public Health, Kuhas, Dr. Jugal Kishore from Delhi, Southern Hospital, distinguished guest on the dais and off the dais. I'm extremely happy to face this audience to give welcome speech. You know, see, medical education is really progressing. When I still remember, when I was a student at Trichur Medical College, conducting a conference, it was very, very difficult. Now everything is very, very simple, in fact. On your fingertip, you can do everything. That's true. In our department, as an organization president, we are conducting lot of conferences. But my dear friends, this conference is a very unique conference, I would say. You know why? Because lot of clinical discussions are going on. You go to any place, in the evening time also, lot of meetings, maybe funded by pharma, maybe funded by professional organization. But this type of unique conferences is not that in good number. You know, see, it's a conglomeration or union of young investigators and supported by our very dynamic teachers in our medical college hospital. See, I think what I heard from the organizers, you know, see, they are having more than 250 papers presentation is going to happen, and lot of good discussions also likely to happen in this forum today. My job is very simple, that is welcoming the guests for the conference. First of all, may I welcome Madams Veena George, Honorable Minister of Health, Kerala State, very dynamic leader, very, very active, and all the time she is having a good attachment with the Government Medical College Trivandrum. Every day she is analyzing what is happening in Trivandrum Medical College, especially, of course, not only Trivandrum Medical College, all medical, even Dr. Indu is here. I know that she is getting calls from Madam to anchor what's happening in our medical college hospital. Such a dynamic leader. On behalf of everybody gathered here, I sincerely welcome and hearty welcome to Madam Veena George. Dr. Vishwanathan, dynamic personality, sitting in the chair of Director of Medical Education, very active, not only as an administrator, as a clinician. I would say overall performance of Dr. Vishwanathan as a faculty was marvelous, fabulous, fascinating. There is no doubt about that. Sir, on behalf of all the persons sitting over here, I welcome Dr. Vishwanathan to the crowd. Dr. Thomas Matthew. I don't have words to express my feeling about Dr. Thomas Matthew. Dr. Thomas Matthew is having a lot of capabilities and capacities. Okay, he is a teacher, administrator, artist, and. So many qualifications are there. Sir, on behalf of the people sitting over here, I welcome Thomas Matthew, sir. Dr. Jugal Kishore, even though I'm seeing him first time, he took a lot of effort to come down to Trivandrum from Sabdarshani Hospital, and entire crew, entire persons are welcoming Dr. Jugal to this audience. My own colleague, Dr. Usha, very dynamic Vice Principal of Trivandrum Medical College. Madam, we welcome you to the gathering. Dr. Anuja, I don't have a very long connection with Dr. Anuja. She was sitting in the post of principal also. Very dynamic person, and should like a good administrator. There is no doubt about that. See, I learned a lot of things from Dr. Anuja, and as the custom demands, I welcome Dr. Anuja to the audience. There are a lot of people sitting over here. In the audience also, Dr. Indu sitting here, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Fetil, Dr. Biju, lot of There are a lot of people are sitting over here, very eminent personalities. As the custom demands, I welcome all of you to this meeting. And Dr. Anida, she is also a very important person. They are organizing this meeting. I welcome Dr. Anida also to this meeting. Probably I missed few persons also, or personalities here. See, with one word, I welcome each and everyone. Even the Panikar sir, I am just seeing. And I welcome all of you to this academic research gathering, and God bless you. Definitely you will have a very fruitful moment. Let me sign off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the gracious welcome and for laying a strong foundation for today's event. Next, may I take the privilege of requesting our respected Director of Medical Education, Dr. Vishwanathan KV, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning to one and all. Honorable Minister for Health, Women and Child Development, Government of Kerala, Srimati Veena George, Madam. Principal Professor P.K. Jabbar. Dr. Thomas Matthew, past DME and the Director of School of Public Health, Kerala University of Health Sciences. Vice Principal Dr. Usha Devi. Dr. John Panikar, Professor Jugal Kishore, Dr. Anuja, the team of faculty from Department of Community Medicine, distinguished faculty and delegates. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be here this morning for this great event Natcon 2025, which is being organized by the Department of Community Medicine. I understand that this program has been going on and on from 2008, and ever since 2008, except for the 4 years of COVID, this has been a continuous program. And we see the increased number of participation of young researchers in this meeting. And I understand from Dr. Anuja that we have more than 450 registrations for this year and about 90 PG registrations. And that itself shows the number of postgraduate students who are actively involved in this dynamic process. As we all know, research is not a add-on, but it is a necessity. And without proper medical research, as we usually say, either research or perish. So all that leads us forward is research. And as far as the state of Kerala is concerned, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Minister Veena George Madam, lot of strides has been taken in developing this area. And additionally, if you look at how Kerala has tackled COVID, if you look at how Kerala has been tackling Nipah, and how we have been progressing in terms of antibiotic prescriptions, audits, and lot of interventional and operational research and activities that are happening through ICMR, student ICMR activities. So Kerala has been in the forefront, and in this initiative, I think our dynamic leadership is the most important, and our Honorable Minister has been in the forefront, as our principal rightly mentioned, giving us the right kind of guidance and leadership. So on this occasion, let me welcome our Honorable Minister once again for this event, along with all the leaders on the dais who have been putting their efforts to make this possible year after year. And also the Department of Community Medicine requires a very specific mention, because this is only possible by their concerted effort. And all the young dynamic leaders in the Department of Community Medicine, the faculty, I think the young faculty must take this up going forward. And that is very important, because this demonstrates an excellent group teamwork and leadership. So with these few words, because Madam is also in hurry, and you would know it's a Monday, lot of meetings are arranged back to back. So I am not extending my presidential address. I request our Honorable Minister to inaugurate this event and give the inaugural address.
We sincerely thank Sir for the thought-provoking presidential address and for guiding us with your visionary leadership. We are privileged and honored to have with us our Honorable Minister for Health, Women and Child Development, Government of Kerala, Srimati Veena George. We warmly welcome our Honorable Minister to formally inaugurate the event and illuminate the lamp. May this light guide us throughout this venture. Thank you all. Please be seated. I invite our beloved Chief Guest Madam to address the gathering.
ഞാനൊരു ഡോക്ടർ അല്ല മറ്റേ ബ്രോഷർ. Good morning, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, Director Medical Education Dr. Vishwanathan KV, Dr. P.K. Jabbar, Dr. Thomas Matthew, Professor Jugal Krishna, Dr. John Panikar, Dr. Usha Devi KB, Dr. Anuja U, dear doctors and my dear students. It's with immense pleasure that I am here today to inaugurate the 15th National Conference on Students Medical Research 2025 because it's something unique on its kind. On behalf of Government of Kerala, on behalf of the Department of Medical Education, Government of Kerala, I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests and the students who are here attending this conference from different parts of the country. Dr. Anuja told me that we have student representatives from 14 different states, and I learned that this is the only conference for undergraduate students in the entire country. So, and definitely I would like to remember some names. Dr. Soman, Dr. Zia Soman, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Leela Madam, and I was told that, even before, the National Medical Commission had included this research in the curriculum of MBBS students recently, and Kerala started this even before that. So it was back in 2008 that we conducted the first national conference on students medical research, and this is the 15th national conference, and in between there was a gap of 4 years because of COVID. I would like to congratulate all the organizers of this conference, the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College Thiruvananthapuram, for organizing this wonderful event. ഏത് ശാസ്ത്രമേഖലയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ആ ശാസ്ത്രമേഖലയെ മുന്നോട്ട് നയിക്കേണ്ടത് ഗവേഷണമാണ്. ഗവേഷണമില്ലാത്ത മേഖലകൾ, ഞാൻ പലപ്പോഴും പറയാറുള്ളതുപോലെ, കെട്ടിക്കിടക്കുന്ന വെള്ളം പോലെയാണ്. അതെപ്പോഴും അതിനൊരു സജീവമാകില്ല, അതിന് പിന്നീട് ചാലുകൾ ഉണ്ടാകില്ല, ആ ചാലുകൾ ചേർന്നൊരു പുഴയാവില്ല, ആ പുഴ പിന്നീടൊരു കടലിലേക്കോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വലിയ ജലപ്രവാഹമായി പരിണമിക്കുകയുമില്ല. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ നാം കാണേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം, അറിവ് എപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് ചോദ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നാണ്. ചോദ്യങ്ങളില്ലാത്ത ഇടത്ത് അറിവും ഉണ്ടാകില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണല്ലോ നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും പ്രിലിമിനറി ക്ലാസ്സുകളിലോ അല്ലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ 3 W's ആണ് നമ്മുടെ അറിവിലേക്കുള്ള അന്വേഷണത്തെ ത്വരിതപ്പെടുത്തുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മുടെ അനുഭവം കൂടിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എന്തുകൊണ്ട്, എങ്ങനെ, എപ്രകാരം എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ഏത് കാലഘട്ടത്തിലും ഏത് മേഖലയിലും ഏത് വിദ്യാർത്ഥിയിലും ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ അറിവ് അതിൻ്റെ പൂർണ്ണമായ നിലയിൽ, പൂർണ്ണമായി എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ്സ് റിലേറ്റീവ്, ആ നിലയിൽ ആ വിദ്യാർത്ഥിക്ക് സ്വാംശീകരിക്കാനായിട്ട് കഴിയുകയുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ളത് നാം കാണേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം നമുക്കറിയാം, വി ഹാവ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് പബ്ലിക് ഹെൽത്ത് സിസ്റ്റം, എ പബ്ലിക് ഹെൽത്ത് സ്ട്രക്ചർ. നമുക്ക് വളരെ സുശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ സംവിധാനമുണ്ട്. ആ പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ സംവിധാനം വർഷങ്ങളുടെ നിതാന്തമായിട്ടുള്ള പരിശ്രമങ്ങളിലൂടെ, വീക്ഷണങ്ങളിലൂടെ, കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള നയങ്ങളിലൂടെ, ശാസ്ത്രീയമായിട്ടുള്ള കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുകളിലൂടെ ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളതാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് കൂടി നാം കാണേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. And it's because of that public health structure and system we have the best health indices in the country, not in the country alone, but even in the world. We have the highest life expectancy in the country. We have the lowest maternal mortality rate. It was, our maternal mortality rate is 19, which is the lowest in the country. And അത് നമ്മൾ വീണ്ടും ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്, അത് വീണ്ടും നമ്മൾ കുറയ്ക്കുകയാണ്. വി ഹാവ് ദ ലോവസ്റ്റ് IMR, ഇൻഫൻറ്റ് മോർട്ടാലിറ്റി റേറ്റ്. നവജാത ശിശു മരണ നിരക്കും ഒക്കെ ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു നിപ്പ കേസുകൾ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടൊരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ കൂടിയാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഈ ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസ് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് പുതിയ കേസുകളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു കോണ്ടാക്ട്സ് എല്ലാം ട്രേസ് ചെയ്തു. അതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ കൂടി ഇനി ഒരു കേസ് ഉണ്ടാകില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് നാം കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒട്ടേറെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രം കണ്ടുപിടിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നൊരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. മിക്കവാറും ഭൂരിപക്ഷ മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഇത് കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രം കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഇത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട്, വൈ, എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഉത്തരം ഇത് കേരളം കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നത് കൊണ്ടാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ തിരുവനന്തപുരം മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ നമുക്കൊരു അനുഭവമുണ്ട്. അമീബിക് മെനിഞ്ചോ എൻകെഫലൈറ്റിസ് ആഗോളതലത്തിൽ 95% മുകളിൽ മരണനിരക്കുള്ള 97% മരണനിരക്കുള്ള ഒരു രോഗമാണ്. പക്ഷെ കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ആഗോള ചരിത്രത്തിൽ തന്നെ അമീബിക് മെനിഞ്ചോ എൻകെഫലൈറ്റിസുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് അവർ മോർട്ടാലിറ്റി റേറ്റ് ഈസ് 23%, 23%. എങ്ങനെയാണ് അത് സാധ്യമാക്കുന്നതിന് നമുക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞത്? അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ എൻകെഫലൈറ്റിസ് കേസസ്, മസ്തിഷ്ക ജ്വരം ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ടെന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ശ്രമം കേരളത്തിലെ ആരോഗ്യ പ്രവർത്തകരിൽ നിന്ന്, കേരളത്തിലെ ആരോഗ്യ സംവിധാനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകുന്നത് കൊണ്ടാണ്. അത് നിപ്പയുടെ അനുഭവത്തിലാണ്. മസ്തിഷ്ക ജ്വരം ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ അത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട്, എന്ത് കാരണത്താൽ എന്നുള്ളത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു തീരുമാനമുണ്ടാകുകയും അതിന് നമുക്ക് ഗൈഡ് ലൈൻ ഉണ്ടാവുകയും ഗവൺമെൻറ് തന്നെ ഇത് ഇഷ്യൂ ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഫലമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ പരിശോധനകൾ നമ്മൾ നടത്തുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ പരിശോധിച്ചപ്പോഴാണ്, ഇപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ അമീബിക് മെനിഞ്ചോ എൻകെഫലൈറ്റിസിൻ്റെ PCR ടെസ്റ്റ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 2 മാത്രമാണ് ഇത് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആ സൗകര്യം കൂടി നമ്മുടെ ലാബിൽ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചു. നമ്മുടെ മൈക്രോബയോളജി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് വളരെ നിസ്തുലമായിട്ടുള്ള, ഗവൺമെൻറ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തിൻ്റെ നമ്മുടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് വളരെ നിസ്തുലമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പരിശ്രമം അതിൽ നടത്തുകയും അതിൽ ഇടപെടുകയും അത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി കാണേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇൻഫെക്ഷ്യസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്, ഡിസീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്, അതുപോലെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി മെഡിസിൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്, ഇതൊക്കെ എല്ലാ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്സിൻ്റെയും വളരെ യോജിച്ചുള്ള. അപ്പോൾ ഏർലി ഐഡൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ, ഏർലി ഡിറ്റക്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് പ്രോപ്പർ ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമുക്കറിയാം ഇതിനൊരു കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മെഡിസിൻ എന്നുള്ളതല്ല, പക്ഷേ മറ്റു ചില രോഗങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന മെഡിസിൻ അതിൻ്റെ സാധ്യത കൂടി കണക്കിലെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിന് നമ്മൾ തീരുമാനിക്കുകയും മസ്തിഷ്ക ജ്വരം കേസുകൾ വന്നാൽ അത് ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ നിലയിലാണ് ഇത് മരണനിരക്ക് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞത്. ആൻഡ് വെൻ വി ടോക്ക് അബൌട്ട് നിപ്പ ബാക്ക് ഇൻ 2023, after 2018 we had an outbreak in 2023. അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നിലധികം കേസുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഔട്ട്ബ്രേക്ക് 2018 ശേഷം നമുക്കുണ്ടായത് 2023 ആൻഡ് ഇൻ 2023 the mortality rate here in Kerala was 33%, 33%. And that too for a disease, Nipah, which has a global mortality rate above 70%. Globally, ആഗോളതലത്തിൽ മരണനിരക്ക് 70% മുകളിലുള്ള നിപ്പയ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് 33% മരണനിരക്ക് കുറച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതിന് സാധിച്ചു. അതും ഇൻഡെക്സ് കേസ് നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ആ ഇൻഡെക്സ് കേസ് ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനും, അതായത് ഔട്ട്ബ്രേക്ക് നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഇൻഡെക്സ് കേസ് ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനും പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ളവരെ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ആൻറ്റിവൈറൽ ഡ്രഗ്സ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുത്ത് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അവരെ നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ സാധാരണ നിലയിലേക്ക് ജീവിതം നയിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ആ രീതിയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതിനും സാധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യരംഗത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അഭിമാനകരമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം. ഇനി നമ്മൾ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടി കാണേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ നിപ്പയുടെ സോഴ്സ്, നിപ്പയെക്കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ട് അതുകൂടി പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കണമല്ലോ. അതായത് നിപ്പയുടെ സോഴ്സ് റിസർവോയേഴ്സ് വവ്വാലുകളാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്കറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ ബംഗ്ലാദേശിൽ 50ലധികം ഔട്ട്ബ്രേക്കുകൾ ഉണ്ടായതിന് ശേഷമാണ്, അവിടെ അറ്റ്ലാന്റയിലെ US CDC ആണ് അവിടുത്തെ റിസർച്ച് നടത്തുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ഒരുപാട് പേപ്പേഴ്സ് പബ്ലിഷ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നാച്ചുറൽ റിസർവോയേഴ്സ് ബാറ്റ്സ് ആണെന്ന് അറിയുമെങ്കിലും എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ വൈറസ് മനുഷ്യരിലേക്ക് പടരുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഹൈപ്പോത്തസിസ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതായത് അവരുടെ പനങ്കൾ, അവിടെ ഉള്ള പനങ്കള്ള് കുടിക്കാൻ ആ ഒരു വെസൽ, അതിലേക്ക് വവ്വാലുകൾ എത്തുകയും ആ കള്ള് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന മനുഷ്യരിലേക്ക് വൈറസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ നിന്ന് വൈറസ് എത്തപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ബട്ട് നെവർ ഗ്ലോബലി നമുക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട്, പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റൽ സാമ്പിൾസിൽ നിപ്പ വൈറസ് ഉള്ളതായിട്ട് പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല എന്ന യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തിൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് കേരളം നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ICMR-ഉമായിട്ട് ചേർന്നുകൊണ്ട്, സിൻസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ പതോജൻ, ലെവൽ 4 പതോജൻ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് we cannot do the research alone. We are working together with NIV Pune, Indian Council of Medical Research, and we have tested many environmental samples. ഒരുപാട് environmental samples നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ വവ്വാല് കഴിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള പഴത്തിൻ്റെ ബാക്കി അപ്പോൾ തന്നെ, ഇപ്പോൾ ആ മോർണിംഗിൽ വെറ്റായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു അന്തരീക്ഷത്തിൽ തന്നെ അതിനു മുൻപ് തന്നെ ഇതെടുത്ത് അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ വവ്വാലുകളുടെ ആ രീതിയിൽ വൈറസ് ഉണ്ടാകാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള എല്ലാത്തിലും, അടയ്ക്ക ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഉള്ള എല്ലാത്തിലും, അതുപോലെ അതിൻ്റെ യൂറിൻ വീണിട്ടുണ്ടാകാവുന്ന സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ, അങ്ങനെ എല്ലായിടത്തു നിന്നും സാമ്പിൾസ് എടുത്ത് പരിശോധിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ നെവർ an environmental sample was found positive for Nipah. And recently also we have done the same. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കേസസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റൽ സാമ്പിൾസ് എടുത്ത് പരിശോധിച്ചു. And IAV, Institute of Advanced Virology, which is under the Science and Technology Department, Government of Kerala, they are trying to develop monoclonal antibody, and some other institutes also in the country, directly under the monitoring of ICMR, they are also conducting researches on developing monoclonal antibody. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്നത്തെ സെമിനാറിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം നമുക്ക് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വിഷയവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ സെമിനാർ എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കുമ്പോഴും പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. അഡോളസെൻ്റ് ഹെൽത്തുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള, കൗമാര ആരോഗ്യവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള സെമിനാറാണ്, കോൺഫറൻസാണ് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത് ഇതിനെ നമ്മുടെ നയരൂപീകരണത്തിൽ വളരെ നല്ല നിലയിൽ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇതിന് കഴിയും എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ്. because we are now going to relaunch the school health program. കേരളത്തിൽ എത്രയോ പതിറ്റാണ്ടുകൾക്ക് മുൻപ് സ്കൂൾ ഹെൽത്ത് പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉള്ള ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ് കേരളം. പക്ഷേ നമ്മളത് റീലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. അതിന് പല കാരണങ്ങളുണ്ട്. പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ സംവിധാനത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ നിയമം, നേരത്തെ 2 നിയമങ്ങളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. കേരള സംസ്ഥാനം രൂപീകൃതമായതിനു ശേഷം 2023 വരെ 2 നിയമങ്ങളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് മദിരാശി നിയമവും 2 തിരുവിതാംകൂർ കൊച്ചി നിയമവും. അതായത് ഒരേ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് 2 തരത്തിലുള്ള നിയമങ്ങൾ നിലനിന്നിരുന്നു 2023 വരെ. 2023 കേരള നിയമസഭ ഈ 2 നിയമങ്ങളും റിപ്പീൽ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പുതിയൊരു നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കി. ആ നിയമത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനം എന്നുള്ളത് ഏകാരോഗ്യമാണ്. അതായത് ഒരു മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യം മാത്രമായിട്ട് നിലനിൽക്കില്ല, അത് പ്രകൃതിയുമായിട്ടും ജീവജാലങ്ങളുമായിട്ടും അവയുടെ ആരോഗ്യവുമായിട്ടും ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്ന ആശയത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് പുതിയ പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ നിയമം രൂപീകരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിൽ നമ്മുടെ പഞ്ചായത്ത് തലത്തിൽ വരെ മെഡിക്കൽ ഓഫീസറും പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രസിഡൻറ്റും കൃഷി ഓഫീസറും അതുപോലെ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരും വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരും ഇറിഗേഷൻ്റെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരും ഒക്കെ ചേർന്ന് ഒന്നിച്ച്, ആനിമൽ ഹസ്ബൻഡറി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റും വെറ്റിനറിയുടെയൊക്കെ ആളുകൾ ഒന്നിച്ചിരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് ആ പ്രദേശത്തെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, ഇപ്പോൾ പക്ഷിപ്പനി ഒരു സ്ഥലത്തുണ്ടായാൽ H5N1 റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്താൽ അവിടെ പ്രാദേശികമായി ഒന്നിച്ചിരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് അവിടുത്തെ സാഹചര്യങ്ങൾ വിലയിരുത്തുകയും അവിടെ പ്രതിരോധ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ആവിഷ്കരിക്കുകയും വരാതിരിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ക്രമീകരണങ്ങൾ ഒരുക്കുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുക. അങ്ങനെ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് ലെവലിലും സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ലെവലിലും ഒക്കെ നമുക്ക് സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ ഒരുക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സ്ട്രക്ചർ ആവിഷ്കരിക്കുകയാണ് പുതിയ പൊതുജനാരോഗ്യ നിയമത്തിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. സ്കൂൾ ഹെൽത്ത് പ്രോഗ്രാം നമ്മൾ ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടാണ് പുതിയ നിലയിൽ സ്കൂൾ ഹെൽത്ത് പ്രോഗ്രാം ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത് ദിസ് കോൺഫറൻസ് വിൽ ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ഹെൽപ്പ് us ഫ്രെയിം ബെറ്റർ പോളിസീസ് ഓൺ ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ ആൻഡ് ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിനും രോഗപ്രതിരോധത്തിനും കൂടുതൽ ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള നയങ്ങൾ രൂപീകരിക്കുന്നതിന് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് സഹായകരമാകുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നു. ആൻഡ് ഐ ആം സോ ഹാപ്പി ടു ലേൺ ദാറ്റ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് സം 250 പേപ്പേഴ്സ് വിച്ച് ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു ബി പ്രസൻറ്റഡ് ടുമോറോ, 90 are from the PG students and the rest are from the undergraduate students, which is quite, ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടും സന്തോഷമുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ, എൻ്റെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരുപാട് അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ. നിങ്ങളാണ് ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യരംഗത്തെ, നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനം മാത്രമല്ല നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ആരോഗ്യരംഗത്തെ സുശക്തമായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ആ നിലയിലുള്ള ചിന്തകൾ, വീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ, കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുകൾ ഒക്കെ രൂപപ്പെടുന്നതിന് കോൺഫറൻസ് സഹായകരമാകട്ടെ എന്ന് ഹൃദയപൂർവ്വം ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഔപചാരികമായി once again I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests who are here, including Professor Jugal Krishna and other faculties from different universities and different hospitals, and also students from different states who are here to attend the meeting. എല്ലാവരുടെയും അനുവാദത്തോടെ ഔപചാരികമായി ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിക്കുന്നതായി അറിയിച്ചുകൊള്ളുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Now, we kindly request our Honorable Minister to formally release the conference souvenir for Natcon 2025. We request Dr. Vishwanathan sir to receive the souvenir. Ma'am, we also kindly request you to release the revised edition of institutional publication on infection control practices, symbolizing the academic spirit of this event. We request Dr. Jabbar sir to receive the revised edition of IPC publication. Thank you, ma'am. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Srimati Veena George, for delivering a truly inspiring inaugural address and unveiling the conference souvenir. Your words of wisdom, encouragement, and vision have added immense value to this academic gathering and will undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on all of us.
Due to her busy schedule, our Honorable Minister has to leave the dais. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your presence.
Next, we invite Dr. Thomas Matthew, Director, School of Public Health, Kuhas, for the felicitation address.
ആരാധ്യയായ ആരോഗ്യവകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി, our Honorable Health Minister has really motivated us to such an extent that no more felicitations or sessions are required. I think we should start the presentation straight away. But as she has cited, we are making history, because when we started this conference in 2008, until the whole road down the lane has really created history by making the Department of Community Medicine as the torch bearer of research, training in research and publications in the medical education and curriculum. As the director, I was able to support this program not only by motivating the students but also the faculty, because this was something alien to the clinical practice. So we have really, this conference and the sessions, all the series of conferences have led us to mainstream the whole process of research among the undergraduate curriculum, among the undergraduate students in and outside Kerala, and also the lamp which has been lit by our torch bearers, Dr. C.R. Soman, Dr. Vijay Umar, and Lilia Itimma Madam, has really paved results. It is a celebration now. We have more than what we can chew, but we have to carry forward the momentum. This should rekindle and also really start the search for new questions, new answers, and as Madam Veena George has cited her own experience regarding Nipah and the work we have been doing in that area, lot of things. This is just an example of how this conference and the spirit of research has made the policymakers, the ministers, the cabinet, the chief minister, because they have all taken up the cause of adolescent health also. In fact, the Honorable Chief Minister, he did a program for de-addiction and countering the menace by addressing a very pivotal or group of policymakers, administrators, teachers, everyone. He did a session for 2 hours in the legislative complex, which was filled with the findings, the experiences shared from all our studies. So with this, I extend my felicitations to this workshop. Heartily welcome each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. John Panikkar, President, TMC Alumni Association, for the felicitation address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, the faculty, the delegates, and my dear students. Actually, it gives me immense pleasure to be here today to attend this inaugural ceremony of one of the most important conference in India, particularly regarding the public health. Actually, before I would, at the outset, I would like to say the warmest felicitation to the organizers for having this conference here in Trivandrum Medical College, the rightfully in Trivandrum Medical College. Probably many of you must be knowing this Trivandrum Medical College is the mother of every medical college in Kerala. In the 60s and 70s, we all talk about the Kerala health model. Our Honorable Minister also said about the Kerala health model. But the thing is, in the 1950s and 60s, all the faculty of all the medical colleges in Kerala were from Trivandrum Medical College. And that means the Kerala health model has been founded from here only. So I am really happy that being the president of the Alumni Association, I am really proud that this conference is happening every year, probably unique in its nature in India. Now, actually, I would say any conference, particularly this type of conference, should lead to, probably we are all thinking of medical research, definitely. But the research has to meet the policies, and finally it has to be on action. So I am sure this particular conference will lay the backstone for that, such of an activity in future. As basically I am an ENT surgeon, and I was in government service, primary health center, small hospitals in the government service for nearly 20 years. Then only I went to the private. And so with actually, we all think that in the biggest epidemic of 21st century, everybody will agree that it is COVID, is it? But personally, I don't believe. I would say the biggest epidemic is nothing but insufficient sleep. I am sure 90% of those delegates sitting here are not sufficiently sleeping, and that lead to a lot of many lifestyle disease as well as the communicable disease. Probably the immunological problems and all this lead to so many issues. Even in COVID era, those with the snoring as well as with the obesity as well as sleep deprived people were the most having the fatality. And another thing is, I would say that as a actually in the as madam told, when I was in the public health, I mean in the primary health center and all, our objective was mainly in preventing diseases. When I studied in 1970 in Toronto Medical College, our community medicine, at that time it was named as the preventive medicine, and our focus was only in the communicable diseases. Now the focus, I mean the scope of preventive medicine, community medicine has widened so much that even the lifestyle diseases, every lifestyle diseases, even a sleep issue is also a lifestyle disease, and also even environmental problems, everything has so much widened, and so the importance of the such conferences has definitely increased. So with these few words, and I would also thank the organizers that the Alumni Association has given the opportunity to be part of the organizing team, and I wish all warmest felicitation to the upcoming conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Dr. Usha Devi KB, Vice Principal, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram, to felicitate the gathering.
Distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, a very warm good morning to all. The research was a word we seldom heard of, or it was associated with elite institutions, or maybe with institutions that had long abbreviations like ICMR, CSIR, DRDO, etc. And the scenario changed when the NMC sprang up saying that you publish or perish. And it was then, I think the teachers, as teachers, we were leading a very relaxed life. And all of a sudden, the NMC tells you that if you want your promotion, you need to publish. If you must get your career advancement, you must publish. And then, and only then, all of us plunged into it. Google Scholar, PubMed, and I know what not, SPSS, etc., etc. And so, what I wanted to tell you is, many of us engaged with research out of compulsion, so that you could be promoted. And but a few of them took up research with genuine enthusiasm. Now, it is in this context that the sight of so many young researchers sitting here is heartening, because they have taken up research not out of compulsion. They are driven by the spirit of curiosity, or the spirit of questioning, out of genuine interest. And that is a very refreshing sight. And what needs to be said, another important thing is, the Department of Community Medicine has set a stage, or set a vibrant platform to nurture these young researchers, and they deserve a special round of applause for having arranged this. And who knows, in the years to come, we may count among ourselves world-class researchers who make global impact. And if you trace the journey back, it will have started from this hall on this day. And the theme for today, that is on adolescent health, I think that is a topic that has touched not just classrooms, but even homes. we find it difficult as teachers to understand our students. Adolescent problems are totally different from what I had to face. If I had to face a stranger looking at me and telling, why so many pimples on your face, and I go back home and tell my parents, my father pats me and says, it's okay, and that was it. And even though I was upset and embarrassed, just a small gesture from my father has consoled me, and I'm back on my track. But today's adolescent problems is not, and I understand that that is called body shaming now. It can, of course, reduce your self-esteem. But now the adolescence times have changed. The student now faces not just body shaming, it's academic pressure, parental pressure, and what? Peer pressure. And I also heard that if you don't get the number of expected likes in the social media after uploading something, even that is one of the factors that can lead to stress. So you have a storm of stress coming up. So I think the programs today, the sessions today must at least will benefit us in understanding our adolescent students, but will equip us with better tools, and let's understand them better so that we can guide them better. And I wish the deliberations all success, and let there be exchange of ideas, and let possibilities be celebrated. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Anuja U, Professor and Head of Department, Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear students, I take this opportunity to thank our beloved, respectful, honorable Health Minister who actually inaugurated this function, because she had a very busy schedule today, and even in spite of that she took some time to be with us. So I thank Health Minister Veena George Madam for this support and help. Then I extend my sincere gratitude to our DME principal and vice principal, without their support it could not have been happened, because we are working in an environment, in a government setup where the infrastructure doesn't grow as fast as the student capacity and the courses are increasing. So we find it very difficult. Even the administrators change the schedule of some of the examinations to make it this halls and are available. So I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee for arranging this function and participating in inaugural program. Then I thank the Alumni Association represented by John Panikkar sir, our former DME Thomas Matthew sir, Jugal Kishore sir, who took so much effort to travel from Delhi to Trivandrum. Mayor, based on his passion only on adolescent health, and we are actually fortunate enough to get you, sir, as a speaker for this program. I express my gratitude to you, sir. Then our Leela madam is here. Vijayama sir actually just left from the hall. They are the people who actually started this Student National Conference on Medical Research in 2008, and they are the people who actually shaped most of us to carry forward with that task. They started in 2018, and now still we are continuing with it. Thank you, madam and Vijay Kumar sir. Then our senior teachers, my colleagues, friends, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Biju, Jagida madam, Amar sir, Jayashri madam. Please excuse me if I am missing some of the names. Malini, all the teachers and all the faculties from the sister departments who are all supporting us for doing this this event happen. And the highlight of the program, or the main guests for the program is the participants, VIPs of the program's participants, because we got 464 registrations throughout India. So we are happy that you are all took such pains to come here in the southernmost end of our country and spend 2 days with us. I thank each and everybody, and I hope that you will get a very good experience in these 2 days, and you will get time to visit Kerala, which is an unique place, God's own country. Please do visit as much as possible and enjoy the program. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. We extend our sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, speakers, and guests for gracing the occasion with their presence and making this a memorable beginning, and also look forward to the academic sessions ahead with great enthusiasm and engagement. Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais.
Now we shall resume our theme presentations.
So,
Now we resume with our team presentations. Dr. Jugal Kishore, a visionary in field of public health. Sir currently serves as the Director Professor in Health of the Department of Community Medicine at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi, one of India's leading institutions in medical education and public health leadership. He holds a PhD in psychiatry, reflecting a rare and valuable blend of expertise that spans both physical and mental health domains. Over the years, Dr. Kishore has authored numerous books and research papers addressing public health, national programs, environmental health, and social reform. He has also played an instrumental role in establishing community medicine departments and centers for occupational and environmental health. His work spans a wide spectrum from adolescent and mental health to disaster management and epidemic control, including pivotal roles during the COVID-19 pandemic. Known for his scientific approach, rational thinking, and commitment to evidence-based public health action, Dr. Kishore continues to be an inspiration to students, professionals, and policymakers alike. We are deeply privileged to have him with us today to share his expertise on the topic prevention of nutritional and lifestyle diseases in adolescents. Sir, we warmly welcome you and invite you to the stage.
To chair the session, we would like to invite Dr. Geeta S. Madam, Professor of Pediatrics, SAT Hospital, Trivandrum, and Dr. Biju Soman Sir, Professor, Achuthamenon Center for Health Sciences. Over to you, sir, for the presentation.
Yeah. Huh? No, he said, no, I just want to see the... Very good morning. Hello. Hi. Yeah. So with the permission of chair, I will take maybe I think 20-25 minutes to discuss what is important topic given to me by the organizers. And I'm very fortunate that I know most of your seniors here. Indu is there, Libu there, Thomas has already gone. Uh, we have a long history, and the history started, I think, much earlier than this. Can you recognize this one? uh, it's say 2014. Okay, I was there. I actually my journal, the Indian Journal of Youth and Adolescent Health, was inaugurated here only, and then we have made the committee, and that was a Kerala chapter. The vice president was Thomas Matthew, and Sarah Varghese was the president. General secretary was Altaf, and Libu was treasurer. So where is the money? Treasurer. Anyway, anyway, you should not say that when it happened. Anyway, so adolescent health has been discussed a lot at the national and international level, but very frank to say that people are not doing justice to this age. And the problem is that most of the time you don't understand. This is such a volatile subject or subject of understanding that a movement to movement, the change is occurring in the human being, the young human being, which suddenly start growing the secondary character, sexual character is start exploring, the personality start growing up. No, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. So, and then at the age of 16, 17, some of the rights are given. Driving is started in many places. Then we have a right of voting, and that's a very, very difficult and interesting right. How many of you can vote? All of you? How many of you really know that whom you should vote? Only one. One, two. It's a very and you are going to decide the future of this country or future of your state. And the right is given and you don't know. Many a time we don't know, really. Even our seniors do not know. So hardly matter. Problem is neither the parents know how to deal, nor the adolescent know how to deal with parents. So it's a both side problem. That is why it's a big issue, and we require lot of stress over this. So because they are going to decide the future of the country and future of the nation and the world, that is why their health is important. They should be healthy, at least physically and mentally. And I'll tell you that most of the time, physically they are very healthy. If you calculate the mortality rate, the morbidity rate as compared to other groups, you will find very less. There are certain issues which are common in them, but otherwise they are healthy. But whatever it is, they are very vulnerable to some of the changes which occur, and that remain there. Even we are working on the menstrual emotional changes which occur started at 12 years or 13 years, and the 3 papers are coming on this, that how this is making your personality, and you remain with the personality of the emotions you face during the menstruation, that will publish very soon. So you can imagine that kind of turmoil or the emotions at this age. So they have to be given the behavior which is going to set for the future life. And unfortunately, this lifestyle disorder, which we say, almost civilization disease or Western disease, no more Western, because everything has become capitalized world. disease of affluence, chronic disease, or non-communicable disease, although I refer to say this non-communicable disease because I think 22nd there was a newspaper cutting saying sitting or eating together will make you the obese. So even your partner, if you are eating with a fatty partner, or maybe you can say the obese partner, you have more chances to become obese. So it's so infectious, so infectious. So there is nothing like non-communicable disease. We have the communicable disease, and the disease of a long duration, slow progress. But there are factors. Factors are person's lifestyles, age, gender. So two genders have a different role. Environment, genes. Genes can definitely make a dent on it. And there is a huge money involved in it. The loss of the billions of dollars because of these lifestyle disorders. So if you are not handling them properly, we are bound to lose. And rather, most of us at the age of 50, we start having antihypertensive, anti-obesity, anti-diabetic drugs. And that's there for another 40 years. We'll continue to eat that one. And that is why most of the drug companies are behind, these all endocrine and medicine people, that you please start prescribing these drugs. Once you prescribe, you are the permanent, patient of that person. So the burden is high, and the burden is some of the burdens which are there. Like suppose you are undernourished, so you are bound to change either undernourished throughout or maybe obese throughout. The reason is again psychological, that less you get in your initial part of the life, you are trying to grab as much as possible, and the deposition of fat in your body would be in abnormal positions of the body. Problem is that in 30 states, almost every state, we have the underweight and anemia. So that is why we can't say it's not a problem. It's definitely a problem. Then we have stunting, and that is why we have girls of India of the 5 feet, 4 feet, 5 inch or something like that. Why not we have the 6 and above? If you compare with other country where the nutrition is good, where environment is good, our girls are very small, timid, and they are not very strong. That is why this is also making our culture, making our nation weak in terms of the physical strength we have. So we have a burden. The burden is actually overweight again. So we are now seeing the overweight and then obesity going slowly. And some of the study in Delhi and in posh colonies and the schools which are the good schools, the English medium schools, the obesity is going almost 15 to 20%, and the overweight is as high as 30 or 35%. It's a very big problem in certain areas. And you can see this one is thinness and overweight. This is the data from the National Family Health Survey. You can see that there are areas where thinness is quite high. On other side, we have the obesity is high. The southern part, the obesity is really, obesity and high, overweight is quite high. The reason could be, they say that gender, residence, the urban and rural difference is there. The mother education is also very important. The number of children is also important. The reason, north, east and south, and then so adjusted odds ratio where the percentage can be labeled as individual risk factors is quite high. Then we have the 50% of them, anemic, and the girls are a little higher than boys. And the deficiency of iron and vitamin D, that's again emerging. So we have to see that how this is creating problem. Anemia, which is one of the news cutting, and where I also said that actually it is decreasing your concentration power. If you have anemia, then the performance decreases. So a school performance is decreased manifold. And that's what the Ministry of Health also said, that the boys have the stunted growth, tiredness, lack of concentration, poor schooling performance, breathlessness. Girls have the stunted growth, weakness, lack of concentration, school performance, breathlessness, miscarriage, low birth weight, babies, they become pregnant because of early marriage in our country. And then we have premature labor, antepartum, postpartum, puerperal sepsis, high risk of maternal, mortality and death. So these are all linked with, that is why the anemia has become. Sir has asked me that which are the area where we should focus on. Although the nutrition is given to me, but you just take up one or one area or two area. Everything is so fertile in this group. You just catch hold the schools and you can do a lot of study. Similarly, out of schools you have a lot of issues. We have psychological, social, even the physical issues are there. So if you see that why these people are still having, anemia, why they have the stunted growth. So we have to learn a lot that what are the individual risk factors, which if we eliminate, how much would be the attributable risk is available with us, which we can intervene. We don't do lot of intervention study. And I'll show you that we have done a very small intervention study in school, can change lot of things. So if you do intervention in schools, you can have the, lot of interventions which can be done. Doable things can be, there. So there are many areas of research where the parental factors play a role. One factor we found that early breakfast, after taking breakfast coming to school, they are much better than those who are not taking breakfast in the morning. And this is the habit now becoming that the mother come up late, the children also come up late, and hurriedly they just push something in their mouth or will, just pack the things and put in the, box, and then they will go to school, and then the breakfast would be around 10 o'clock. So that is the duration where the child suffer. So the child should not be hungry when they're studying. So these are all, practical issues which we can change. You can see that these are all known to most of us. Our doctors, our medical students should be well versed of that, how the, the mother is affecting child and the child is affecting mother. How this lifelong deprivations and development, deprivation and overuse, creating issues of stunted or, underweight and the overweight. So these all things should be understood, and we have a, how the undernutrition is affecting our immune system, and immune system infections, then you put in cycle, and then creating a lot of issues. So you can say the anemia, preeclampsia, human hemorrhages and death of mother are linked with iodine, iron, folate, calcium and zinc, and all are deficit. Unfortunately, the kind of water we are giving to our children, the adolescent, is not having these all things. You just test our RO water and you'll find that these all minerals which used to be there are not there. So the in a mind of that we are going to give the safe water. Actually, it's not a wholesome water. And sir was telling about the One Health approach. For community medicine, it's not a new thing. For I think many decades we are aware of that, One Health is actually community medicine. We talk about the agent host environment. The epidemiological triangle is known to everybody. It's nothing new for us. But yes, for the world, if they are saying, because WHO is saying that we also accept it, other people are also understanding that One Health, environment, animals, and we were talking about so many years, they are so important for us to, grow, to have the health. Without their interaction, you can't have the problem. And if you do not allow them, then you are going to have the health. So why adolescent important? Because of, again, this picture is not new. It's well known that if it is there in the school, your adolescent days, whether it is a tobacco use, whether it's a insufficient activity, or it's a alcohol use, or maybe you can say the, experience of mental health problems or obesity. if this set into your adolescent, majority of them are going to suffer in your adulthood. And that is why curbing at the school level, and that is why your minister has taken a good step. We were talking this for 1 decade earlier. We were saying that you please start this, and this conference where the focus was on adolescent health. That time also, and students, particularly the medical student, they themselves are adolescent. They can understand their own issues. They can do a lot of research on it. But anyway, whenever he started, I think it's always good. So the problem is dil mange more, ye dil mange more. This answer is not solved. And how to solve it is a big challenge in front of us. Psychological, social, maybe I think planetarium type of factors are there. How we have to deal with. Now the ITs are coming up, AIs are coming, phone has become so part of our life. Everybody is. Now यहाँ पर भी देखो, बैठे हुए फोन देख रहे हैं और सबके गर्दन नीचे, तो क्या करोगे? इतने एडिक्ट है, they are so much addicted to her phone. Children से कहते नहीं. I have seen child of just 6 months or say the 1 year, and he start crying. The mother will put the phone in front of and then feeding something. So he will be quiet and you just feeding. So he does not know what he is eating. He does not have a taste of what is going inside. And he is becoming addict of both the things, eating and seeing. So dear friends, we have to see that how this one addiction leading to another one, and the kind of lifestyle we are dealing with. The game means, video games, not the playground games, football. Like, they will never understand the football is not just soccer coming in your TV. Soccer is playing in the playground. So poor nutrition is Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola or hookah, shishas, bar are emerging. None of our social group is coming out and saying, please stop it, why this is happening. We are changing the culture. Who is changing the culture? Have you understood what is making, this culture changing slowly and we are enjoying it? Have you questioned it? Have you tried to find out? And it's all affecting your everybody's life. Not just you, but also the parents. The way the shisha is coming, the way the drugs is coming in our children's, mind, and they are having. Some of the schools are having, almost 20-30% of children are having drugs. And I think because of this, the health minister was concerned that हमारा ये जो state है, the Kerala, is very good in education. But what kind of education now shifting towards? ये आप ही का एक picture. Trivandrum having some of the shisha bars, and some of them are recognizing it. I know some of them are seeing it and saying, oh, ये वही तो है. So alcohol, and then we have the other problems like steroids. So another one is the kind of food we are taking. Like the paneer. We don't have increased the number of buffaloes and the cows, but the paneer has gone up. The milk consumption has gone manifold. So from where this milk is coming? So you can see that all these things commercially available, and we don't know what kind of chemicals they are putting in. Why the number of cases of cancer is increasing in youngsters? Is it the one of the factor? So these all need to be understood by our youngsters, that it is not that whatever available in packets is going to be safe. It can be safe in one way, but maybe very dangerous in other way. So one has to find out the safety of the food. 200 diseases are already identified which are actually related to bacteria, parasites and viruses. 2 million people are worldwide annually suffering from these diseases which are linked with our food and water. And then children and infants are definitely. So street foods, which has become common for us and we enjoy it, leading to many issues which need to be understood by our youngsters. Then the risk factors influence our nutrition. It is the poor knowledge of the family and community food. We don't give value to our community and family food. That's become a problem. Lack of food because of the socio-economic condition, as ma'am also said that in some places, we don't have the food. Inequitable distribution of the, resources, that is another problem. Poor dietary habits, poor vegetables eating. I have figures, I think you must be knowing. Every day eating of vegetables have become rarer and rarer. And then fruits also. In 1 week, the one person will eat only 1 or 2 times. Although it should be part of the daily, eating habit. But the fruits are not taken, although we are sending abroad and earning a lot of money out of it. Poor bioavailability of the iron in the diet and the peer pressure. Good pizza, all these things are the bad habits. Cooking habits are also very bad. We are frying so much, we destroyed everything. We like all the frying things. That is why, our cooking habit is also a problem. The social, why, I don't know why they put so much chili in it. They make the, taste of, natural taste of the fruits and vegetables is lost. You never know what is the true, taste of the vegetables. No one else knows. So that's why, we don't have a habit of eating healthy food. Social reasons are there, and the hookworm infestations, malaria and all that. So this big, unhealthy teen are going up because our consumption of calories is going up. If you compare with 30 years back or 20 years back, the amount of calories one individual is eating now gone up. And what if the calories continue to grow, our bellies continue to grow, definitely. So the junk food is becoming part of us and we enjoy it. So eating problem is because of, so many factors which are labeled now the ministry also. It has become the part of the modules, which is to be taught to every doctor that this is the adolescent module which need to be. So missing meal it should not be there. The fast food joint should be. So we have a life, cycle approach where the continuum of care is required, where it is not that we have to just focus on adolescent. We have to focus on each stage of life and see that we are developing in a proper manner. So nutritional health or nutritional, lifestyle disorder is just not focusing or maybe limiting to, but maybe I think every phase of life is required. So these are the priority areas of the ministry in RKSK, where the nutrition is one of the component. The nutrition guidelines are given by ICMR, and every medical student should read it. And we have the nutritional exercise. Yes, we have the nutritional exercise. We are teaching our undergraduate how to prepare the food for patient, for pregnant women. All these things are part of our educational activity. Then this is a method by which one can always see the growth monitoring of the adolescent. So, and these are all easily given that what kind of intervention is required in case of the obesity, in case of underweight and malnutrition. Counseling of adolescent, then if what, the increased blood pressure or high blood sugar, or so that is there. So do adolescents have a special need? Yes, they have the special need. So let it be knowing that we have required carbohydrate, protein and vitamins in a proper, proportions, and that should be known. Then overweight, how you will counsel, what you will give. This is one of the, study we have done in our school, that the diet habit has been assessed. Breakfast escaping was commonly found. So life skill education is given to them, all the school teachers and students. There was an improvement in physical activity. The principal was communicated, the hawker outside is the main culprit and you have a power to remove them. It is done. This much change is possible if you do it. So principal know that this is creating problem because every student goes out in a very small amount of money, they eat whatever is there outside. So you can definitely, remove these things. So this is one study. Food pyramid is already known to you. Similarly, the food plate is that in one day, this much is required. Visual impression is required to every student to know that this much is I will eat every day. It should become part of your daily routine. Then only you will, at least cover all these things. And one example which we have taken at the college level, which I want to inform to everybody, that take an example of diabetes. These are all known factors like high fat, high cholesterol, high vitamin D. One of my students sitting, she must be, you can ask how we are, having the preventive medicine coming to our hospital, antioxidant, junk food and all. We know the all three levels now, everybody aware of that. In no risk factors, what you will apply. When you have a risk factor, what you apply. Symptom develop, what you will apply. We all have the, 3 levels of prevention and 5 levels of interventions, where the primordial prevention to be done, healthy lifestyle, genetic counseling, reduce, BP, smoking, cholesterol can be done we can focus on the risk factors. At this level, we can have the primary level of prevention, which can be done by all community medicine people. All students should know that how to start at the all level, in schools, in your home, in your community. Then if the symptom develop, then what kind of the screening is required. So everybody should learn how to screen. And then blood sugar, all these things, how you will get the diet for the diabetic, hypertensive, self-care, all these things can be done. And we are all doing in one roof. And this is the first, preventive health clinic in the country, where we started in Safdarjung Hospital, run by community medicine, where we are screening all the people, delivering the preventive health checkup and preventive health services to the people. They are coming to that place. It has been published and also now widely circulated in the media. So this is all possible, can be done, and all of you can visit to our center in Safdarjung and see that how we are working. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Besides that, I already said that I am General Secretary of Indian Association of Adolescent Health. We are starting the center, starting again, asking the seniors and also juniors to take up the state branch is again from this state, and can start having the multiple activity on the adolescent health. Whatever you want to publish, we have a journal, we can do it. We have a website. We keep having the national, conferences where you can come and join us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. Geeta ma'am and Dr. Biju sir to share their thoughts on the theme.
Am I audible? Respected teachers, my colleagues and young friends, as usual, my good old friend Professor Kishore has given a very erudite talk, and he has a lot of experience actually. Because short of time we couldn't hear him fully actually, but I'm sure that he is there for the entire day. Actually, we'll get the opportunity to learn from him. And I take one of the point that he has said, like medical students are adolescents. Yeah, actually, from public health point of view, we are not. We consider that adolescent is the extended adolescence. It's not limiting with the teen or 18, 19 and all. Actually, adolescents can go up to 24 or even in late 20s. Actually. Human beings actually we have the much prolonged childhood, and nowadays we are seeing that the adolescent stage is also prolonged. Actually, we are not the conversion from child to adult takes longer time. And yesterday there was an interesting article in Hindu magazine actually saying that most of the teens actually you are living two lives actually, one of your own. Actually, you are educated with anyone in the world. Actually, any adolescent in the world, in the US, actually, or in the UK and all. But here within our country, within our family, within your classroom, you are trying to accommodate as parents and teachers. So that is the main conflict that you are having. Actually, you are exposed to the entire West, actually the Western mode, the modern lifestyle. But here lot of cultural taboos and so many things, so you are constrained. That's the main cause of this stress for you, and that's causing stress for us also. And we are trying, I think actually, as Usha ma'am was telling that actually we had a very simple or much more manageable adolescent life, but you people are having more challenging adolescent phase, and we really appreciate you for accommodating us teachers and parents. At the same time, you have to think about this phase is very, very important for us. As Sir was telling, it is going to decide your future health, not only future health, but your future life also. And it's not only what you eat, but how you eat is very important. He was focusing on breakfast. I used to tell that you should earn your breakfast. So before breakfast, you should be fasting for at least 10 to 12 hours. Not that eating throughout night and then taking breakfast and all. So that chronobiology, you should learn about chronobiology and read about chrononutrition and all. Like this entire student conference is to inculcate research in you, and quality research is needed for our country. Quality research. Whatever research you do now, you will be presenting your research findings and all. We hope that you will learn from the pitfalls of your current research, and you will try to improve better research in future. And that's how, as our minister was telling, actually you could be the path makers for science. And I once again thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts with you. And I stop here, and I will. I think, ma'am, actually, whether we have a provision to take a couple of questions from the audience, actually, we'd like to have. Actually, if you have any burning question, please raise your hand and throw out that.
Informative lecture. We all know the lifestyle diseases in adolescent is the one which is going to be in future. So Sohad actually told about, if you have listened to that, the students, that first slide, you have seen many of the points like age, gender and all, you can't change that. The only thing, what is preventable in that, preventable is the environment. So by environment in lifestyle diseases, we have got lots. Like what John Panikar sir was telling regarding the sleep. See, I don't know, I think, one researchable question for the youngsters will be like, why young students, that is 20 or 21-year-old UGs, come and sit at 8 o'clock in the class and sleep. So regarding that sleep, that is very important. I think, we may not understand. If it is a participatory research from your side, it may throw in valuable insights. So I think most of the teachers will agree with that. 8 a.m. youngsters coming and sleeping. And then the high risk behaviors, that is very important. Even now children also have got these high risk behaviors. And then regarding diet, and also has rightly said, and I think more than what we say, we have to do. So that is the most important one. And if anyone has to ask one or two questions, you can ask sir, because he is a distinguished guest who has come from Delhi, and he is running a clinic.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Sir, I am Dr. Paurnami from AG Institute of Medical Sciences, Mangalore, Karnataka. I am hailing from Trivandrum. I was born in SAT Hospital, Trivandrum. I am first year community medicine PG, sir. Sir, my question is, I have gone through the Jugal Kishore textbook of National Health Program, sir. Your first year PG textbook, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, my question is, have been any new guidelines made for as such for the adolescent health purpose, like to change the criteria for to regulate their food habits or anything like that? Sir, you have mentioned many news articles like that. So have been any guidelines made for the adolescents, or is it going to be made, sir?
I showed you one ICMR booklet. Their diet is given to all age group and including adolescent. How much calories, how much kind of food is required, this is all given. They just follow that, rather a student are copying it and they are learning, when they are presenting. If any adolescent is there, in your examination also, like, you can ask the student, if a case of adolescent there, you can always ask what kind of diet is required. If he is suffering from anything, then what kind of changes are required. So all guidelines are there. If guidelines are not there, then you suggest something we can improve upon, not a problem.
So recently I saw in the newspapers like samosas and
Yeah.
oil in that MOHFW have come up with that.
Ministry has not given any guideline regarding this. They said that this is a different area of concern. But I also do not agree with this, because that is the only method for our large majority of population where food is not available, and high quality, like the kind of fat is available to them, like our farmers. The jalebi is the only source of nutrition, and in a very low cost. Just in 100 rupees you get the 200 grams of the jalebi, which is rich of sugar, and it's very tasty also. So why you are debarring, and there is nothing wrong with jalebi for farmer. So we don't want such kind of guidelines which are of native Indian origin food. What we can do is, we have a method of preparing it that can be improved. When we are frying again and again, that's a creating problem. So we can remove that kind of part and still use it. So yes, we should come up with the article on this. Then it should not be that some people sitting somewhere just talking about, because they are all the time in ministry, just eat the samosas. Nothing else is available. Pakoda and samosa. These two things. Nothing else. Even ministry they cannot. I'm sorry. I'm from health ministry. They do not have the healthy food. So then they think the whole world is eating such kind of food.
Yes, sir. As doctors also we.
Yeah, one-to-one conversation is not required.
Because doctors also, as we feel like we are preaching them to follow the things like good diet, nutrition and all, but we are only not following, sir.
Yeah.
Because of the sedentary lifestyle, not sedentary lifestyle, but still because of our hectic schedules and all, we just tend to skip our breakfast also sometimes. So that is. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for the valuable query. Thank you, sir. Your session was full of energy and valuable information for our young researchers. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. We would also like to thank Dr. Geeta Madam and Dr. Biju Soman sir for chairing the session and guiding us through the presentation with such insight and clarity. Now I invite Dr. Geeta Madam to present our token of gratitude to Jugal sir. Now we invite Dr. Leela Itiyamma Madam, retired professor and head of the Department of Community Medicine Trivandrum, to hand over the token of gratitude to Biju Soman sir. We invite Dr. Leela Itiyamma Madam to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. Biju Soman sir. Now we invite Dr. Jisha C. Haran sir, retired professor and HOD, Department of Community Medicine Trivandrum, to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. Geeta Madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now we break for tea. Tea is being served in our food tea counters. Please ensure that all delegates present here wear their identification tags, as the tags hold the key for the food counters. We also have an announcement. The preliminary round of the quiz will begin at sharp 12 p.m. The participants who have registered are requested to report at Lumiere venue on first floor by 11:45 a.m. A photo session has been arranged. Dignitaries and organizers kindly proceed to the dais for the photo session. A photo session has been arranged. All dignitaries and faculties as well as the organizers kindly proceed to the dais for the photo session.
All are requested to proceed to the hall. The next quiz session will start soon.
The preliminary rounds of quiz will begin at 12 p.m. The participants who have registered are requested to report at Lumiere venue on first floor. Kindly please report to the Lumiere venue on first floor. Welcome back to all our audience. We hope you had a refreshing break. Our next talk on the theme delves into a critical dimension of adolescent health, the intersection of vulnerability and strength, risk and recovery. The topic, From Risk to Resilience, an overview to adolescent health and addiction, addresses one of the most pressing challenges of our times. We are privileged to welcome Dr. Anil Kumar TV, an eminent psychiatrist and public mental health advocate. Dr. Anil Kumar currently serves as the professor and head of Department of Psychiatry at Government Medical College, Ernakulam. He holds an exceptional array of qualifications: MBBS, DPM, DNB, MPhil, PhD, and a postdoctoral fellowship, reflecting his deep academic engagement with the field of psychiatry.
With over 27 years of teaching experience, Dr. Anil Kumar has been instrumental in shaping psychiatric education and clinical practice in Kerala. He leads a department known for delivering comprehensive mental health care, including adults in psychiatry, de-addiction services, child psychiatry, and rehabilitation therapies. Beyond clinical care, Dr. Anil Kumar has been actively involved in public mental health initiatives, particularly in the areas of suicide prevention and addiction awareness, making him a highly respected voice in both community outreach and policy dialogue. Today, he brings his wealth of knowledge to help us understand how we can move adolescents from a place of risk towards one of resilience, a transition that lies at the heart of our mission in adolescent health. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. The stage is yours.
To chair the session, we would like to invite Dr. Indu PV, Professor of Psychiatry, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram. We welcome you, sir, to the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Let me thank Anuja Madam for having given me this opportunity to chair this session where my teacher, my colleague and senior, Dr. Anil Kumar TV sir is speaking on adolescent mental health. Adolescence, as you all know, is a stage of, or a phase of transition in everybody's life. There is a whole lot of change in the body. You are appearing for important exams, you are making important career decisions, and you enter into new relationships and issues related to that. All these can, and added to the change in the social rubric, the role of substances of abuse, all these contribute to immense mental stress and can affect the mental health of adolescents. It is a phase of increased risk of even depression and suicide. And so, you've got the right person to speak to you about the topic of adolescent mental health, from risk to resilience, an overview to adolescent health and addiction. Dr. Anil Kumar TV sir, over to sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Indu, for the nice introduction. I'll start with a story. This river story, many of you are familiar with that. You usually see the adolescent in a difficult situation, drug addiction, violence, always discuss about all the problems in adolescence. So instead of giving therapy, counseling and all, we have to go up. This is called upstreaming and look for the causes to prevent. Here comes the resilience. I was talking about preventive interventions, community intervention, nutrition and all. There is a beautiful video. I don't know whether it will play. Play in the
Imagine a warm, sunny afternoon. Suddenly, you spot someone in the river being swept downstream and struggling to stay afloat. Without hesitation, you jump into the river and help the person to shore. As you help that person dry off, you hear another cry for help. Someone else is being swept downstream. Immediately, you jump into the water again and pull out this second person. This scenario continues all afternoon. As you pull someone safely to land, you have to jump back in and save someone else. Finally, you say, "I can't go on like this," and walk upstream to see what's happening. As you walk upstream, you warn other bystanders. "People are falling in the river. Please help them. Tell everyone you know." Finally, you find the problem. You notice a large hole in a bridge which is causing people to fall in. Something must be done. First, you put up a sign to warn others about the hole in the bridge. You warn anyone you see about the hole and ask them to help spread the word of caution. You even start offering classes to help people in the community learn how to swim, just in case they do fall in. Finally, you realize that to truly minimize the problem, you have to repair the bridge. You work with others in the community to close the hole. Occasionally, some people still fall in, but there are far fewer people that need to be saved.
So, here comes the importance of prevention, resilience, all the preventive intervention, community medicine people, and also as psychiatrists, we should also move out of our clinic and work in schools and community, family and all. Actually, I am practicing child psychiatry for the last 20-25 years. Child psychiatry is mainly preventive. Parenting, school, behavior change. Now you are talking about behavioral vaccine. Like your vaccines in community medicine, there are vaccines to prevent pathological behavior like suicide, violence and aggression later life. So by changing small behavior during this developing period. So my outline of presentation, general things like health and well-being, something related to addiction because it is a major concern. There are risk and resilience in terms of biological, psychological and social. There may not be a single reason, and intervention is also multifactorial. So there are biology, brain is the seat of mind. So usually psychology, psychiatry is considered as theoretical, Freud, all the difficult topic. It is really a part of brain and our body. It's a functioning brain, it is expressing as behavior, thoughts and all. So the risk in biological, psychological and social, that environmental issues, and also we have to intervene in find solutions also in these areas. And there are many Kerala initiatives. As Alfred sir might have presented, initiated by the Kerala Health Service and our government. Then some research initiatives in which we are also involved. DME sir said we should share our experience we are doing in this area. Many concerns all over India, the violence in juvenile area increases. Drug addiction is a major issue in Kerala, and violence in Kerala, and children below 18 fighting and they are landing up in trouble. Suicide is a major concern. These 3 suicides in last 1 week, 17th, 18th, 27, small issues, even from 4th standard. 6-year, 9-year-old child attempting suicide and all. So big. In India, every hour, one child is adolescent is committing suicide. In Kerala, maybe 1 per day, 340, 360, not up to 360, 330, 340 per year, last year and all. Actually, community people are very worried about one Nipah death. I am always little, you are not reporting suicide and not doing intervention. And it should be a reported event, and the health system should go there and act to prevent repetition of that suicide. And the family is also suffering. We have to do something with the family. It's also mortality, death. All over the world, 2nd or 3rd common cause of death in this age is suicide. Forensic people, they are doing the work. So your work will be reduced if you prevent suicide. Okay, then the education system. There are problems with the systems also. Children are not getting adequate training and they are not performing, and their dream. A lot of discussions are going on our the future, whether they are skilled enough to look for hope. Because of this frustration, they are going to all the negative behavior and all. So this picture I usually used to show that what are the common. I run a child psychiatric clinic in Trivandrum, previously now in Ernakulam, now every Saturday on Child Development Center. 30, 50, 60, up to 60 children are coming per day for this with problem, mainly hyperactivity, aggression, violence and all, early childhood. Then comes the adolescent issues like relationship issues. Then late adolescence like depression, anxiety, mood disorders, mania, then even psychotic. The adult, 50% of the adult issues are starting in school age, 75% below the age of 25 years. So most of these cases are not identified and not properly treated. That is why they land up with all the aggression, violence, suicide in later life. So a proper school health program, including mental health, is very important to prevent this tragedy. And the new issues like substance abuse. So the three groups, early onset, adolescent onset and late adolescent onset, adult problems starting early. Then the new era after COVID, screen addiction. As Sir said, this is a major reason for sleep deprivation. It may affect all the NCDs and all. Okay. So this is a new, for community people and other, those who are interested, please read this document, Lancet Commission 2 months back on, this is the second I think Lancet Commission, first was there. So they are focusing on, this is when the music changes, so must the dance, many things change, social change. So we have to plan new strategies for intervention. They are talking about climate change. This is the first generation going to face all the problems of climate change. It's a triple planetary crisis, like climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, air, water, and sound pollution, and even light pollution. All these issues are there. Then harmful commercial product, urbanization, conflict, migration, violence and all. So 5 core domains they are recommending: health and optimal nutrition, connectedness, safety, learning, competency, and this agency and resilience. The adolescent should feel valued. There is a purpose for life. Previously, this is the difference in WHO, the previously definition of health, well-being is equated to health. Now it is health is under well-being. So that is very important, this transition, and we have to look for a well-being school, well-being children, well-being family, and health is a part of it. Adequate sleep, exercise, nutrition and all. And this here, mental health is the priority all over the world. It's a dimension, well-being, positive, high mental well-being, low mental well-being, plus that mental illness, no mental illness to serious mental illness. So it's a dimension, and all of us prefer to be there in high mental well-being and no mental illness. But even with the no mental illness, most of us are here with low mental well-being, or always working, no sleep, stressed and all. But there are people really suffering from severe depression, low well-being. We should identify these people. They are going for addiction, violence, suicide and all. So early identification and intervention will prevent these major tragedies. But the stigma is the major reason for not seeking help in campus. Even with illness, it is possible to have well-being by proper intervention and advice. Okay. So this is in Malayalam. I am not going to give the more details. Slides are prepared for school, college training. Again, individual, society, and risk factors and protective factors. This is an installation. It was there in my room just to show that the protective life skill as a protective umbrella. Stress management, communication, coping with the stress, interpersonal relationship, critical thinking, creative thinking. Arun is here, an expert in teaching life skill training. ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടോ അരുണ ഇവിടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ? ഞാനവിടെ ഉണ്ടപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. Okay, so the risk and protect risk factors, we may not be able to reduce all the risk factors, fighting with alcoholism, poverty and all, but we can improve the protective factors. If there is a one adult who is supporting an adolescent, we can mitigate most of the damage and we can give a hope for the child. So that adult may be you, counselor, and a neighbor, or a local support person, a teacher. So that's why it is possible to change all the negative risk, reduce the factors by giving support. Age, already discussed, I think. age is up to 25 years. This is a new information. Previously, you usually think adolescent means 18. Now, most of the our students, including PG students, we are in adolescent age group because of the immature brain. Our frontal lobe will take up to 24 years for maturity. So, brain maturation. So, early adult, this is the group classification. So, frontal lobe is the decision maker. Impulsivity, emotional. In between, if you want to comments. Okay. And the late adolescents, this is the most important point. The middle and late adolescent intervention will affect the next generation. So the Lancet Commission, they call it as triple dividend. So if you invest in adolescent, it will affect today's adolescents. When they become adult, their behavior will change. And next generation, they will become parent. So they will transfer their skill, exercise, diet, the way in which they are thinking, screen use. This will transfer to the next generation. So our intervention will give more dividend and it will give sustained changes in the society. So we are building a new society by giving intervention in this age group. So mental health in this age, 10 to 19 years, it will affect functional outcome at later age, including drug addiction, metabolic, as I said, blood pressure, obesity, even trauma during childhood will reduce the life expectancy by 10 to 20 years by unhealthy lifestyle and metabolic NCDs and all. So substance abuse is, I need not elaborate on that. It's a major issue. This report is actually showing only low, as I said, 14 to 15%. In Kerala it is more. Experience, alcohol, cannabis. Cannabis is the most commonly used, especially in Kerala also. Now synthetic drugs are also there. In our Cochin, synthetic drug is very common. Casualty every day we are getting. Now there is a screen, urine screen for detecting drugs and all. So opioid. Now it's very attractive. Now there is a globally we are thinking that it should be legalized. Legalize, and youth are thinking like that. Why should you ban? This should be legalized to reduce the crime. But this is from, I think, Switzerland also. Very attractive package, ice creams are available. But wherever there is legalization, cannabis, the psychosis has increased. It is affecting the dopamine system. Vulnerable children, they go into psychosis. The definite statistical evidence in this country, psychosis rate increased. So it is not a solution actually. Okay. Opium, and in India, compared to other country, India has highest rate of, I think, opioid use. Maybe culturally related, and even adolescent 1.8%. This curve shows that if you do something intervention, it should be at early age. The brain you can change something. After this 20, 30 years, it is very difficult to change the amount of intervention you need to make. We get an late adolescent for behavior change, addiction. It is very difficult to work with these children. Children with ADHD, contact disorder. We should start below 10 years. All these government programs, we are always talking about adolescent counseling, adolescent service. But to prevent, we should start in the LP school, UP school. Then only we will be change that neuronal pathways for healthy behavior. Okay. This shows that dopamine system, when you gain or get some prize, you will get dopamine. But gambling, more dopamine. Drug addiction, multiple times. Once they get that high due to drugs, they will not enjoy all this daily life, friendship, family and routine. So we have to prevent that trajectory of going into high or dopamine through other. This is a common case, children coming to our OPD, children with ADHD, hyperactivity. There is a frontal lobe dysfunction actually, hypofrontality in the dopamine deficiency. These are children vulnerable for drug addiction, and finally, because by taking drugs, they will get high dopamine. So if you identify these children in the small classrooms with hyperactivity, inattention, so we can prevent this drug addiction in future. This is a gradual downhill course. So only 5 or 10% will, so only vulnerable will become addict, but we have to prevent it early. So brain is very important. Exercise will improve the dopamine system. So in schools, now Zumba is an intervention in our schools. CM Varnyon, we started. It's very good actually. Good physical activity, dopamine high and all. addiction is a brain disease. So it is not a bad behavior. It is a brain disease. May start with due to curiosity, but we should consider it's a medical problem and treat as a brain disease. And the recommended intervention through institutions like school, health, family, communities, and through healthy lifestyle, sleep, healthy diets, as I said, healthy diet, exercise, all these should be intervention, part of the intervention. So there are many things I'm not going to read and discuss. Please go through that if you are interested in that document. And recently, day before yesterday, now the Supreme Court has declared it as a human rights, fundamental right, mental health, and recommend more than 100 children in a school, there should be a counselor and all. But it is not practical happening in our... so that is why recently our Chief Minister is recommending every teacher should be a counselor. Now that program has started, that training is going on. Arun and Sara is also, Amar Patel sir, we are all involved in that process. Action recommended 3 main goals. We should make an environment which is enabling. We have to use the existing systems. So instead of starting new programs, through the existing system, we should develop this adolescent health, adolescent intervention, the schools, families, primary health centers and all. And we have to find these complex, innovative approaches to approach these complex and emerging threats. Some of the initiatives in Kerala, I'll rush through this, some of the pictures, that's all. This ORC program started in 2010. It's started by the police department to address these children with deviant behavior. Later they realized that arresting and keeping in jail will not solve the problem. Then we involved and we started talking about, Arun and all of us were from the department were there. So we started talking about ADHD, conduct, mood disorder. This can be treated and prevented through the preventive intervention. So now it is there in 1,200 schools taken up by the Women and Child Department very effectively. Still there are limitations, but it is a very good program in Kerala, ORC. Another program is SPC, Student Police Cadet. Very good life skill training program. This is a recent development in the private school. The ORC and all were only in government schools. Now we could not approach the CBSE and other schools. Now the BEEP means Behavioral Emotional Empowerment Program. This is again initiated by the Vijayan IPS sir, who originally started this ORC program. Now in 4 or 5 districts it started. More than 1,000 schools are enrolled and it started this year. This is another digital DD. This is again only in Kerala. Digital DDAD is a beautiful name. Digital de-addiction centers. 5 districts in Kerala with the help of NIMANS. There is actually in India first clinic for digital de-addiction started in NIMANS. And that team came and we are also involved. It started in 5 districts. This Chief Minister's initiative to address drug addiction, violence. And sir, because of this leadership, the think tank was started, initiated. Sir is there from Human Rights Commission, and Chief Secretary called a meeting and a lot of discussion. It was entrusted with the Harita Madam, WCD, and many programs are parallelly going on to build on this. It's widely covered in the newspaper. So during the initial first 2 weeks of school opening, they recommend that instead of start learning academics, start good behavior. Like that, some syllabus was prepared, and these are the discussions. It was covered in the National Hindu Daily also. There is a document is there, Kudayundu Karitega, mainly focusing on life skills, stress management, and some focus on personal hygiene, the other areas, accidents and all. This is the latest one. ഓരോ അധ്യാപകനും കൗൺസിലറാകുക. So changing 80,000 teachers are planning to train. So in CDC we are planning, day after tomorrow ministry is discussing and finalizing the module, and the program will be by the CDC. It will be trained by CDC. WCD is also taking up initiatives to continue this program. This is IMA, initiatives by the IMA is very active because of the doctorate suicide, medical student suicide. We are losing students in our college also. Last month we lost 3rd-year student who was under our care for a long period. Real tragedy for all of us. So this is a helpline. Still there are less takers. ഇത്രയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാലും സാറേ വിളിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ കുറവാണ്. This a stigma is there. Psychiatry getting consultation and all. This is again a very active 24 hours helpline in Kerala. You can share with your colleagues. Very well trained counselors are there under the leadership of Dr. Kiran in Trivandrum. And then if they need some consultation in all the districts, they will link to psychiatrist for further assessment if there is depression. Because depression is the major reason for suicide. So preventable. Some of our research work, my PhD was in this area, risk and protective factors in adolescent mental health. So I used the pictorial model and all to represent the biological, psychological, social domains. We developed an initial questionnaire. Initially it was, because this is a research forum, I am giving some details. Initially was the qualitative phase to identify which are the important factors. We listed 76 items administered in 680 students, then reduced that into 23 for boys and 26 items for girls, administered again in 800 students, and finally developed a module. These are the domains: behavior, cognition, affect, somatic. So there is a short form: basics, behavior, affect, somatic, interpersonal, cognition, and there's another domain of social media, mobile addiction also there. And these are the areas. There are common areas. I have projected only protective factors: boys, girls, and there are some common areas for both boys and girls. These are other some DHR research under the mentorship of Dr. Valsaipan. We are continuing still that project. Emotional, and actually he started with the identification and treatment of emotional and behavior problems. Finally we landed up in concluding it into solution focused wellness program. So instead of labeling, I think it's a better way is to how to improve the well-being. So those who are with less well-being need additional help, so it will take away the stigma. We developed many training programs for teachers, students, monitoring. So single session class will not sustain. So instead of that, continue the monitoring, self-evaluation. So this is acronym we use to encourage the well-being. So N for this is NEST. N for nutrition, for exercise, sleep. Then the solution-focused thinking was introduced. So instead of focusing on the problem, you focus on solution, future. What are the resources available? How to move forward? Who are all there to help you? Your success stories. You are good in so many things. So when you are going through difficult times, think about future, seek help and all. Then finally for time for breathing, relaxation, all these things. So there is a module and monitoring system for that. This is the current project we are continuing. This is for suicide prevention. This is a multi-centric suicide prevention implementation research. 8 centers are there. Kerala is the only center selected under a medical college. All others are aims and institutes. Because Kerala is having the highest, after Andaman, Kerala is having the highest suicide rate. Andaman 42 and Kerala 28. So these are the 4 components: leader engagement, gatekeeper training, youth engagement, and self-help. So these are the 4 interventions. That team visited, and last 2-3 weeks back visited minister. We inaugurated the program in Kollam by the collector. This is a meeting in Trivandrum. And so summary, adolescent health and well-being. We have to focus on that positive approach rather than labeling with adolescent problems. Addiction is a major issue. Addiction, suicide, all these issues are there. We have to focus on the risk and protective factors. More than risk, we have to focus more on the protective and resilience and life skills, all these things. Kerala, many initiatives are there, but sometimes it is scattered. We have to bring into a uniform pattern, and there are research initiatives. So I encourage our youngsters to take up mental health, well-being as a challenge and do something, because all other areas are adequately researched and there is a lot of scope for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for lucidly presenting all the problems that the adolescents face, the initiatives that have been developed by the government and other agencies for dealing with that, the intervention that has been developed by him, and the research projects that are online and which could stimulate the members in the audience to take up good research projects. So the topic is open for discussion.
So thank you for the insightful session. So this is a question for you. I'm a postgraduate resident from VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital under the guidance of Jugal Kishore sir. Sir, this is a question in terms of from the perspective of postgraduate student in community medicine, not in the ministry level, because in the ministry level or in the top level, so many things get discussed, but it does not get implemented into a grassroots level. For example, RBSK program. It's functional in the papers, but in Delhi, it's not even working in the ground level. So, in terms of a community medicine resident, what can we do in terms of improving the adolescent mental health? To give an example of a scenario that we are facing in Delhi right now, when we go and talk to the principals of schools there, they're telling they don't know how to handle the students there. They're having anger issues in the boys' school, or self-confidence issues in the girls' school, or so many mental health issues they are dealing with. So is there any module we can refer to? For example, in WHO, they have something called an Hum Income project. So similarly, is there any project or any module that we can refer to? Because the scenario in Kerala, in other states, they can't be compared. Because in Kerala, we naturally have a something that's a positive towards mental health. Even our movies like Kumbalangi Nights, or we have a positive perspective towards mental health. So I'm asking in terms of other states as well. So what can we do to include into our preventive medicine perspective? What can we do? What will you suggest? Can we work with NGOs, or because I wanted to do as my thesis something related to cognitive behavioral therapy in a school, but the problem is in a packed school, in a government school with 70 students in one class, what can we actually do in terms of being a junior doctor, not in the level of a ministry, because it does not work in a grassroots level.
I think Jugal Kishore sir may be a better position to talk about the programs in the national level and how to translate. From our experience, I think we are working closely with community medicine department and the government programs. There are programs in national and local level, like Ayushman Bharat. Part of the Ayushman Bharat, there is a school mental health program, beautiful program in paper. So there is a government or the state is mandatory, we can, through that space we can include or intervene that program. So in that there should be, it should be integrated to the health, CRT, NCRT, SCRT and district level diet centers. In Kerala there is district research and education research center, diet centers are there. And every school in the LP and UP there should be one male and female teacher as ambassadors, wellness ambassadors. So there are programs in place, and there are areas of 7 pillars, 6 pillars, something like that, including wellness, substance abuse, adolescent issues, including sexual abuse challenges. Modules are also ready, isn't it, sir? And there is another program, national level guidelines for suicide prevention, a very good document. So many programs are there, but teachers and schools, they are always resistant because they are busy with the academics. Whenever there is a suicide or drug issues, they will invite us for taking a class. So then you have to say it will not work with a single class. It should be a sustained program. All teachers should change. And regarding the CBT and all, this more technical. By the qualified person, a psychologist, 30 minutes every week for 10 hours. So we use this solution focused therapy. It is a common sense thing. All of us can learn. Instead of looking at the problem, we look through the positive things. And this is easy to train and teach. Even with a single session, we can make a change. The entire class can be engaged for a session. So we tried it for last 6 or 7 years, and it is working very well in the training program. So that's my comment on that. Sir can add.
Right. We face problem as you rightly said, that in school usually they do not welcome all the time because they are already very busy. But whenever such kind of a student who is interested in mental health, a special arrangement has to be made to facilitate, certain areas. But at the state level, we don't have a functioning mental health program or, a school health program. That's a, issue. Here you can say the minister is said that we want to run. Like a state like Kerala, still we don't have a very, robust school health program. So just think of other, it's not there. So we have a problem. We have to work together. I think we can make it. But I just want to, ask from you. We have a health and a wellness. Neither we have a very good questionnaire or say the tool to measure the health, nor we have very good tool to measure the wellness. So when we don't have very good tools, it's become difficult to define and capture, what is the level and whether we have reached to that level or not.
Sir, in our first project we used wellness scale. There is a WHO 5-item wellness scale is there for adult and children. That is also useful. We use the adult for parents and teachers. There is a general one like hero wellness scale. H for happiness, E for enthusiasm, R for resilience, O for optimism, and W hero wellness. Average wellness for last 2 weeks. This is also a good measure. We recommend as every 2 weeks you do this hero wellness and where do you stand and all. There is another one for that one project we are using student wellness questionnaire. There is 15 items. It is more useful. It is measuring whether the child is interested to come to school, whether he is attached, whether he is recognized. Like that, more domains related to the student is school student. There is a college wellness scale. So these are validated things. We got permission for our research work. So there are definite useful tools are available. Okay. So that is why we recommend instead of measuring depression, stress, you measure wellness, well-being, happiness, and how can we improve. So above 60, 70 you are happy. 50, the middle 30 to 60 you have to go up. If it is below 30%, there is a risk for depression. You have to meet an expert and assess whether you are suffering from depression. So instead of measuring depression, we can assess well-being and identify mental health issues. So that is another way of looking into that.
Good, very good.
All over the world now stress is on positive mental health and well-being.
So I think we have exceeded the time limit. If there are any further questions, you can talk to Anil sir directly. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. It has instilled in our mind the need to take care of ourselves and maintain a balance in our life.
I invite Dr. Indu PV Madam to present our token of gratitude to Dr. Anil Kumar TV. Now I invite Dr. Jayashree A.K., Professor and HOD, Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Kannur, to present our token of gratitude to Dr. Indu PV Madam. Madam, please on to the dais. Thank you, madams.
Our next theme of conference is a subject of paramount importance, addressing violence and abuse in adolescence. Violence and abuse during adolescence not only leave lasting emotional scars, but also compromise the very foundation of a healthy and secure future. Addressing these issues requires not only awareness, but also decisive action, strong institutional framework, and committed individuals. We're deeply honored to have with us Sri Shaju KK, a distinguished public servant and member of the Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights. He assumed this critical role on March 7, 2024, and since then has been actively involved in safeguarding the rights and dignity of children across the state.
Sri Shaju sir's responsibilities include investigating child rights violations, ensuring the effective implementation of child-centric laws, and advocating for policies that uphold the best interests of children. With a focused jurisdiction spanning Ernakulam, Palakkad, and Idukki districts, his contributions have helped strengthen the protective mechanisms essential for the safety and well-being of young people in these regions. As someone deeply engaged in the legal and systemic aspects of child protection, Sri Shaju brings invaluable insight into the challenges and solutions related to adolescent abuse and violence. We are privileged to have him conclude the thematic talks of this conference with his expertise and vision. Sir, we extend a warm welcome and invite you to deliver the talk. To chair the session, we would like to welcome Dr. Arun B. Nair, Professor of Psychiatry, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram. Welcome you, sir.
My sincere gratitude to the Department of Community Medicine for giving me this great opportunity to chair this extremely important session about addressing violence and abuse among adolescents. Way back in 2012, when we had conducted a study about the prevalence of child sexual abuse in Kerala, a study was conducted in 2012 before POCSO became a reality, and our study had showed that 38.6% of males and 37.7% of females experience at least one instance of having been sexually violated over the years. And subsequent studies conducted in different parts of the state have somewhat showed that around 1/3 of the children, irrespective of the gender, have been subjected to sexual abuse. And today we have got an extremely devoted, dedicated and determined person, Sri Shaju KK, who is the member of the Child Rights Commission of Kerala, who is the best person to talk about the systemic corrective measures, including the services and the legal provisions available to handle violence and abuse among adolescents. Over to Shaju sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arun. In fact, last week, Dr. Gayatri wanted me to be a part of this national seminar, and I was a little bit confused about the topic given to me, violence and abuse in adolescence. Whether I should focus on the causative factors or should I focus on the programs and policies. That was the confusion I had. But yesterday night I got the program schedule and I was so happy that Dr. Arun P. Nair is chairing the session. So I was so comfortable because last week we had a joint session for a commission for training school counselors on this issue. So I decided, and today I redrafted my PPT focused on programs and policies existing for showcasing for other states of the country. We Kerala are practicing lot many programs for the protection of child rights. So being the adolescent, critical period of adolescence belongs to the definition of child. All of us should be aware of what is a child. In 1989, 20th November, the General Assembly of UN adopted a CRC, Convention on the Rights of Children, and our country ratified that agreement on 1992, 11th December. So that document defined a child, those who are not attained the age of 18 are children. That is as per the definition, and we comply that agreement, and based on that we have developed lots of policies and programs. This area I am not looking to this because we have access to, all of us access in internet, all these data. So what is actually, what we talk about child rights? every child has rights. So child rights refer to a set of legally binding norms and standards for the care and protection of children that apply to all children at all times in all situations, be it a abandoned or orphaned or a child in conflict with the law or child having some abused situations, in any kinds of situation, whether it be in a family or institution, all child have the right to be protected. This is what we talk about child rights. So the UNCRC defined child rights, and in about 54 sections, all sections talk about various aspects of child rights. So we can consolidate into 4 pillars this child rights: right to survival, right to protection, right to development, and right to participation. Right to survival means a child right to life, including nutrition, shelter, adequate living standard. All sorts of survival rights are vested in right to survival. And right to development talk about right to education, right to play, etc., etc. And right to protection ensure children from all sorts of abuse: physical abuse, sexual abuse, negligence, emotional abuse, and all sorts of exploitation, from child marriage, child beggary, these kinds of exploitation. So we ensure child protection. And right to participate. For me, that's more important. Every child should have right space to express his or her opinion, suggestions, or space for participating in social activities. These are four fundamentals of child rights. So if the family or the society is not competent, the family is incapacitated, or or they are inadequate to provide all these rights, it is our state's responsibility, our country's responsibility, to ensure rights of child in every aspects. So based on this UNCRC, our country has came forward with lots of acts, policies, and programs. To go through some quick highlights: in 2000, Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act came into function, and it's kept on amending 3 or 4 times, and finally 2015 latest amendment came. And in 2005, Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act came into function. In 2009, Right of Children for Free and Compulsory Right of Children to Education, and in 2012 we had the POCSO Act, Right Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. 3 acts: JJ Act, POCSO Act, and RT Act. These acts are to be monitored by Child Rights Commission. That is also another responsibility of Child Rights Commission. And we have Child Marriage Prevention Act, we have Adolescent Child Labor Prevention Act, and we had a 1974 policy for children that was based on a welfare based approach. And after UNCRC ratification, we refined this national policy in 2013. That was more of child rights based. That was a paradigm shift in approach. And we have national policy of action in 2016. And based on these 2 policies, a new mission came into function across the country, Mission Vatsalya Guideline. So when we talk about children, the JJ Act defined children into 2 portfolios. One is child in need of care and protection, which means abandoned child, or a destitute child, or child from a dysfunctional family, or a child abused situation, or a child missing, or physically or mentally challenged, and those child cannot be managed by the family. So section 214 of JJ Act speak about who all are coming under child in need of care and protection. And we have another portfolio, child in conflict with the law, CCL, a child found to have committed an offense, any kinds of offense, maybe drugs carrier, or attacking other children, or theft or robbery, any kind of offense. We cannot take them to police station or to jail. So for both this category, we have system in every district of the country. For CNCP, we have Child Welfare Committee functioning in all districts of the country, and Juvenile Justice Board working in all districts across the country for addressing these 2 categories of children. So when we connect this child rights into SDG, probably you all know we have 17 SDG. We have to achieve goals by 2030. In 5 years' time, we have to achieve this goal. And you see, almost all child rights perspective are linkage with SDGs. So when we talk about achieving SDG, we have to be bound to protect child rights. If child rights are protected, then only we can achieve SDGs, because almost all SDGs are linked with our SDG goals. So, what's happening in the state? In the state of Kerala, we have some programs to showcase for other states of country. Ministry of Women and Child Development is the nodal ministry for ensuring child rights and child protection. This is based on various policies, legislation and intervention programs, along with the support of other stakeholders, including Ministry of Health. So in Kerala, some of the programs, Dr. Anil spoke about some of the programs in this. So when we talk about children in conflict with the law, because an adolescent boy or girl happen to be a CCL, made some offense, the special child protection or police officer has to bring him before the juvenile justice board, and it is their responsibility to how to handle the child, to protect his rights, or how to manage the child. So for which we have a beautiful program called Kaval. This is implemented in the state of Kerala with the support of NGOs across state. Professional NGOs are empaneled for addressing the children in conflict with the law. We need to social integrate all these children, and we have to provide professional psychosocial support to mainstream this CCL into society. So a Kaval system, support of NGOs are working along with JJB and District Resource Center to manage the child to bring back to the mainstream of society. And another program, Kaval Plus, a couple of months back, when I was a member of Child Welfare Committee, chairperson of Child Welfare Committee Ernakulam, one girl, 17 years and 8 months, she was brought to a doctor for her stomach pain, and doctor realized that she is 2 months pregnant. And the boy, her boyfriend, he is 18 years and 2 months. Both of them are studying +2. They are excellent students. They had a full A+ in +2, and they had very good result in +1. And their ambition is becoming computer engineers, both of them. So they are good friends. But unfortunately, the boundary of that friendship went beyond the limit, and she invited the boy to her house, and happened that and she became pregnant. And the doctor was shocked, because this girl belongs to a reputed family. So doctor do not want to report, but I said, if doctor is not reporting, as per POCSO Act, she will be in trouble. The doctor will be in trouble. She will be punished. So we have to report to the police. But in such situation, she was brought to Child Welfare Committee, and I spent some time with her, and she was highly upset and a high risk of suicide. She had a strong suicide ideation, because in fact I am not a victim. I should be accused, because I brought the person to my house. So why you take him to jail and I become a survivor? This is not justice. This is her stance, because POCSO Act says so. Doctor is helpless, we are helpless, but we have a system to support her to go through the crisis, for which we have Kaval Plus, a professional team of NGOs are working for POCSO survivors to handhold her, the victims, and support her to go through the crisis and coming back to the life. So this project is working across the state for POCSO survivors and other children in need of care and protection. And as Dr. Anil said, another initiative, our responsibility to children. It is designed to identify and scientifically address deviance and other vulnerabilities in children. So this is a tool. I know my student card. So the trained social workers go to schools and with the support of school teachers, they diagnose, identify children in different categories, mild, moderate and severe. So mild and moderate cases will be handled by the school counselors and teachers. Teachers will be equipped to handle those children, and the severe children, we have a program called District Resource Center, DRC. It is a specialist center providing mental health and psychosocial support to children in need of care and protection. This center works with the support of different stakeholders, including health department. It's a multidisciplinary team with the psychiatrists, psychologists, medical professionals, school counselors, and a lot many teams are integrated with in each district. The district child protection unit is coordinating this program for reaching out to all children who are in trouble to survive. This is another program to prevent institutionalization of children. We have a scheme for financial support to children. If there is a risk at family to keep the child with the family, we will support financially to keep the child with the family. And another program, parenting clinic. This is functioning across the state in all block panchayat and municipal corporations, and it is works on all Saturdays, and it is managed by trained psychosocial school counselors. The parents and children are getting the professional support from this program. Nirbhaya, another initiative for prevention, protection, prosecution and rehabilitation and reintegration of sexual abuse survivors. It's an initiative of WCD in Kerala under Nirbhaya cell. Another program, Ashwas Nidhi, is financial support for if a child is under trauma, a kind of psychosocial support along with the financial support is ensured through the system. And we have around 10,000 children across state in institutions. Our focus is to reverse the number of children in institutions. We have a program for that. And Childless Commission, being a member of Childless Commission, we are responsible to coordinate or monitor all these programs in the state, and we work with WCD and Health Department to achieve the goals to keep the state as a child-friendly. It's a mission program, and these are various activities. For monitoring, we have 3 cells, JJ cells, RTE cells, and POXO cell. When we talk about all these, we have nearly 20 plus departments and about 100 plus programs for protecting children from any kinds of vulnerable situations. Unfortunately, as Dr. Anil said, it's not reaching out to grassroots level. The issue is we don't have proper convergence. WCD work in their perception, Health Department work their own way, Excise, Police. So all these departments were working, achieving their target. But unfortunately, it is not properly converging at grassroots level, as one of students raised his concern. So at grassroots level, local self-government should be the most powerful body to converge all these schemes, all these departments work together for achieving this goal. In every panchayat, we have nearly 15 systems or institutions to work with children and women. Like Gram Panchayat itself is a strong body, Kudumbashree in Kerala, very strong network, CDS, ADS, then grassroots Ayalkutams, Gram Sabha or Bala Sabha for children. Lot many systems under Kudumbashree, and in every ward of every panchayat we have child welfare and protection committees with experts, and we have ASHA workers under Health Department, we have Anganwadi workers under ICDS, we have Jagra Samiti in every ward, we have SC promoters, ST promoters. So about 15 institutions in every local self-government are working for ensuring or safeguarding children with the support of these systems. So we have to converge all programs at a local level as a network. We have to assess or we have to map the resources within the local self-government, and we have to map the vulnerability of children, and we have to converge both these findings and work together, so that then only we can achieve the target. So as a citizen, we talk about CSR, we should talk about ISR also, individual social responsibility. each of our responsibility is this: prioritize women and children in your reporting. So we all have a responsibility to work for the safe and happiness of our children in the country, reaching time. So I am for the time being concluding, and I think the issues or the causative factors maybe can supplement it by Dr. Arun. I am not going to that. So thank you for listening to me. I limit my time is reaching, so I conclude.
Thank you, sir, for that very enlightening, comprehensive presentation about the different support systems available to children who are subjected to trauma. The topic is open for discussion. We would invite questions related to this topic. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. I am a community medicine postgraduate first year. My question is, I came across a case. I am doing PG in Karnataka. I am hailing from Kerala, sir. My question is, I came across a case where like a girl below 18 years old, she had to a PHC, she had come for the UPT testing, which came to be positive, and we came through a situation like whether to counsel her or whether to send her out because of the legal issues, because POCSO, that like acts a doctor, how to act or such a thing. Sir, how to deal with it, sir, such situations as a doctor, as a community health professional?
Being a responsible person, we cannot go away from the situation. If a child is a victim of sexual abuse, it is our responsibility to report to the police station. Otherwise, we will be punished for 6 months. If the child later says that I approached a doctor, I told her about this situation, then the police will approach you and you will be taken away. So the act says so. We have to report. There's no in counseling or psychiatric support, we don't have that choice. We have to get the consent. That is the concern of confidentiality. We know lots of psychiatrists and lots of counselors used to call us how to handle this situation. We have to spend the time with the child. We have to convince that this is the act. So you have to be safeguarded. So it is our responsibility to communicate. But we have to provide all kinds of psychosocial support through the entire process of victimization. That's very important. Otherwise, I told that example. Still, we are hand-holding the girl, and the suicide ideation is gradually coming down, and we are working with the girl to face the situation.
Sir, here in my case, the child was hailing from Assam. That is from another state, and it was in like a sexual abuse. It was consensual. So, in that case,
in POCSO, there is no consent. If the child is not 18, see, lots of cases, Dr. Anilkumar is suffering a lot because Assam, after marriage, they migrate to Perumbaur, and when they become pregnant, they approach the medical college, Kalamassery, and doctor is in trouble because she has husband, but unfortunately the husbands will be imprisoned. There's no choice. And last year, Supreme Court had a discussion. Some of us were there. So can we bring down the age to 16? Because nowadays the romantic relationship are increasing. So this is the matter of consent. So the Supreme Court was totally against that. That's not possible. Still discussion is there, but the High Court judges may have some discretion when this case come to High Court. The POCSO court cannot do that. I offered that girl, when the trial starts, the POCSO judge may be able to help you. But I asked the judge. He said I won't do that. She can approach High Court. High Court judge may be a discretion on listening to the girl, and maybe I don't know. But the act says so.
Thank you, sir.
I think we can take one more question. Okay. So thank you, sir, for that very enlightening session, and thank you very much for that question also. As we are running short of time, we are winding up the session. Thank you very much for the organizers. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful presentation. We would also like to thank Dr. Arun B. Nair, sir, for guiding us through the session. Now I invite Dr. Arun B. Nair, sir, to present our token of gratitude to Sri Shaju KK. Sharija S., Professor and Head of the Department of Forensic Medicine, Government Medical College, Alappuzha, to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Arun B. Nair, sir.
As we approach the final talk of our theme presentations on key issues affecting adolescent health and well-being, we now turn our attention to a theme that is both timely and deeply relevant in today's world, adolescence and digital era. It is a privilege to welcome a distinguished officer whose work sits at the intersection of technology, public safety and youth protection, Shri Ankit Ashokan IPS. Shri Ankit Ashokan is an officer of the Indian Police Service and currently serves as a Superintendent of Police for cyber operations with the Kerala Police based in Trivandrum. In this pivotal role, he leads initiatives to combat cybercrime and harness technical intelligence to strengthen law enforcement in the digital age.
Beyond his operational responsibilities, Shri Ashokan is also known for his mentorship of aspiring civil servants, reflecting his broader commitment to leadership, development, and public service. We are honored to have him with us today to shed light on the critical issue of adolescent life in digital era. Sir, we warmly welcome you and invite you to deliver your address. To chair the session, we would like to invite Dr. Thomas Matthew, Director, School of Public Health, KUHS.
So, good afternoon everyone. I am Ankit. I belong to the Kerala Police and I am currently heading the Cyber Division and currently holding the charge of SP Cyber Operations. So, I'll thank the Natcon here today for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. So, I've been given the time till 1:30, so I'll try to wrap up my presentation in my allotted time. So, indeed a privilege to talk to a group like this, where I was talking to doctor and I was telling that there's a positive bias towards doctors. And while I was making my presentation, there were a lot of slides in which I wanted to put in a lot of aspects of awareness and what exactly we should look, and then I had to take it down, or I took it down thinking that, oh, I'm going to talk to doctors and they will be knowing it, so should not keep it or should not be repetitive or should not put something which will not add value. But then now doctor has told that, the HOD has told that it's not like that, you should talk about all of these things. And again, doctor was asking a question. So we are there whenever you have something in your hand where you feel that it is at the border of something which is legal, medical legal, you just put it to us. We will take care of the rest of the things. It is always safe whenever cases come to you which have legal implications, to always report it to the mechanisms which are there in the system, right from the child care division or the police or any way. There will be standard SOPs for reporting this. So please use that and let the judiciary and the legal system decide whether the act was a criminal act or there was no intention of the crime. So today I am going to cover cyber crime with adolescents, or how children are being affected, what we as a society, we are seeing in Kerala, in India, what are the global trends, what is happening, what we can do as a community, as a group, how multi-stakeholder partnership and engagement is needed. So in today's age, as you know, children are like getting born into the digital era, like they are being branded as Gen C, Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, I don't know, and they are all digital natives. They are well connected. They know how to use devices very well than us. They have digital habits of updating their life on social media, using n number of apps. They are heavily exposed to digital infrastructure, digital technologies, and with all of this comes the digital risk factor. So when you are going to be exposed to this amount of digital technology, the risk also increases. When you are a human being living in a real world, in a physical environment, it is only your physical environment which you have to be careful about. Now you are exposing yourself to the extended world, which you do not have any control on, which you do not know who is operating and what are the risks and harms associated with them. So a study has shown that like by the time a child turns 13, almost 72 million pieces of data is stored and generated and given out to the world or to this digital infrastructure. So what are we? It's like some digital exposure that is happening has to be taken care in every aspect of our life now. So in global standards, when we look, almost 76% of the teens around the world are using smartphones. In India, it's close to 83%. You look at the economic parameters, it is very, very high than that. Even people who are like barely surviving do have a mobile phone, because that has become the platform of economic activity today. We have seen rags to riches story through social media. In Kerala, it's a particular situation where the literacy is very high, digital penetration is very high, accessibility is too much. More than 90% of teens in Kerala have smartphone access. And the screen time, it just keeps on increasing as per age. It's very normal to see children who are like a year old, 2-year-old, sitting in a restaurant watching videos, cartoons, God knows what, while their parents and extended family is having a meal, or it's very common, right? And there will be things which come through this this flurry of social media images or videos, which will be criminal in nature, which can have repercussions on the development of the child. So what is the digital landscape that adolescents are navigating? The screen times are getting increased. They are hyper connected. They are connected to people of the same age group or other age groups across the world. Fake profiles, always plugged in, social media, gaming content, financial inclusion has given so much access to people that like everything is interconnected. And now with all of this interconnectedness comes blind spot. And why does this blind spot happen? Because when teens use or kids use these devices, they are using all of this in their parents' phone. They are going to use your digital cards, credit cards, UPI payment. They have all the accessibility, all the empowerment without any responsibility, right? So like your phone, it has digital parameters of an adult. So the kind of app recommendations that it is going to show is like dating apps, like quick chat apps. Sometimes these apps sell sexual services. So there have been instances where children have gone onto these apps and they have paid money. And this is like 9 rupee, 10 rupee for a video call that is happening. You in your monthly transaction or statement are not going to look like 19 rupees. You may think that it's some water bottle that I bought at a mall, right? So this is not going to get flagged. So and how it is amplifying the risk? It is excessive screen time leads to addictive behavior. You don't need to have like alcohol or drugs or any other thing. the single most thing of addiction is inside your pocket. Like how many phones do you have in your home? Like God knows, right? And look, you are an adult, you keep your phone, but for a child, every adult's phone in the home is his phone or her phone, right? So it's just growing exponentially. So these are all things that we have to think about, have to be aware about, because the child is crying, let's give it a phone. So everyone in the family is just like rotating and giving their phone to the kid, and they are not shielded. You have not set any firewall or any security mechanisms to display or not display certain kind of content, and then a spur of a moment you just give the mobile phone to the kid or to the child. And there are a lot of cases in Kerala which have happened of de-addiction, suicides, and lot of violence, financial frauds. And once kids and children fall into this trap, one thing leads to the other, and in order to cover up something, they will have to do something which will be criminal in nature. So what leads to what it leads to is like 5 adults are giving phone to a kid. So now the kid is living or experiencing the digital ecosystem of 5 adults, and now it does not have its own its own personality is being formed, but it's being influenced by 5 people through phones. And then again in the internet, when they want to go, they have to create different personas. Like in order to be active and in order to be in vogue and to be like validated in a certain platform, you have to behave in a certain way. You cannot behave the same way you behave on Instagram and TikTok, because the algorithm does not work. You cannot behave the same way you are behaving on a gaming platform. The gaming platform algorithm differentiates itself and changes from racing to shooting to like card games to online fun games, all of these things. So now this person or a kid who is in his formative years is getting fragmented, both from the adults or the people who are responsible to protect the kid, and also from people whom are not present, or the kid or the child is interacting with online. So, and why after some time it becomes a thing for validation, right? Like everyone needs identity, everyone needs to be seen and showcase what they are good at and what is good in their life, and this becomes a race for validation and identity, and this leads to all kind of like exposing yourself, giving your content, giving your data out, all of that. And when you are out there too much, the chances of you being a victim, starting from cyberbullying till sextortion to financial frauds to suicide, anything can happen. So what is happening with all of this multiple personas, the need for validity, increased number of digital presence, what is happening? There is a lot of subculture that is being generated. So a child sitting in Kerala is seeing someone who is in Southeast Asia or in an East Asian country or in Europe, where a child is like having their own way of life, and they are also having, like, in order to be in vogue in the digital world, you would have seen like people who are like wearing black nail polish and like they have particular type of hairstyle. I'm not saying that that's good or bad, but now at one moment the kid is seeing or child is seeing that it, and they are like in trend, and then the child imitates it, and then after some time in another platform they are seeing something else and they want to imitate that. So these kind of subcultures keep on popping up, and we are in the constant run of, or the kid is in constant run of chasing it. Okay, and what it leads to is like, when you go deep and deep, and it leads to like extremist culture, misogynistic culture. You would have heard of the incel culture, the manosphere and all. How many of you have seen the documentary series Adolescent? Very few, very few. I will recommend that everyone go and see the documentary or the feature Adolescent. It talks a lot about it's a great piece of work, great piece of art, but you should see and what is exactly happening, how deep is this thing? I can say with guarantee, the audience here, including me, we go into their world, you are not going to understand a word of what they are talking, what they are typing, because they do not use words. They do not use words. They do not use alphabets. It's all emojis and stickers and dots and exclamation and all of that. So and when you go in all deep into this thing, and then there you get exploited, and there is a culture of violence and challenges, and achieving that virality becomes the aim. So again, the health impacts of it, physical toll is there, your rhythm gets disrupted, burnout, and Kerala specific data shows that 87% of the teen exceed the recommended 2 hours per day of screen time, which is very obvious. And this data, I think I would have got it from some paper, but it's just outdated. It just got outdated the second I put it on my PPT, and then today it's another data. It just keeps on increasing. It's kind of stock market which never comes down. And the mental and emotional toll. So all kind of diseases, mental health issues that doctors deal with, that we see, depression, anxiety, addiction, and 1 in every 10 adults globally shows sign of problematic online usage. Emotional dependence. The child wants to be dependent upon you, and you give him a phone or a mobile phone or a laptop. Okay, so we are like paving the way to showing them that this is the thing that you have to depend upon. This is your emotional crutch, and rather than making them able, I think we are making them disabled. So in this virtual world, there has to be an emotional reality check on what exactly is happening. And we all, when we acknowledge this, when we talk about this, we have to understand that for these kids, for these children, for every child, we are the digital guardians. And we have to make the guardrails, put up the fences, make an ecosystem which is empowering and not exposing. And the digital vulnerability keeps on increasing because people like us, adults, we are again vulnerable. When we do not protect ourselves, how are we going to protect the children? When we are not going to be aware about the things, how are you going to protect children? So there are sessions and cyber awareness sessions that we take, the cyber division takes for parents and teachers. So there is a small exercise that we do in all of these classes. So there is a slide which has 30 odd apps we display. In all the sessions of adults, after a third or a fourth app, people are not able to recognize what app it is. They just don't see the logo. Like, how many apps do you know? Your banking app, you know your GPay, maybe WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy. Yes, your world it's just ending there, and the world is starting there. So that is what the reality is. So what are the major threats? A lot of crimes that are happening on the internet, particularly to the vulnerable group like children, women, and everyone is this thing. So I've curated it for adolescents: cyberbullying, sextortion, grooming. Grooming happens when a lot of people go into this subcultures, and then they go deep into this forums. There grooming happens. CSAM material, child sexual abuse material. India is a huge consumer. Consumption of CSAM material is very high. Production of CSAM material is very high. You don't know, right? Like, this kid is like 17, 16, 19, 20. What is consensual? Pornographic industry is on a rise after the explosion of the data explosion that has happened in India. So, and we as law enforcement agencies, like, how can we find out, like, whether this is a child which is in the explicit video, or whether it's an adult? What is happening, and how do we find? These are the challenges that we face. Lot of scams in the sense, like, services being sold in the name of sexual services, video call services. Your phone gets hacked, your contacts are compromised, they send messages, people send money, get into trap, suicide, lot of problems. And addiction. Everyone, right from your WhatsApp to your Swiggy to your any app that is constantly being updated, reflected. If you look at the app industry as such, the amount of money that they spend on user experience is very, very high. In the sense, like, they have development teams who have all the mobile phones that are there available in the market available for testing, so that there should not be a single glitch in any of the screens that you are going to click, because that is going to ruin your experience, and that is going to ruin or decrease your addiction. So no one uses government apps, right? Why? Because very bad user experience, no one wants to install it. So, but then, because we are not addicted to a government app, so I just wanted to say how much is the addiction. So I'll just say a couple of case studies. Online gaming addiction, a child in Kozhikode initially started with behavioral changes, screen time was more, academic decline. We have a program called the Digital De-Addiction Center, which is running at major districts. The case was referred, and then we could help them out. Sextortion via social media, again a case in Kollam, online trap, trustworthy, this thing, started sharing private data, images, manipulation, threats, and then again came to cyber cell, took a case, counseling was given. Loan app sextortion, very, very easy trap, clickbait. You click, you give a photo, Aadhaar, you get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, no question asked. You install that app, your phone is gone. Your phone is gone, your contacts are gone, your image will be morphed and sent to all of your contacts. Okay, so tempting offer, clickbait, your data is accessed, fake identity of the people, your fake images are morphed and sent, you are extorted, your family gets panicked, you give money, again it leads to a police case. Screen-induced depression, students are isolated, they don't want to come out. Like again, this case was there in Alapura. We saw we come to know only when these things get referred to us. We are not there out between the children or with the children. We are not getting it directly from them, and that is the challenge. So parents, doctors, people who are around them, we all are in some way or the other multiple stakeholders, or like we wear multiple hats. So this kind of awareness about where all things can happen should be there. Cyberbullying, again, is it a crime? Bullying used to happen in the real world, still happens. Cyberbullying, what can it be done? You will never know. Like a child or a person is bullied in real life, people come to know there are sometimes physical harm, sometimes the kid will cry. But what happens in cyberbullying? How do you understand it? Police can help take down, like fake accounts are created. It's not the real account through which someone is bullying. It's all fake accounts. We can identify the accounts. We can take down the accounts. It's not criminal, but we can solve the issue. So how are we combating? Like for the CSAM, we have been doing the Operation P Hunt, which identifies people use or consume CSAM, sell CSAM and produce CSAM, and it has been running successfully for the last 10-12 years. We have registered a lot of cases, arrested a lot of people, seized a lot of devices. We have the digital de-addiction program in major 5 cities in Kerala, and we have rehabilitated close to 385 children. We have the student police cadet, which is a very successful running program, and we have cyber awareness sessions. Combined with that, we have the Chiri helpline, where students and parents and teachers can call for this kind of help. All the police districts, all districts across Kerala has a cyber police station which is dedicated in handling all things related to cyber or cyber crime. You have a cybercrime.gov.in, a national portal, where you can go have awareness material, you can report your crime, you can take help. We do conduct cyber awareness sessions across institutions. So please do reach out to us if someone wants this. And in extreme cases, you always have the 112 where if something is very, very urgent, something is not in your hands right now, it is your emergency response number to be called. So the recommendations for stakeholders, law enforcement, definitely we have to have proactive monitoring tools and a lot of stakeholder engagement, but then this is getting exponentially grown and it's just exploding. So cannot fight this war alone. We need a lot of support from every stakeholder. Schools need to integrate all of this digital well-being curriculum into their classes. Parents need parents need to be aware. They need to know what they are holding in their hands and what they are using, and so that they can empower their kids. And health professionals, obviously, because either if it is a crime, it reaches that stage, they come to us, and even if we register a case, this kid or this family has to be rehabilitated or brought back to the normal life. So doctor's role, I think, wherever you are, whatever area of expertise you are practicing in, please do an effort to find out about what screen history is, what are early signs of detection of digital addiction, how it is linked to the health, and what can be given for counseling, and do refer it to government systems like police, digital de-addiction, the KITES program of Kerala government is there. So StaySafeOnline.in is a Government of India initiative on awareness of all of these things. And and health practitioners always do flag and refer, even if it is not a cyber thing. Any medical legal thing comes to you, flag it, refer it to government authorities, legal agencies, joint awareness campaigns, professionals, people like you have competency to tell what should be done next. We take a case, we find the accused, we shut down the thing, but then what to do next? So joint awareness campaigns need to be done. Training of LEAs. So when we work at the cutting edge level, what we understand is we can identify the problem. We can say that don't go there, this is an issue. But after that, what do we do? What do I do? I can go to a school of 500 students and start talking about what the issues are there, and suddenly a teacher will come to me and saying that, oh, this is a kid and there is a problem and all of that. Well, if there is a case, I take it, but then whom do I refer to? So you need to have bodies where everyone comes in together and volunteers their competency. And lot of digital safety task force are there, like Kerala Police has a kid glove initiative, where we are reaching out to students across Kerala for digital safety, cyber hygiene, and all of that. And public health advocacy, this being considered as a public health issue, should be brought out and flagged by everyone. So some key lessons from global this thing is South Korea has digital de-addiction or internet de-addiction camps with a successful model. Philippines has come up with their junior cyber corps. We also have a lot of initiatives like this, but everything is working in their own silos. They all need to come up together. Countries like United Kingdom and Australia are far, far ahead. A country like Ireland has already their e-internet hotline ready by the year of 2000. So it's close to 25 years ago, they had their website and working group and everything ready, and now today it's a very mature organization. So we also need to learn and look at global good practices and have our own mechanisms. So we identify what are the current gaps, screen usage, parents are unaware, limited engagement with stakeholders, and what is the stigma that is associated with not talking about the crimes or not talking about your problems. So these are the things that we need to do. So that's all from my side. I think I would have been able to shed some light on what is happening. I can maybe for another half an hour or maybe one more hour, I can keep on talking about financial frauds and how you are not safe, how your network is not safe, how your mobile phone is not safe, how your money is not safe, and all of that. On last note, I'll just say that how you protect, but don't take me wrong. Last time when I talked this idea in a forum, and it was a women's forum, and then they told that I was a benevolent sexist. But then, so the point here is how do you protect your own physical assets? How do you protect your body? How do you protect your physical assets like gold, money, home? You don't go out in the public wearing a white t-shirt, writing your name, your address, and your phone number, or your or whatever identifiers are there, right? You don't do that. If someone does it, they are branded nuts or seen as crack, but then that is what exactly you are doing. That is exactly what we are doing. We give out all the data, and I'll tell you, all of this scams start with social engineering. You put your photo out there sitting in a BMW, eating in a 5-star restaurant, having foreign luxury vacations, you are not going to be scammed for an OTP scam. That's very low level scam. No one wants that 2,000, 3,000 from you. You are going to be scammed for Bitcoin, trading scam. They are behind your 40 lakh. So you give out data, they are going to rank you, profile you, and as per how much data you have given, you will be in that club. So it's a Bitcoin scam, a trading scam, digital arrest. So it's on the data that we give out that we are selected and defrauded. So on that note, I'll end my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for listening me out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sri Ankit Ashokan, for such a wonderful presentation, because he has convinced us that this is a public health issue and we could realize the passion you have for this subject. I think, Anuja, we should have more sessions like this, and I am sure that at least we have decreased our screening time during the session. And as parents and counselors and teachers, we should increase our screening time to safeguard our adolescents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, if there are any questions, I can just answer one or two. Yes, please.
Sir, how to prevent hacking in social media? Like prevent, because we all use social media, Instagram, Facebook, everything. But how to prevent? Because I have seen doctors putting the message like my account has been hacked. So how
So
to
please
prevent?
don't put your name and date of birth as password. So that is first thing.
Okay.
Okay. So that is one thing, because they are going to find your name and date of birth from your friend's profile. Okay. Like, I am with this so and so on her birthday, which is very easily written on the birthday cake. Right. Right. So these are identifiers. These are, like, they are not dumb, unintelligent people. They are very, very intelligent. They are going to take that date of birth from the birthday cake and put it on your this thing and brute force your this thing. That is first thing. Second is, do not click on unverified links. Everyone wants free, right? You have come into this culture of like discounts and free and coupons and codes. Like, I want to eat a meal, but my whole target is how do I bring into minus currency, right? I order a biryani, which is 250 rupees, but I have to apply 3 vouchers, which will make it minus 10. Okay. So you sell yourself out there and get that code so that your biryani becomes minus 10 rupees. So please do not click on unverified free voucher links. You are going to give out your data. So these are second thing. Third thing is, do not verify, download and install apps which are not there on the Play Store. Someone will say that this is a very good app. Why don't you please install it and like increase your CPU time or CPU efficiency in your mobile phone. You don't need to do that. Your Android OS system is well enough capable of managing your CPU of your phone. You don't need to put extra efforts to like increase the computing power of your Android device. So these are certain small things. Only thing is, please do not do things like being unaware, right? You being doctors, you are not going to keep your scalpel and your syringe open right where your patient is going to come, right? So at least like that kind of awareness itself is very, very lacking, and I think that is the most important step that we can take.
Thank you, sir.
So I hope there is no other question, but I'll just say that as doctors and practitioners and health professionals, you are a group of people whom the society sees with a lot of respect. And then, yes, please.
Sir, I am Dr. Mubarak Sani from Perindalmanna, MES Medical College. Sir, I want to ask whether everybody is discussing this and restricting the screen time, restricting the children not exposed to this these things. But is it possible, because the next generation, they are very well exposed, their world is not written in paper, or it's a paperless world, or everything is coming like this, and it is so economical, cheap and easy, and audiovisual effects are there. So is it possible to restrict such things, if possible, the next world? Because we are seeing everything in our own views, but actually the world is changing. So how to accommodate that point of view?
It's a very tough question. I may not be the right person to answer it, but one thing I can say that, like, we know what is good and what is bad, right? Like, there are dishes which are made up of alcohol, and it's very exotic. But you don't make dish of food which is made of alcohol and feed your child, right? Because we know that it's a crime. It's not good for them. So in the same way, do you have, or do we have the awareness to understand, or do we have the ability to restrict or make the environment safe for children? Like, Instagram has come up with something called Instagram Teens. How many of us know how to set filters onto the browser that it does not land in a pornographic site? How can you use the computer? I'm not saying that you don't give a computer to the child who is growing up in this era. That again will be an handicap. But then how do you set parental control in the laptop that you are going to give? Have you ever explored that? There are options. You cannot give this thing to the kid and say that you are on your own and you decide, like, but then we will be very sure that when some problem happens, to throw the laptop on the ground and break it and give the child to beating, right? But then parental control was named parental control because you have to fix it, not the child. So all of these things are there. We just need to open up and take that effort to fix what all boundaries and guardrails need to be done. That is my humble take on it. It's a huge topic, or a very good question. It cannot be answered by a single person or a single viewpoint, but that is what because that is the lack of awareness that we see. Like, people do not know, like, parental control. They don't know how to set good passwords, how to reduce the screen time, how to have that discipline of not giving screen. All of this, they don't know. And it's not rocket science. It's very simple things. So we can learn that and do it. So last thing is, like, you being doctors, people see and come to you with a lot of hope. And always doctors are a place of lot of footfall and digital like citizen interaction and public interaction. Please do have posters on cyber awareness, cyber safety, cyber hygiene kept in your clinics or place of work, so that you are protected. Like, after corona, we all have, like, you have to wash your hands like a number of ways, and the 10 steps for having a very sanitized hand. But then in front of your computer, can you have a small sticky note in your organization? 10 employees are working. How do you, like, make them aware? All of these small things that you can, like, put up posters, put up flyers, put up small identifiers, so that constantly we should be aware that we are there out in this wilderness where we can be a casualty. So on that note, I'll thank you once again, and let's not be the casualty. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you, sir. It was wonderful to hear from you. I invite Dr. Thomas Matthew, sir, to present a token of gratitude to Ankit Ashokan, sir. I invite Dr. Vasantha Malika Madam, Professor in Community Medicine, Travancore Medicity, Kollam, to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Thomas Matthew, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Lunch is ready to be served. We request all our guests to move towards the COK auditorium where the lunch has been arranged. We'll resume here for further orations by 2:15. Thank you all.
There are few announcements. Few of our registered participants have not collected their conference kits. So kindly please contact the organizers at the registration desk. There is an announcement. We have the results of the quiz prelims. The qualified teams for the finals are Anne Maria Pattery and Alina Harrison of GMC Kollam, Anju VG and Grace Sarah Thomas of GMC Kollam, The third team, Kavya Prakash and Liana Suraj of GMC Koni, Ria Rachel Koshi and Rukia Shanavas of GMC Trivandrum, Devika Anibas Nair and Arya Satish of Government TD Medical College Alapura. So congratulations to all winners. The quiz finals will be held today at 7 p.m. Finalists, please report to the comparing desk with your bank details. Now the participation certificate for quiz participants will be distributed at the end of panel discussion by 4 p.m. So participants, please do wait till the end of the panel discussion. Another announcement, we have arranged a PG workshop in Artificial Intelligence in Medical Research. This will start by 2 p.m. at Enchanter Knowledge Center. So the participants who have registered, please report to the Knowledge Center by 1:50 p.m. Thank you all for your patient listening. Thank you all. And commitment to medical research and services. This year's oration brings into focus a subject of immense relevance and urgency, adolescents in research.
We are deeply honored to have as our orator today Dr. M.K.C. Nair sir, current Professor Emeritus in Developmental, Behavioral and Adolescent Pediatrics in CDC, and was the former Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Science. His efforts in bringing up the center as an autonomous center of excellence in early child care and education, adolescent care and education, premarital counseling, women welfare, and associated fields are indescribable. He is a renowned academician in the fields of clinical child development and pediatrics.
He was the National President of Indian Academy of Pediatrics in the year 2004, Indian Clinical Epidemiology Network during the year 2005 to 2007, and National Neonatology Forum during the year 2011 to 2012. Sir is currently serving at NIMS Spectrum Child Development Research Center at NIMS Medicity, Neyatankara. It is our privilege to welcome Dr. M.K.C. Nair sir to deliver the oration on adolescent health. Thank you, sir. Please occupy the dais.
To chair the oration, we are equally privileged to have Dr. Thomas Matthew sir. He currently serves as the Director of School of Public Health. It's our privilege to welcome you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
As already said, MKC sir needs no introduction. Sir was our favorite Vice Chancellor of our university, and sir was the torchbearer of adolescent health care in the community in Kerala. We started the first teenage care clinic in Medical College Health Unit, Pangapara. As per his support and guidance, that is still continuing, and Dr. Indu was the first psychiatrist come community medicine specialist to be there. So that has, just to tell you that in spite of being a pediatrician, sir has been instrumental in spearheading lot of community health care projects as well as teenage care clinics or adolescent clinics in the community. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. We are 45 minutes late. So 1 hour talk will be cut short to 30 minutes if possible. That's what I'm trying to do, so that your program will not be delayed. So all the formalities I am leaving. So welcome to the former Director of Medical Education. MRS Menon is somebody who really brought glory to this institution. A teacher par excellence, And I still remember if he come and stand here on the stage, the youngsters used to feel so great about. Only other person I could say like that was Professor Matthew Roy, the teacher par excellence. So I want to put this on in memory, as well as I want to say the MRS Foundation, which I am chairing. George Panikkar, sir, he is the chairman of the committee. So I will remember him also. Let's start. Now, from 1998-99 onwards, the Academy of Pediatrics was getting interested in adolescent. But for example, 1999, the Kochi conference, the theme was adolescence, and we inaugurated the lamp lighting, first lamp lighting done. Then in Delhi, something happened, an international pediatric adolescent conference happened, lot of activities happened. But really we committed ourselves in 2004 when I was the national president of Indian Academy of Pediatrics as the president of it, and we did, the executive committee decided, put in record that we promise to look after you till you are 18. That is the first major commitment of an organization to look after adolescents. Since then, now the government of India putting child means up to 18. They are putting all documents. And now that has entered in premarital health counseling. The foreword is written by the former governor of Kerala. He himself, he was so interested in that one. Now, what do we expect from adolescent? Adolescent care 2000 and beyond means it was written before that. So we are thinking of 2000 and beyond. That's why I want to show the beginning. You have physical, sexual development. I don't have to read all this. Cognitive, social, emotional value, education, economic development. But the most important is successful family life. I believe 100%, not 99%. Whatever you are, whoever you are, if you don't have a good family life, you are not worth anything. Because you may achieve a lot of things, but achievement will not have what we call as fulfillment. Fulfillment comes only when you have a family of that sort. Now, this just little initial data I will say that don't read everything. This is 103 higher secondary schools. You look at the date, CDC, UNICEF 99-2002. Just look at don't look at all the data. The menstrual problem, 50% of girls had the menstrual problem, even at that time itself. And family life and life skill education package showed consistent improvement in knowledge even after a gap of 6 months. What we did is we had the program in 103 schools. We reassess after 6 months. After the intervention, and it showed, it's a major community survey, it showed excellent results. Okay, now the two conditions that I'm sure all psychiatrists, pediatricians, everybody will talk about it. We are not so much into what we call psychosis group, which of course is there in adolescence, but major problem in adolescence, and I think we have your child psychiatrist sitting there, he will agree that it is depression, and anxiety and depression are the core issue that we need to address. So we thought 500 adolescents, normal adolescent, no complaint from the community picked up by statistical, whatever that research methodology group. What we happened is we did all the international tools and made a Indian, scared is the tool that we use, cutoff. Indian cutoff was 2.8, international cutoff was 8.6. And whereas DSM criteria is 14.4. You may say all three are so different. What do I do? If you have lot of money to spend and lot of stuff to do, go for the Indian cutoff, because 25% of the children you can address. And how do you address? You don't label them as depression. You can actually do a program in the class, that also we have shown it is very effective without labeling the children, because neither children, parent like labeling. Now, if you don't have money and if you want to do only very serious one, then take the international cutoff. Now, three things that you need to remember, I will forget everything else. If you have anxiety or depression, they have what is called anxious mood cognitive symptoms and physical symptoms. All appears different, but for easy sake for students, think that 10% of children with anxiety disorders will have any of these three symptoms. That's all what you need. 10%. Make it so simple so that you will remember. And that is the adolescent counseling, the second edition, just going to come in a month's time. Now, what is it that independent risk factors? We do presence of concurrent depression, odds ratio 24.4. If you have anxiety disorder, then you have concurrent depression. 1 in 4 will have depression. That is the data that we are showing. Or chances, 24 times more chance of developing depression. Now, I will leave all this except that level of education came important, and in fact we have shown that if the girl has gone into higher secondary, it is chance of anxiety depression is less than if they are only done class 10. Now look at this one. Even if anxiety, most parents think anxiety is not a big problem. In fact, most teachers also think like that. Only the person who suffer understand the meaning of anxiety. And what happens? Impairment in adolescent with anxiety disorder was noted in 94%. Above 90% had impairment. That means they have problems in managing their studies. They have problem in managing this thing. That is very important data. And last one, I will say, need for suicide-related intervention were not different in those with and without impairment. So don't bother whether they have impairment or not. You need to act simple method. That is what a community medicine and pediatrics people can do. You need to have only program. Adolescent chief is sitting there. Morning, I'm sure he must have given a talk on adolescent. Okay? Imagine it. Now look at it. Now, depressive disorder is not my statement. Every slide you will see the reference. It is a published information. So remember that as severity of anxiety disorder increase, there will be severity of depressive disorder also increases. Then I want to see your face. That's why I'm putting it like this. That's why I have little problem in managing. Okay. Now coming to suicidal behavior. Presence of anxiety disorder and comorbid depressive disorder contributed to a risk model for suicidal behavior. That means if you have, first time actually we are completely saying, we all know that if you have depression, there's a chance for suicide ideation. But here anxiety itself can induce suicidal. Now these are big stuff I was talking. Now can you make it simple? Simple. There are only 3 things to diagnose all this. First one is symptoms out of proportion to cause. If you are dealing with thousands and lakhs of children, you can't do big, mental health status and all that. So you need some simple tool. The simple tool says, if the first stage is symptoms out of proportion to the cause. Cause is small, but symptoms are definitely there. Second, they have definite body symptoms. Definite body symptoms like anxiety, palpitation, sweating, depression, sleep, appetite, and libido affected, which is very clear in boys, may not be clear in girls. That is very important. Avoidance, not able to do routine. Just remember, they have out of proportion symptoms, symptoms, and secondly, definite body symptom. Body symptoms are so severe that they cannot do their studies. And I'll tell you one simple example. Before I became Vice Chancellor, I went to a college and I was sitting in the principal's room. One girl, finally a nursing student, was going to be sent out because of whatever problem that. I just told the parents to go out. I told the principal, don't send her off, just give her 6 weeks leave and ask her to go to the psychiatrist and get a medication. And when I was VC, she came in front of me to get the certificate. She asked me, do you remember me? I said, you have not stopped the medicine, no? I remembered her, but the thing is, we should not show. If somebody you have seen, you should never show it. That is the most important. Okay? Now 3 more things for your sake. If you have persistent feeling of worthlessness, hopelessness and helplessness, you have depression. Don't go for any scale. Okay, Hindu has published a tool for with 2 items. Okay, simple tool with 2 items. This is as good as that. Just if you have all these 3 and then you have anxiety, so you have worthlessness, hopelessness and helplessness, you are a candidate for depression. Now, what is the medication? Simple medication. Psychiatrists will write so many medicine, but you don't have to bother about so many medicine. Just remember 2 medicine. Fluoxetine, 40 milligram along with breakfast for anxiety, 20 milligram for depression. That's all. And all the saying that it will induce suicidal thing, nonsense. It is not there. It is just that it takes a lot of time before your mood changes, but your energy will come quickly within a week or 2. So a severe depressed person, a moderate depression person will not commit suicide because he will think you have to put the table, then a chair, then you have to go up. My God, I can't do that. It's like mountain climbing. But the moment he take medicine, within 2 weeks, he will have the energy, he will go and commit suicide. So parents need to be told that it is not because of drug, it is because the energy has come. That's all. Okay. Risperidone, of course, a whole lot of psychosis group where you have, very simple, we think we don't have psychosis in the adolescents, but we do get plenty. I'm sure he will agree with me. And many of these get missed. And one more statement I'll say, all depression, psychosis, all this start in class 8. Around class 8, 9, by the time they present, it will be class 11 or 12 or even more. So first 3-4 years we miss, we don't treat. That's why you get into problems. Okay. Now just little bit reproductive, we call it family life education. We no more call it sex education because we are not giving any sex technique or something. We are only giving family life education. That's the word I coined. So what is happening? Just look at 3 districts, 4,200 adolescents and young adults. And what is the data? Kerala, 94% change napkin of clothes. That's excellent, excellent result in the rural area. And look at this thing, washing after urination, 70%, nearly 70%, and washing from front to back after passing stool, almost 62%. This is an excellent data. That's what I want to say. Okay. Now, what are the problems faced by adolescents? They have psychosocial problem, adjustment problem, issues related to sexuality, all affecting study. That's the most important. If only we told that sexuality is a normal thing, if you don't have any feeling, then go to a doctor. That's what you should tell adolescent. Not that they experiment, but the feeling is absolute normal. That only shows you are a normal person. That's what we need to tell. Now, friends and media is mostly the source. Now, of course, internet and all that. Okay, I will just take this adolescent parent, mother, daughter, dyad. Okay, what happens to them? The first one you leave, they received information reproductive sexual health mother only 26% or 27%. And parents taken precaution to prevent sexual abuse only 17.5. And have been sexually abused but mother knew only in 15 cases. I'm talking about those cases where there was sexual abuse, and the total data shows that 10% of boys and 10% of girls and 5% of boys have been abused. But we have national data 90%, 95%. That is a very simple thing. It's like once somebody asked me, social affairs secretary asked me, what is the percentage of learning disability? I asked, madam, is it to get money or give money? What is the difference? I said, if it is get money, 30%. If you have to give money, then 3%. Understood? So the data is like that. And we had a survey here. That's an interesting thing. College students were asked what is their sexual partner. Then the zoologist had to be called to analyze the thing because all sort of animals came into that. We never knew the names of these animals. So children take it lightly, all these things. Okay. Now, attitude of parent, I will only say more than 44% of parents agree that HIV AIDS should be taught to the students. But only more than 50% were unsure whether sexuality should be talked to them or not. You can talk about HIV but not about sexuality. You can talk about abnormal but you can't talk about normal. That's the problem. Now, just look at it. What is the solution? You have to have, ICMR was concerned, and we had a project, 3 schools, where class 9 you are introducing the subject, and class 11 after intervention you do the second post one. And what is the thing? Just look at the last part. After intervention, significant reduction observed in poor knowledge. Boys 38% has become 3.5. Girls 64% has become 8.3. This is a data that you should remember. If you intervene, majority you can reduce the knowledge gap. That's the point. Now this is probably the first community data on, it was done by a gynecologist, on reproductive tract infection. This is a community clinic data, but having said that, I must warn you that only those girls who had problems would have come more. There is a bias there. So don't believe that 20%, it may be 15% who had itching over genitalia and malodor discharge. Both are 20, you cut it short to 15 or 12 because there will be little bias will be there. This is the most important study. What we did is, Dr. Sheila Balakrishnan was a professor of gynecology and the chief of infertility. She did PhD with me on polycystic ovary disease. So we decided to write a book on adolescent gynecology. And what we did in this one, there was another gynecology professor who did thesis on vaginal infection. And what we found was, look at it, negative predictive value 96. I'll make it very simple. If you take history and compare with one visual examination, it is almost as good. Not exactly, almost as good. Now, if you take gynecologist visual examination to lab test, it is also almost as good. So, for practical purposes, you only have to take a good history, you know whether child has problem or not. If necessary, you can have one look at it after taking proper permission from the child, and then very rarely you may need to do bacterial test, but it's not required because none of this showed nothing except candida. All the rest was negative because majority, almost all these children were not sexually active. Other things come only for sexually active. Okay. Now, PCO is my favorite subject. 2 gynecology professors have done PhD with me on this. And look at what we did. In the school, the whole 103 schools when we did, we identified 136 girls with, 301 girls with early adolescence with PCOD-like symptoms or all that. I won't call it PCOD, but the ultrasound had evidence for that. We followed up with or without treatment. What we found is, even if you don't do anything, menses will come back if you reduce weight. The acne and all that will be gone, but the significant increase in hirsutism. This is particularly important for those, if you are obese, reduce weight, only 3 treatment. Number 1, weight reduction. Number 2, weight reduction. Number 3, weight reduction. You reduce 5% of weight, your menses will come back. That is for sure. But if you are thin, then it won't happen like that. You have a problem. You have to, the hair growth may go. You may have to be properly treated. Now, this is the most, a study which 35 years it took me to get ethical clearance. This study, that is because teenage pregnancy. Nowadays, there's not so much of teenage pregnancy because the girls are much smarter. I don't know how to look at all that, put this drop and see the color change and all. I am not so good at it, but the girls are very, very good at it. They know it. So teenage pregnancy is not a big problem now, but those days it was much more. And look at what happened. The moment there is a pregnancy, we will say the girl is bad. As a counselor for last 45 years, having seen more than 80,000 children, I can assure that there is no bad child for me. Every child is good child. There is no bad child I have ever seen. So what happens? Why do they get pregnant? Because first one is lack of appropriate parental control. 9 times more, odds ratio 9. Poor intra-family relation. They are not separated. They are not separated, but they are, what you call, not gelling well. That is called 7 times, and lack of reproductive health knowledge 5 times. Now, this is the important data that I must show you. We followed up nearly 1,000 babies, low birth weight babies, total 1,000, out of which the IUGR, intrauterine growth retardant babies, till 25 years of age or 24 years, completed 24 years, and that led to a doctor of science for me. And what does it show? International data showed increased BMI, low LDL cholesterol and BP is related to cardiovascular risk. Exactly same thing we got it here. What is happening? If you are a IUGR baby, and if you have rapid weight gain in the first year or 2 year, and number 3, if you are at 15, 16 years, you have BMI more than 2 standard deviation and BP more than 2 standard deviation, you are at risk. But doing cholesterol doesn't add. I have the plot and all for that. So this is what led to the DSC. Now, all of you know that simple way of, in the school you give this, take the height, weight, and you can do the BMI. This is the first teenage care clinic, started in 1999 in Pangampara. That was, sir was selling, and it is still alive there. This photograph is when somebody from Population Council came to see it. And look at what happens. Lack of time, I'll quickly go. I'll just say, now I am focusing on self-counseling. There's so much of problem, you cannot have a counselor to help you most of the time. You have to learn to help yourself, because all my life I have gone through enough and more problems for academic. You know, from 50,000 rupees, I have got a child development center now for 50 crores. So all the problems I have faced, but I never went to a psychiatrist, I never went to a counselor, but in between I used to go to cardiologist to make sure my heart is okay. That is because palpitation comes, then I go for that. But what happens? 10 principle, I just read it, no time to go into detail. Do not bluff to yourself. You may bluff to others, but do not bluff to yourself. If you made a mistake, accept that I made a mistake so that you won't do next time. Don't think, you are not God, you are likely to make mistake. So take precaution. Every step you take precaution. Youngsters, I am telling you, you take precaution, which doesn't mean you don't touch the patient. Now the precaution has become that male doctors don't touch a patient. That is not precaution. You have to touch, but you have to have the mother present there. Don't think others are to like you always. Why go for internet? Your parents are there, your teachers are there to like you. You start doing self-love, most important. Caring and not love. If somebody is telling you a message, I love you 20 times, you know he is sending that to 100 people. Don't bother about him. But he doesn't say anything, but you needed him most, he did something for you. First time, once it may be a trick. So suppose it happens second or third time, when you are in need, he is with you, then you can trust that boy, he may be good. Then refuse to take insult. If somebody insult me, the worst I will say is you forgot the medicine for bipolar. You understood? That's all what I will say. I never say any abuse or anything like that. Then don't think others are lesser than you. That is very important. We all expect your teachers to be nice to you, but you are not nice to youngsters. First years when they come, you behave like barbarians. You know, that is not good. You want to do bad, but you expect God to do forgive all your things, but you don't want to forgive. Now, insult, if you have insult, 30 seconds, you go the affect pathway, that means feeling pathway. Next, click on to cognitive, that means thinking pathway. If you have done a wrong, at least in heart say that I am sorry. If you haven't done, at least whisper in the mind, go to hell. You are not bothered. Think of other person, view, a third party. And then do not hurt someone if possible, do not hurt yourself. Okay? Particularly the girls, don't go for the boys thing. Aren't we going to get married? Aren't we this and all that? You are not married. Till you sign on the dotted line, you are not married. Because if you die, you are not going to get a pie out of it. But 1 second after signing, you will get half his wealth. You understood the difference? So, till you are married, you are not married. Simple as that. It's okay. And the last one is, I am the custodian of my mind, body and spirit. I will protect, preserve and enhance it. Which means, you are responsible for your body. Any Tom, Dick and Harry cannot go over it. You know, it is not like I don't want to say it. Okay. Don't give the heart to any donkey that comes first. And don't give your belief system. So long as it is not against somebody, you have the right to do have your belief system. That's what I say. This is a note I take. And as a vice chancellor, we did what is called student support and guidance program in 324 colleges. 285 is still active. And what is happening is the students themselves started this program on PCOD. Okay. I hope those who are from outside, you recognize who these people are. Middle one you may not recognize, but the one is Mammootty, other one is Honorable Chief Minister. Have you ever seen him smiling so much? So that is a great achievement, all three. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a lively session, and I think there won't be any questions. We are all looking forward to the panel discussion. So we'll conclude this session.
Thank you, Dr. MKC Nair sir, for your thoughtful words and insightful session. And thank you, Dr. Thomas Matthew sir, for graciously accepting our invitation and chairing the session. Now I invite Dr. Thomas Matthew sir to hand over a token of our gratitude to Dr. MKC Nair sir.
Special thanks to sir for concluding the session on time, or rather earlier.
Once again, thank you, sir. With that, we conclude this memorable oration on adolescence in research. Let us take these insights forward in our own work, research, and service to community. Next, we move on to panel discussion.
We are fortunate to have with us a panel of highly experienced and deeply committed experts, each bringing unique perspectives from clinical practice, public health, education, adolescent health policy, and community outreach. Their insights will help us better understand the gaps, needs, and opportunities in adolescent health care and advocacy.
To guide this insightful conversation, we are honored to have as our moderator Dr. Indu P.S. Madam. Professor Pillavitil Satyadas Indu, MD, PhD, FRCP, is a distinguished public health expert and academician currently serving as the principal in Government Medical College, Kasaragod. She holds several prestigious national and international positions and has made significant contributions to infectious disease control, vaccine policy, and medical research.
Madam is a member of multiple WHO committees, including the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, Working Group on Dengue Vaccine, the Regional Technical Advisory Group on Dengue and Arboviral Infections, and the Guideline Development Groups on Dengue, Chikungunya, Zika, and Yellow Fever. In public mental health, her focus areas are school health, interventions to improve well-being of adolescents and youth, women's mental health and integration of mental health care in primary care, and general health care services. She was awarded DHR grant for the project Development and Effectiveness of School-Based Intervention to Manage Emotional and Behavioral Problems. She is Principal Investigator in the National Health Research Priority Project, ICMR Implementation Research Study on Suicide Risk Reduction and Improving Mental Well-Being among school and college students.
With deep expertise and passion for meaningful dialogues, Dr. Indu P.S. will steer today's session through multiple engaging themes. A warm welcome, Madam. Today's discussion will explore diverse dimensions covering different topics. Each panelist will present their views, which will be followed by a discussion by moderator, and we will also reserve time for audience questions. Let me introduce you all to our panelists and the topics they are going to discuss.
We have our esteemed faculty, Dr. Jayashree A.K. Dr. Jayashree A.K. currently serving as Professor and Head of the Department of Community Medicine at Government Medical College, Kannur. She is an alumni of Government Medical College Thiruvananthapuram. She also holds a fellowship in HIV medicine from Christian Medical College, Vellore.
Her career spans clinical practice, public health program management, research, and social activism. Notably, she served as the program manager of Saksham, a Care India initiative on HIV/AIDS, which was recognized as a national learning site by NACO and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's Avahan initiative.
Dr. Jayashree is the chairperson and founding member of FIRM, Foundation for Integrated Research in Mental Health, and a founder member of Trani. She has also held advisory roles on key committees such as the Sex Education Advisory Committee of Kerala and the State Expert Committee on Transgender Health. She will be covering the topic inclusivity and diversity, promoting health and well-being for LGBTQIA+, adolescents and other marginalized groups.
A warm welcome, madam. Next, we have Dr. Jugal Kishore. Dr. Jugal Kishore currently serves as the Director Professor and Head of Department of Community Medicine at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi, one of India's leading institutions in medical education and public health leadership. He holds a PhD in psychiatry, reflecting a rare and valuable blend of expertise that spans both physical and mental health domains.
Over the years, Dr. Kishore has authored numerous books and research papers addressing public health, national programs, environmental health, and social reform. He has also played an instrumental role in establishing community medicine departments and centers for occupational and environmental health. He will be talking on adolescent-friendly healthcare services, improving access to healthcare services for adolescents.
A warm welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Anson P.D. Alexander. Mr. Anson P.D. Alexander is the founder and director of Kanal, a well-known NGO based in Kerala that has been at the forefront of addressing issues related to child protection, gender equality, and social inclusion since 2016. Under his dynamic leadership, Kanal has implemented more than 19 CSR projects and 9 government programs, with its campaigns and research receiving recognition in prestigious national and regional platforms. It focuses on preventing child marriage, promoting gender sensitization, providing comprehensive sexuality education, and offering mental rehabilitation support for survivors of sexual violence.
He currently serves as a member of POSH, Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee, under the Sub-Divisional Magistrate Court, and member of Dowry Prohibition Advisory Board in the Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Kerala. He covers the topic community engagement and participation promoting adolescent health.
A warm welcome, sir. Next, we have our esteemed Srimati Famila ER, retired principal, textbook writer and translator, resource person of health education and life skill program. Nearly 30 years of service in the field of general education, she has served in various capacities, including higher secondary school teacher, principal, and the state program officer. Since 2007, she actively contributed to textbook development for classes 3 to 12 and has been a committed member of the State Resource Group for teacher training programs in botany, health education, and life skills.
The topic she will be dealing today is role of education in shaping the child's future. Warm welcome, madam. We also have Ms. Ahana N, class 10 student of St. George Central School, Anchal, and Master Martin Joni Zakaria, class 9 student of Loyola School, Trivandrum, to talk on adolescent perspective. Welcome.
We are delighted to have you all with us. Once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Without further delay, let's hand over the session to our moderator who will lead this discussion. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Actually, we have an array of luminaries starting from, I think we'll start off with Jayashree madam. I'm sure, I'm not, all of us, if there is one person from a medical fraternity who has millions of views, in the internet, that's going to be Jayashree Madam. And she has actually walked ahead of all of us. Because now we say we don't, it's politically more correct to use the word partner than husband or wife. I think Madam has been, it is his idea and her idea and ideology for quite a long time. She has been working at the grassroots level. After her MD in community medicine from the famous Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, she has been practicing public health for quite some time. We'll start off with her. We have every speaker speaking for 5 minutes, and then we'll have another more rounds and then questions from the panelists. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Indu. We all know that adolescence is a period of transition from childhood to adulthood, and all of us have undergone that. Okay, and a lot of changes are happening within us that period, change in the body and change in the mind, and also the identity formation. Do you think that it is related to gender? The identity is closely related to your gender and sexuality. That is the importance. And also the sexual orientation. And usually we hesitate to talk about that sexual orientation, to whom you are attracted to romantically or sexually, maybe with your own gender or other gender. These are all very important concerns of the adolescents, I think. And maybe the boys may be facing problems, like many of the adolescents are passing without much problems, but some of them may face some problems when they first ejaculate without our knowledge. Boys have such problems, girls may have problem of menstruation, all changes happening in your body. And more than that, what is happening to your mind. And also when you talk about identity, how much you are accepted by your peers, by other people, that also is very, very important. I think most of the part of these concerns come from your social construction of gender, that is masculinity and femininity. Again, we talk about much of the health of the girls, but not much about masculinity, and how we are expecting something from boys, expecting something from girls. So many times the adolescents are having problems because they think that they are not up to the mark of our expectation, how to be so masculine, 100% masculine, 100% feminine. Majority of us are, it is not like that actually. So we were all learned in the binary perspective, which is changing now. We should not think in a binary construct, but from binary to a spectrum. And why again we are thinking like that? Now other identities are also coming up, which I am talking about the LGBTQIA+. I am not going to the details because of shortage of time, and you all may be familiar with this. So they are all, you can imagine when the inverted comma normal adolescents are having so much of problem, then how much problem this LGBTQIA+ adolescents may have, we can imagine. And many times this is the only group you are alienated from or ostracized in your own family. And all other groups may be disabled, or all other people, you may get at least some support from your family. And these people are outcast. And also there are many laws prevailing in our state. Before there was a tribal act which was brought by the colonial people. Also IPC 377, which is removed now. But they were all suffering from all this socially and legally and culturally. So how we can move to support towards them as a medical professions? As a medical professions, are we trained on that? That is the major question or the challenge we are having. Are we trained on gender properly? Still we are using all our textbooks and all our narratives is from the binary, not from the spectrum perspective. So how we are going to get trained ourselves? And also many of these things like gay concept or all the LGBTQI has been pathologized by our medical field and medical textbooks. If you read some of the autobiographies like Revati, who is a transgender person who has written a truth about me, and also our own Kishore Kumar, who was a gay person. The first gay person came out in Kerala a few years back, and he committed suicide. So many people are committing, or many of them are committing suicide. And he has written a book, Rendu Purushanmar Chumbikkumbol, When Two Men Kisses. That was the title. So my question is that how we are going to educate ourselves, is it not necessary? Now the textbook also has changed. DSM 5 have changed, like before it was named as gender identity disorder. Now these terminologies change. In the DSM 5 it is gender dysphoria, the kind of conflict they are experiencing. And also ICD 11 again named as gender incongruence. Similarly, intersex people, lot of problems are there. I'm not going to all the problems because of shortage of time. But how we can integrate it in our medical curriculum, that is a challenge. In even competency based medical education, are we including it as one of the competencies? And what is the kind of therapy they need, or therapy or support they need? Definitely it is not conversion therapy, which has been still practiced by some of our people, even though it is legally not permitted, ethically not permitted, but still being practiced. And we have to go for a gender affirmative or queer affirmative medical treatment and surgical treatment, and basically assessment of the mental health is very much it is related to the mental health, and you have to do a proper assessment. In the adolescent time, many times their gender is not fixed. So we have to allow them to explore their gender identity, and we should have a thorough knowledge about how to make a proper assessment, and whether they are needed some hormone therapy or surgical therapy, some other modification through laser therapy or whatever, because all the departments have to be integrated here. So how far we are trained in these things? Even if it is not in the curriculum, my request is that all of us should get trained by some way. Maybe by organizing some training programs or attending some programs. There is a World Professional Association of Transgender Health. They are having some standard of care, and they are giving training. And somehow, and also one thing I want to emphasize is that many of our students are from the community nowadays. Before they were not coming to that level. Now there are LGBTQIA students, medical students. What they are saying is that they have to give answer against their own identity, because our textbooks still having homosexuality is pathologized, and they are getting questions also in the examination. Now what can they do? They are feeling again hurt on that. So initially I am giving this much. Later I will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Regarding that, I think the conversation has to go on. What I understand is that there is a meeting of the Association of Preventive Medicine also coming up. So I think these are the topics. Just to continue with Dr. Jugal Kishore, today morning also there was a question. There were a few queries from the audience themselves. What do we do to make changes in the system itself? Because each one of us might work in projects, our own thesis, our own areas, our own NGOs. But how to make it part of the system so that the community at large will benefit? Dr. Kishore is an author of, he's, I think, a popular author of programs here.
Yeah, Dr. Indu, thank you very much. We have discussed about this, that, what is the level of implementation of the program which we are running at the national level. Just to add, ma'am was talking about this gender and problems. We don't have a data of Indian data, how much prevalence rate of many diseases among them. Even NCD we don't know. Two of my student has conducted recently the study on transgender to find out what are the risk factors of NCD among them. It's quite high. So when you don't study them, then it's become difficult. Problem are many, and we have a system like I can start from where I learned sexuality, sex education. I was doing my MD in AIMS, and there was a stalwart Dr. Prema Bali. She has started first in the country, the first of its kind of the sex and marriage counseling clinic in AIMS. And that time she used to say that how it was difficult even to talk about sex in 60s. Like you can say the almost 60 years back, talking of, sexuality and sex and asking the patient to come. So very few used to come. Still we have a problem, and psychiatrist has taken, or maybe I think gynecologist, they have more patient as compared to the public health people, because the public health people are not running the OPDs. But anyway, we understand the issues, and we can say in 1990 we have this organization, Indian Association of Adolescent Health. Again, first time, rather in whole Southeast Asia region, we can say first to establish this association to focusing on adolescent health. So these are just association or work by the individual persons, but it was lately recognized. You can say that if you talk about sex education in school or anywhere, ministry never thought of, and never after the AIDS they start talking about, and AIDS come in 90s, and then they talk that sex education is important, but the parents are not happy to accept this issue. And Dr. Nair was also talking about this, that in a very initial phase how he was established that one. So after the sex education, this AIDS and HIV, we start talking, accepting that sex is a problem, and sexual root can be cause of a disease like the AIDS can kill the people. And then process is started. In 2014 onward, we have this first national adolescent health program. So you can say we still have only just 10 years. We can say that yes, government has thought of. But when we talk about how much money is given to this program, then we have a question mark. Always a part of the RCH, just talk about adolescent health. So I'm sorry to say that we don't have a designated budget where many activity can be done. So in a system where we have a very robust system of health system, where we have the primary care, secondary and tertiary care, starting from the health and wellness center, then the primary health center, community health center, ASHA workers are there. I think unique in the world. And this system adopt some of the interventions which are useful for the adolescent, then we can say we have a system. Unfortunately, majority of the time it is the private, health system is there in the country, and the private runs its own. It is not by the government. So we have problem, but anyway, we can say that yes, government is now thinking about it. We have the program, and a program has the areas, defined focus area, which is sexual and reproductive health. We have the nutrition, we have mental health, we have other like the non-communicable disease, and these are the main areas where focus is given. And we have discussed since morning that mental health are very big issues. Even the eating and non-communicable disease are very big issues. So they have developed the system, and in that system they have identified that can we have at primary health center these adolescent health, adolescent sexual and reproductive health clinic. But now we say that you can have a clinic or a center, but they have talked about that we can have a center, and this center should look after the need of these adolescents. And I was surprised to say that in 16th Common Review Mission, which is actually done at the national level, and the ministries, people go there in different ministries, and expert goes to different states. They try to find out whether the national programs are doing good or not, what is the level of their achievement and all. We found in some states they are doing good. We can say Himachal, maybe I think Kerala is doing good. But when we talk about largely the other, like the Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh or some other state, they are not up to that level. So all the, components, the activities in which we have the nutrition, like the WIPS program is running, sanitary napkin is also running, we have the, STD program, also education program, peer educator program. There are so many names are given. So all of you know that we are good in making the programs and policies. We are expert in, world over, we are expert in making the fantastic program. But when it comes to the implementation, somewhere, we are not even reached to even 50%.
Thank you.
So
sir.
these are the
Yeah,
issues.
I think we'll come back to, because what exactly has to be done to make changes in the system include, Amar sir is there, right? So intervention one that can go in at a national level, maybe more and more regional variations, and that's where from academics we need more kind of implementation researches so that the contextual factors also can be taken care of. Thank you, Dr. Kishore. Over to Mr. Anson. Thank you for joining us. He brings a rich experience from the NGO side. He is a director of Canal and NGO, and he has been working with the government programs of the Women and Child Department like the Kaval, where out of school, children and adolescents and youth have conflict with law, right? Mainstreaming, getting them back to, I think you can, if possible, please share some experiences, lived experiences as well.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Anson.
Basically, I'm an engineer turned to advocate, social worker and psychologist. I don't know, am I a perfect person for this space where all doctors are thinking and talking about so many things. But I have only one connection, because that is community medicine. That is community. I am working along with the community. Let me start with a small poem from Kadamaneta sir. Ningal orkuga, ningal engane, ningalayennu. That is the first question I want to ask to you all. What was the contribution of community during your upbringing? You all just think, was there any connection? And what was the role, still even for the present life, what's the role of community in your life? Kalyano ayo, joli aile, kuti ayo. Apart from that, do you have any role for community in our life? That is the area where I am working. As a person from or representing some communities, like the children who is having the 5.48% of children are facing some sort of POXO experiences in their life, or in certain communities or in certain places where the children are almost 75% of children in Kerala are having some sort of nutritional deficit, or in some areas where the boys are more anemic than girls. We are working in those areas. We all know that we have a lot of interventions or policies and multiple campaigns to address these issues. Still, why these type of gap are persisting in the community? That is the area where we are working, and that is the area where the community need to get more aware. I'm very happy to see one gender expert in the in the panel, and who is talking about the role of gender. That word itself is having a lot of that inclusion. That word is having a lot of meaning in the medical fraternity. I don't know whether all of us can understood that the word of gender, the gender identity, because all these are connecting with some or another way to the violences against the children. So actually we are working with Government of Kerala for certain projects like comprehensive sexuality education, where we are seeing a lot of children who is having, especially adolescents, who are having a lot of child abuses experience, and they don't have any support from the community to say it open. I know many people, many children who who in their +2 or +1 standard, who had the experience of child abuse during their 2nd or 3rd standard and never got an opportunity to talk to anyone, even to their parents also. So that is the area where we are lacking. We are as a community, I think we are lacking somewhere to give the confidence to the adolescent that we are there for you. We are there for you to talk openly. I think that area we need to have a lot of discussions. We need to have a lot of we need to hear the voices of the adolescents, what they want to tell. Before making any policies, we must have a lot of conversation with the adolescents. If you are asking me what is the current challenge most of the adolescents are facing in Kerala, I can say that the biggest challenge most of the adolescents facing in Kerala is they are not getting a Korean friend. Yeah, that is the real issue. They don't know. They are living in such a fancy world that they will get a Korean friend. I know many girls or boys, even they share their private videos with the Korean friends who is from Vallakadavu. So that is the issue. So we need to have an open conversation with many of the adolescent before making the policies. That is what I need to add for this small talk.
Thank you, Anson. Hope we'll listen more to it, because with the Korean friend, I think the audience is also interested. I'm sure you'll have more queries on how the Korean friend responds from Vallakadava. Madam, I think these days we talk about the intimate partner violence. Those are all we find it more comfortable. We means as a community, it's okay to talk about all this, the women issues, gender issues, the intimate partner violence, the recent deaths, suicides, etc. To what extent can we engage the adolescents in terms of speaking confidently about the education, the families?
Okay, thank you. As we know, Kerala is a forefront of all education activities. We have revised the curriculum now, and it was based on 26 focus areas. The major focus areas are gender perspective, inclusive education, safe involvement in cyberspace, and we have made textbooks based on these focus areas. Now the revision of textbooks from classes 1 to 10 is completed. We have taken initiatives to include some of the issues that ma'am has told now. We have started addressing reproductive health issues from standard 6 onwards. In all secondary classes starting from 5 to 10, we have included so many areas which are helpful to enhance the mental health of our children. From the age of 10 onwards, girls are considered as matured ones. That is why we have introduced all these things from standard 5 onwards. But there are some lacunae. In the presentation of MKC Nair itself showed that lacunae. Even though we are interfering in various areas to improve the mental health of our children, especially our adolescents, education system is facing some challenges. We have organized health clubs in schools, Sauhrda clubs for high secondary students to share their worries and queries about their mental health problems. But these are not accessible to all the children in our general education system. We have to move forward. I request the young medical professionals, please take decentralized research plans, because the problems are not the same. Most of our adults are engaged with online platforms. They have a little or very few physical world friends. And they also suffer from peer pressure, academic pressure. Parents are always posting pressure or posing pressure to children or adults for their academic achievements. This type of pressure gives a dilemma or insecure feeling. So education department in convergence with health should make new policies, programs and strategies to improve the mental health and physical health of our adults. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the VIPs of the day, right? Ahana and Martin. Ahana, what are your perceptions on it? How comfortable are you to talk about this? How comfortable are your friends? What do you expect the world to do?
Respected moderator, esteemed panelist members and fellow attendees, good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ahana, a 10th grade student from St. George Secondary School, Anjal. And I'm truly honored to be here today as one of the adolescent representatives on this panel. So now, stepping on to today's discussion, there are actually many things that I would like to say. First is, as you all know, we are a generation raised with access to the world at our fingertips. Yet, we find ourselves feeling alone in our own minds. Let's be honest, being a teenager isn't about getting good grades or growing pain. It's about surviving a world that keeps asking more of us while giving us less space to breathe. You know, we are told to excel, top marks, perfect attendance, extracurriculars, college ready. But what about when we are just tired? You know, we are juggling school, family, friendships, and figuring out who we are, all while pretending to have it all together. So let me say this loud and clear. Mental health is not a weakness. It is not drama. It is real and it matters. Okay, and if I have to talk about something even harder, how comfortable are we really in seeking help? To be honest, most of us are not that comfortable. We hesitate to open up about our mental health, about our anxieties, our fears, even our bodies. You know, in our schools, we know how to solve mathematical equations and all, but have any of your teachers taught you how to deal with a panic attack? No, right? And also, we have many chapters on biology regarding our body and all, but have they ever taught you how to navigate consent, sexuality, or relationships? No. And while all that silence around us, we are dealing with a storm inside too. Every day feels like a balancing act. We wake up thinking about school, marks, attendance, assignments, and go to sleep wondering if you're being enough, doing enough, good enough. So, to every young person out there, I want you to remember this. You are not alone. You are not too weak. You are not too emotional. Your questions are valid. Your pain is real and your voice has power. So I want everybody to speak louder, stand taller, because change isn't coming. We are the ones bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. It's really great to listen to you, right? Speak louder. Let's also listen, right? Speaking out, listening to our friends and colleagues. That's a great point from you, Hannah. Over to you, Martin.
Good evening to all respected dignitaries, doctors, researchers, panelists, and Martin Johnny Sakria, a 14-year-old studying in Loyola School Srigariam, standing here before you today to voice my opinion on the topic, how comfortable are we adolescents in accessing help, mental and sexual help? Let me begin with a question, a real important question. Are we truly comfortable stepping forward, trying to seek for help when we need it the most? Let me begin with mental health, a topic that is slowly but surely gaining its attention in the Indian mainstream through schools. From organizing awareness drives to having designated counselors on school, many institutions have made sincere efforts. But on the ground reality, many teens find it challenging to express their mental struggles. Why? Why are we so hesitant in expressing our mental challenges? Well, it's because most of us are labeled as attention seekers. Or it may be because many of us are dismissed with remarks like, "You're too young to be depressed," or "It's just teenage mood swings." Or because we are afraid of being judged by society. Now, let's talk about sexual health, a topic that is sadly considered taboo even today in many parts of India. As teenage boys and girls, we have many questions, real important questions that deserve attention. But here's what mostly happens. Our school curriculum nicely brushes the topic aside with a few neat textbook definitions. We are often left alone trying to search online for our doubts and confusions, and we get misinformed, misled, or even confused. And so, in the absence of real, factual, and non judgmental guidance, many of us get misinformed. Some of us are anxious. We don't know what you're going through. Others try to fit into with their peers and try to adapt to their surroundings. Now, what could be a solution? As a student representing the voice of many peers of my age, I think the following would make a huge difference. Peer-led awareness programs, as we are comfortable talking with peers who are trained to guide us. Professionals who are friendly with us and who are sensitive to our problems. Using interactive learning tools like apps, videos, and workshops to make health education more relatable and accessible. So this is all what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Those are all really great points because in the morning itself there were discussions on how to reach out to students, friends and youth who need help. Of course, not through teachers, may not be always through teachers, but peers. At this age, I think our friends and colleagues and peers are much more powerful. And I mean, especially when in help seeking and all. So peer mentoring and, engaging the youth. I think morning Dr. Anil mentioned about the youth champions. So if you really want to prevent violence, suicides, crimes and cyber dependence, we have to talk about the other thing, the well-being. And in that way, how to engage. I think Madam talked about the new curricular changes, which are all very welcoming, which should go at the national level. Now, I think we can take a few questions from the audience. By the time we get questions, Matt, yes. Yes, yes, please.
Hello.
Introduce yourself.
So my name is Ruth, Trivandrum Medical College student. This is not just related to adolescent, it's just sexual health. What guidance should be provided to a couple planning to get married when one partner is STD positive or maybe Hep B positive, taking into account reproductive and family health implication in both aspects of family planning, just to family expansion or another opposite way also?
Jayashree Madam.
Yeah. You're talking about a person having STD or without having it. Okay.
Planning to marry. Madam was actually part of the HIV program of the government, working with NGOs and women. Yes, Madam.
Yeah, there are STDs we can completely cure and there are STDs we cannot cure also. We can educate them on the treatment part and also as well as preventive part if they use how to protect themselves. If one partner is having any problem, they can have they can have sexual relationship. Again, we most of the time in sex we are very much confined to penetrative sex. Sex is not only penetrative sex, there are other means of deriving sexual pleasure that is there, and it is not only sex, there are other kind of intimacies where partners can have. So the other things that if they want a baby, they can adopt other methods also. There are so many other methods also. All these things depending on their individual situations, their situations, background and available resources, we can explain to them that they don't have to be prevented from getting married. That is the thing. It is like other diseases. Just because somebody is having a disease, but people have to be open about it. That is the honesty and the respect to the other partner is what is more important. As medical professionals, we can support them the maximum way of being healthy and happy in their life. I don't know whether I answered.
Is it okay? Ruth? Yeah. Do you have something very specific?
Any more question you can ask?
Oh, Malayalamil ചോദിക്ക്. മൈക്ക് ചോദിക്ക് റൂത്ത്.
നമ്മുടെ മെഡിസിൻ കാഷ്വാലിറ്റി തന്നെ ചില അഡോളസെന്റ് എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഗേൾ ചൈൽഡ് ഫങ്ഷണൽ പേഷ്യൻസ് ആയിരിക്കും, പക്ഷേ പാനിക് അറ്റാക്ക് അടിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ വരുന്ന കുറേ പേഷ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അന്നേരം നമ്മളുടെ കാഷ്വാലിറ്റി പീസ് തന്നെ അവരെ ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു രീതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കടിച്ചോ പൊട്ടാത്ത വാക്കുകൾ പറഞ്ഞ് പേടിപ്പിച്ച് അവരെ കാമാക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഞാൻ തന്നെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, മോളെ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെ ശ്വാസം എടുത്തോണ്ടിരുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ കിടന്ന് കരഞ്ഞോണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ നിന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ വെന്റിലേറ്റർ കയറ്റേണ്ടി വരും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് പേടിപ്പിച്ചാണ് പലപ്പോഴും അവരെ ഒന്ന് കാമാക്കുന്ന രീതി ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ക്യാൻ വി ഡീൽ വിത്ത് സച്ച് പേഷ്യൻസ് ഇൻ എ ബെറ്റർ വേ?
ദാറ്റ്സ് എ വെരി വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ മാനസികാരോഗ്യമില്ല, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഇഫ് സമ്മൺ ഹാസ് എ ചെസ്റ്റ് പെയിൻ, നെഞ്ചുവേദന വന്നാൽ ഹാർട്ട് അറ്റാക്ക് ആണെങ്കിൽ കുഴപ്പമില്ല, നമ്മൾ അവിടെ പോവും, ECG എടുക്കും അല്ലേ, patient has a stent, right, angiography is done, but we don't consider it's okay. Neither the doctor, right, ഈ കാഷ്വാലിറ്റി കൊണ്ടുവരുമ്പോൾ ആ ഡോക്ടറും കോൺഫിഡൻ്റ് അല്ല. നെഞ്ചുവേദനയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ECG എടുത്ത് ST എലിവേഷനോ ഡിപ്രഷനോ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത ട്രജക്ടറി നമുക്കറിയാം. പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഫിസിക്കൽ ഇൽനെസ് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത്, ദോസ് ആർ മേജർ കരിക്കുലർ ഇഷ്യൂസ് വിച്ച് ഐ തിങ്ക് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, the curriculum, the medical commission, not only medical, right, medical nursing, all has to address. That's one side of it. Second, Ahana and Martin, both of them have raised very pertinent issues. To what extent in the schools and colleges the curriculum can address these issues? Gender is another. Madam adana parayunnathu. എത്രത്തോളം നമ്മുടെ ഇന്നത്തെ സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഇപ്പം ഈ ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് കോമ്പിറ്റൻസി മാറ്റേഴ്സ്, റൈറ്റ്? When a patient is brought to the casualty or OPD, the doctors or the clinician's competency to deal with mental health, interact with, that's why she said complex കാര്യങ്ങൾ, നമ്മൾ cognitive behavioral therapy, identify stigma, the schema, എന്നിട്ട് അതിനെല്ലാം സ്റ്റെപ്പുണ്ട്. സെഷൻ 1 എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം, സെഷൻ 2 എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം, ഇതൊക്കെ വളരെ കോംപ്ലക്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻ്റർവെൻഷൻസ് ആയിട്ടാണ് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുന്ന രീതിയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഐ തിങ്ക് ഡോക്ടർ അനിൽ മോർണിംഗ് മെൻഷൻഡ് അബൌട്ട് ദ സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഫോക്കസ്ഡ് അപ്രോച്ച്, വിച്ച് ഇസ് എ സ്റ്റെപ്പ് വൈസ് അപ്രോച്ച് വിച്ച് ക്യാൻ ബി ഈസിലി ട്രെയിൻഡ്. സോ വി ഹാവ് ടു നോട്ട് ഓൺലി വൺ തിങ് ഇസ് ഡീസ്റ്റിഗ്മറ്റൈസിങ്. ഇത് ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓക്കെ ടു ടോക്ക്. നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ സ്ത്രീകൾ അടി കൊണ്ടിട്ട് സ്വന്തം വീട്ടിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരാൻ പറ്റാത്ത എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ്? അടി വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മളുടെ ജോലിയാണെന്നും അതൊക്കെ സാധാരണമാണെന്നും നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. യെസ്റ്റർഡേ ഐ വാസ് വാച്ചിങ് എ മൂവി, വ്യസനസമേതം ബന്ധുമിത്രാദികൾ, അതിനകത്തൊക്കെ കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് സ്ത്രീകൾ. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ കേരള സൊസൈറ്റി ഇൻ സ്പൈറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ ദി ലിറ്ററസി. സോ ദാറ്റ് സോഷ്യൽ ചേഞ്ച് ഹാസ് ടു കം ഇൻ. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓക്കെ ടു ടോക്ക് അബൌട്ട് മെൻ്റൽ ഹെൽത്ത്, വിമൻസ് ഇഷ്യൂസ്, ദി കോർ ഇക്വിറ്റി ഇഷ്യൂസ്. പെണ്ണുങ്ങൾക്കും പെൺകുട്ടികൾക്കും ആൺകുട്ടികളെ പോലെയുള്ള അവകാശങ്ങളുണ്ട് എന്ന് അഡോളസെൻറ്റിലും ചൈൽഡ്ഹുഡിലും സ്കൂളിലും കോളേജിലും കരിക്കുലത്തിൽ വരണം. പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന അധ്യാപകൻ അത് മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നണം, ഇല്ലേ? അമ്മയ്ക്കും അച്ഛനും വീട്ടിൽ പെരുമാറുമ്പോൾ അത് മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നിച്ചാൽ ദോസ് ആർ ലാർജർ സൊസൈറ്റൽ ചേഞ്ചസ്. ഐ തിങ്ക് മെനി കോർ അതർ ഇഷ്യൂസ് ടു ആൻസർ. വുഡ് യു ലൈക്ക് ടു ആഡ് ടു ദാറ്റ് from your experience, because he is seeing the other side of it?
Yes, madam. Actually, I will continue in Malayalam because most എന്ത് വെച്ചാൽ കൂടുതൽ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും.
How many of you can follow English, I mean Malayalam?
Okay, then you all can follow Malayalam.
No, not all. No, those who cannot understand Malayalam. Okay, I think almost, there are a few. Okay,
then
we'll have a mix up.
I will use both Because why I am like preferring for Malayalam is most of the experiences that we are getting from the community, I can't express that through like English. Most of the time I can't express my like emotions through English. That's why I'm always prefer to talk in Malayalam. ചില കാര്യങ്ങളും മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാലേ നമുക്കത് കറക്റ്റ് മനസ്സിലാവും. ഇപ്പം മാഡം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അടിച്ചു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അടി കിട്ടിയെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ആ അടി കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ അത് നമ്മളടുത്ത് പറയുന്നത് ദേ യൂസ് ടു ടോക്ക് ആസ് ഇൻ മലയാളം. കിട്ടിപ്പോയി. അപ്പം ബിക്കോസ് മെനി ലൈക്ക് നമ്മൾ ആണുങ്ങൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് വി ആർ ഓൾ തിങ്കിങ് ദാറ്റ് വി ആർ ഹാവിങ് സം സുപ്പീരിയർ ക്വാളിറ്റി ദാൻ ലൈക്ക് വിമൻ. And in that spectrum, as madam said, there is no like anyone other than women and men. നമുക്ക് ഈ പുരുഷന്മാരും സ്ത്രീകളും അല്ലാതെ വേറെ ഒരു തരം മനുഷ്യരുണ്ട് എന്ന് പോലും നമ്മൾക്ക് അറിയില്ല. സോ അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പൊതുവേ നമുക്ക് പുരുഷന്മാർക്ക് പലപ്പോഴും സ്ത്രീകളെ ഉപദ്രവിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് അവർ ലൈക്ക് ബയോളജി എന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന എ സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്സ് ആർ ദെയർ എലോങ് വിത്ത് അസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വരുന്നിടത്ത് ദ ക്രൈംസ് ആർ നോട്ട് റെഡ്യൂസിങ്. ഈ ക്രൈം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വീണ്ടും നടക്കുകയാണ്. ദർ ആർ സോ മെനി ചിൽഡ്രൻ ഹു ആർ സഫറിങ് എ ലോട്ട് ഫ്രം ദെയർ പേരൻസ്. We had a study, like along with our project, we had a study in that what we found was around 77% of children are getting abused from their family itself. Achan, amma, relatives, cousin, അച്ഛൻ്റെ ക്ലോസസ്റ്റ് ഫ്രണ്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുട്ടിയുടെ തന്നെ ഫ്രണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ കുട്ടിക്ക് വളരെ അറിയാവുന്ന ആളിൽ നിന്നാണ് കുട്ടിക്ക് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ബാഡ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, ചൈൽഡ് അബ്യൂസിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് he or she is getting. So in all this area what really matters is that gender perspective. നമ്മൾക്ക് ജെൻഡറിനെ കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ചില കാഴ്ചപ്പാടുണ്ട്. ആർ വി റിയലി സുപ്പീരിയർ? നമ്മൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ആർ വി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് എനി എക്സ്ട്രാ പ്രിവിലേജ്? ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ലെറ്റ് മീ ആസ്ക് യു വൺ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. I think I asked this question for more than 15,000 women in Kerala. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സ്ത്രീകളോടൊരു ചോദ്യം, ഏത് നിമിഷവും നിങ്ങൾ ലൈംഗികമായി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യപ്പെടില്ല എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വിശ്വാസമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കൈപൊക്കാം. My question is, if you have a strong belief that you won't get any sort of sexual abuses in this world or in this community, you can raise your hand. This is I got one hand up. Yes, you can give a good applause to her. Because very rarely I got these hands on the air. If I am asking the same question to the men in this room, do we have any fear of getting abused, a sexual abuse in this world? Do you have that fear? I can raise my hand with 100% confident that I won't have that fear. എനിക്ക് ആ പേടിയില്ല. So we are always talking about freedom, we are always talking about equity, equality. Then why this fear? എന്തിനാണ് ഈ പേടി? Who is making them in that fear? നമ്മൾ ഈ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് നിരന്തരം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയും ഈ ഭയത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു വാള് തലയുടെ മുകളിൽ കെട്ടിയിട്ടിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ സ്വതന്ത്രരാണെന്ന് പറയുന്നതിൽ എന്തർത്ഥമാണുള്ളത്?
Thank you, Vincent. I think if there are questions, we'll take up. Otherwise, we'll go back to Martin and Ahana to continue the discussion. Right? What changes? Because Madam is part of the curriculum committee, right? What changes do you expect in schools? To me, them and then to you, ma'am. Ahana, yeah.
There are actually several changes that I would like to have in my school.
One in school, second family, and third community outside. In 2-3 sentences to summarize, I would like to go back to all panelists here.
So the first one will be to have a better understanding among the members in our family. So as you all know that we are from an Indian household, so many of the parents and children don't feel comfortable talking to each other that openly. So if there is an environment where everybody can talk to each other freely, then that would be great. And in schools we have the PTA meeting where there is the meeting between the parent, teacher and students. But in that meeting, they only discuss about the marks, grades and performance of the students. But apart from that, I would like if they would be discussing about the mental health of that student and how that student is feeling. Is he okay? So that type of programs if conducted, that would be great. And in the community, by introducing clubs among children and also counseling sessions for parents can actually help with the creating a nice environment with both the communities. That's all.
Thank you, Hannah. Martin?
I mean, schools, I think they should teach about family education, as the earlier doctor said. And I think in families, parents should set an example to the children. In the community, there should be more discussions about such topics in the media. So I think these are the changes that are required.
Madam? Curricular changes here.
Okay, ma'am. We have introduced parental education last year. It was not a great success. It impacted. We have made a module for half an hour and conducted training session for all the parents.
Very
in our
often mothers come for meetings, madam. Fathers.
We have mother PTA.
Yeah, but then how to bring about, to bring fathers to the campuses?
This is a very big problem, ma'am. Always mothers are coming to school, and as Hannah told, the discussion is mainly on scores, academic achievement. And we have made a slight change in that, and we have considered more than 10 areas for the parental awareness campaign. One book is also prepared by SCRT. This year, SCRT is planning to give exhaustive training for all parents for improving the mental health of their wards. Okay,
thank you, ma'am. We appreciate the changes the education department brings in along with the health department, but I think as a part of the larger community involvement, we may have to involve the panchayats and the local self-government. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Kishore, yes. Briefly about, what are the changes here?
Yeah, I was listening and very important issues has emerged. Now remember, there was one workshop we have conducted in our college, and we trained the young doctors, and transgender came, and then they said that what are the issues they are facing, and then also the adolescent. So when they presented themselves, then their view of the young doctor changes. They never thought that we have to discuss and these are the issues. Problem is that in this issue we have adolescent, we have peer, we have parents, teachers, and the community. And doctors come into that, because he said none of them are expert, unfortunately. Teachers do not know how to, because they are also, academic performance and then this social and other issues, they are not trained into that. Similarly, doctors, you just see the curriculum, is it taught properly the adolescent health or gender issues in our medical curriculum? No. So they don't know how to deal with, when the patient comes, and she was rightly said, I was not, understanding what she says, but in emergency it happened. They just,
What she said is if a patient is brought with a panic attack and all, how to deal with it, right?
How? But very badly they are treated. Doctors are seen as badly treated. They think, itna mat karo, ye kya hai tumne, है ना, इसको एक इंजेक्शन लगा दो, तो saline का इंजेक्शन लगा दो. So how we deal, such kind. So our training is not good. Our parents all don't know how to deal with the child because they are never trained into that. So everybody has to get some kind of a very specialized training, and this is the area where lot of work is required from the ministry side. I was a part of the training of the doctors, and the people coming over there, they are also not able to train our doctors because we have developed the fixed ideas. So that's again become a problem. Even at age, her age, she might be having very good, but you go to other doctors, they have a fixed idea.
But let us talk about the curricular changes.
No, I'm telling,
Madam,
this
is
is
an
what,
exception.
yeah. So most of the doctors have a fixed idea. So that's a big problem in front of us, that you change any curriculum, if we are not able to implement, if we do not understand, like we have example of the Adcom module. It has been introduced by NMC. Now this attitudinal module, which has been now compulsory for doctors, just see that what kind of attitude we are teaching. Just for the name's sake, I am very always, in that manner. But yes, all the, you know, stakeholder has to be taken responsibility of change. They should take that this is a big issue. Not even, they have to see that their parenting is important. Now we have only one or two child, and if you are not able to develop the good relationship, we are just gone. As said, Dr. Nair said that family is very important, and a family is gone. If your child is not a properly, you know, grown up, and he is creating problem, the parents' whole, you know, earning, whole, you know, your value system is gone. So you can see that how this child is so important for everybody's life, and also the society, and also the world. This is the person who is going to become maybe prime minister, or maybe something else. So that is why focusing on them in a delicate manner, in a very focused manner, in a very intelligent manner
Sir,
is
actually
required.
there is like, you know, if you you know, repeatedly say that, you know, the child's future is the most important, you know, goal of a parent's life, it actually adds to the pressure to the adolescent, right? What do you think, right? So that way also, that's another side to it, because though these are important from the adolescent's perspective, I mean, very often parents' expectations add to their stress. Yeah. Yes, Madam. Anson, do you have some final point? Because I passed you because you had one more opportunity to speak. Is it okay? Some pressing point last? Okay, okay. Okay, man.
Yeah, actually he is bringing the issue of attitude and ethics and communication, which is very, very important. Actually, I want to focus on our medical curriculum, because at least in the up to 10th, they are bringing something related to gender, which is totally absent in medical curriculum. Gender illa ennulladanu, ottumilla. So, but how important it is medical doctors are authorities. ഇതിൽ പലതിലും തരുന്ന ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവർ ചോദിച്ച ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ആണെങ്കിലും നമ്മൾ എത്രത്തോളം ഹൗ നോൺ അൺബയാസ്ഡ് ഓർ നോൺ ജഡ്ജ്മെൻ്റൽ ആർ വി, അതാണ് അതിനുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഹൗ മെനി ഓഫ് അസ് ആർ ഓപ്പൺ ഇഫ് അഡോളസെൻറ്റ് പീപ്പിൾ ആർ കമ്മിങ് ആൻഡ് ഓപ്പണിങ് അപ്പ് ദെയർ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ്, സം സെക്ഷൽ റിലേഷൻ ഓർ റൊമാൻറ്റിക് റിലേഷൻ, ഹൗ അൺബയാസ്ഡ് ആർ വി? ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് വയലൻസ് ഡോക്ടർ ഇന്ദു വാസ് ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട്, അതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോഴും ഉള്ള ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നൗ ഇപ്പോൾ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊക്കെ മാറി ഒരുപാട് പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് ആണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ എന്താണ് കോമൺ സെൻസ് നോഷൻ. പെൺകുട്ടികളൊക്കെ പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് ആണ്, സോ ദേ കാണ്ട് അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് വിത്ത് ദ married families. It is a common sense notion existing in our society. Doctors are also internalizing it. Now there is a slight change. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 2 ദിവസം പത്രത്തിൽ മുമ്പ് വന്നത് ഡോക്ടർ ജോൺ ഫ്രം കൊച്ചി, he started talking from the other side. I was very happy to see that. ഇപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറയുന്നു അങ്ങനെ പെൺകുട്ടികൾ സഫർ ചെയ്ത് പിന്നെ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ നിൽക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ഇഫ് ദർ ഈസ് സംതിങ് ടോക്സിക് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ബിഹേവിയർ, ട്രോമാറ്റിക് ബിഹേവിയർ, ദേ ഷുഡ് ഗോ ബാക്ക് ടു ദെയർ പേരൻസ് ഹോം. പക്ഷേ എത്ര സൂയിസൈഡ്, ഇപ്പോൾ റീസെൻറ്റ് ഒരുപാട് സൂയിസൈഡ്സ് വന്നതിൽ എല്ലാം ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് വയലൻസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആസ് ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ എത്രത്തോളം അൺബയാസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് നോൺ ജഡ്ജ്മെൻ്റലായിട്ട് ഈ ഏരിയാസ് അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്. ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ ഒരു കാര്യം ഇതുപോലെയുള്ളത്, പിന്നെ പലരും ട്രാൻസ്ജെൻഡർ ആൾക്കാർ പറയുന്നത് അവർ ഡോക്ടറെ അടുത്ത് ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ ഇഫ് ദേ ആർ ഗോയിങ് വിത്ത് എ സ്റ്റൊമക്ക് ഏക്ക് ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, അവരോട് ചോദിക്കും നിങ്ങളെന്തിനാ മുടി വെട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്, നിങ്ങളെന്തിനാ ഈ ഡ്രസ്സ് ഇട്ടത് എന്നുള്ള ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനാണ് ഡോക്ടേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന്. ഓൾ ദീസ് ആർ ബിക്കോസ് ഓഫ് ലാക്ക് ഓഫ് ട്രെയിനിങ്, ഐ തിങ്ക്. ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ട്രെയിനിങ് മീൻസ് ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് they should be trained to behave empathetically with also unbiased and non-judgmental. Then only it will be fruitful.
Thank you, ma'am. Anson, do you have a final point?
Yeah, I like to conclude the conversation that we had. As a community, we have a lot of responsibility to adolescents, to the children, to the community itself. One thing I want to point out is we can't become a good community without the help of others, because we are all social beings. We are having responsibilities each other. We are having only responsibilities. It's not our power. We haven't given our power to someone to execute. We all have equal responsibility, and we must come up We must give confidence to adolescents and children to talk. Recently, maybe in today's Hindu, there was an article in their supplement. It's talking about the restricted freedom. See that word, restricted freedom. We are all giving freedom to the adolescent, but in a restricted manner. So when the freedom is given, it's not like we are giving freedom. They are already free. We are all already free. We are living in a democratic society. So as a community, we need to have more sensitization in the gender aspects, because whenever I am talking to all these things, at the end we will come to the gender perspective, because that is the area where all the crimes are deeply rooted. So we need to have that sensitization. We are not someone to judge others. We should have that empathy to understand why they are talking like this, or why they are feeling like this, why they are behaving like that. So we need to learn more. That for that we need to have some components in our curriculum. That I think the department and the government is like doing it very hard, but we know there are a lot of resistance from the community itself. So, but definitely we will have changes. We will have positive signs. That is what I need to talk as a community, like medicine specialist or whatever, that you always have that responsibility to talk with the community, to listen to the community and raise their voice to some somewhere in a bigger canvas. That's it.
Many complex issues come up there, the role of religion, the associations. The community itself is really complex, but changes have to come. You have to Minu, are you going to raise some issue? Dr. Minu is the secretary of Kerala Association of Social. You were about to say something? Allah. Okay. Yes, sir. Dr. Amar. Sir has been speaking about adolescence for maybe 30-35 years.
Yes, question ചോദിച്ച ഡെലിഗേറ്റിനോടുള്ള ഒരു സ്പെസിഫിക് ആൻസർ ആണ്. You who asked that, yeah, answer to your question. I remember that when we were also doing our house surgery and PG and all that, a person who came to casualty with a psychological issue, we were trained to torture them. Pour spiritus ammonia into her nose and she will wake up. This was a kind of teaching from casualties. That has to change. So two specific suggestions. One is that competence building for all staff. Generally there is an air of contempt among specialties. The surgeon feels that all the clinicians, all the physicians are below his level. The physician feels all the others are below. All of them feel that community medicine is below. Often people say that psychiatry, we don't have any business with them. So this compartmentalization in the mind has to go, number one. Everyone has to get a uniform sort of competence training in dealing with difficult issues like what you call psychiatric or psychosocial issues. The second thing. Third thing is, now today is a digital age. At any moment of time, it is possible to have an immediate video or audio linkage with an expert. Even though your patient is sitting there in casualty, the doctor sitting there doesn't know what to do, you can have an immediate video call with a pool of people on duty. For example, through Disha, the helpline system of health services or anything.
Number
can be organized. Disha number is 1056. If anybody dials 1056, 24 hours a day, we will immediately link you up with the professional of your choice. That means whatever specialty. You want psychological help, you will immediately be linked to a counselor at any moment of time, any time of the day. So that is one example, just an example. But inside hospitals, now all the policy makers are here. Indu is here, Anuja is here, Vishwanathan and Thomas Matthew. All the top policy makers of the state are here. So maybe you can all, we can, I am from health service, so I can also do my part. So we can maybe make a policy that we will have a pool of people on duty from the side of psychology, psychiatry and all that to deal with these issues where a hand-holding for the casualty medical officer or casualty team is needed, so that the patient will be getting a benefit rather than have an adverse or hurting experience. So that's what we can promise, we can try to do it and we can follow it up. And of course family is there, so schools and all that, the background training for people can come from there. Health service, Dr. Bibin Sarjan is here. So there are people who can form a think tank and we'll work on it. That is the little promise that I can try to give here at this moment.
Thank you, Amar sir. That was a great piece of support. I think we can take that as concluding remarks. And once again, thank you everyone, right? Martin, Hannah, Famila Madam, Anson, Dr. Kishore, and Jayshree Madam. And thank you everyone for the patient listening and for the queries. Thank you, Gayatri, Jinsi, and team. And I think we can conclude the panel. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Ma'am, first of all, it's an honor to stand before the members who have inspired me to take community medicine. Indu ma'am, I've heard about you before I've met you for the first time. Jayshree ma'am, NG of Kannal, and all the esteemed faculties. So I think this is the best panel to ask this question to, especially as a postgraduate in community medicine. Because post-graduation is community medicine is a little difficult because any other stream like surgery, they have a particular guideline on how to do things, or medicine, or any other department. For community medicine, we need a lot of guidance because we are as confused as right after MBBS, we don't know what to do. So in case of adolescent health, other than doing a prevalence study of like, what is the amount of depression or anything in a school level, what can we actually do as a postgraduate resident during our 3-year time? How can we help in contributing to the adolescent health? I would like to listen to this from the perspective of the NGO as well, because you are actually in the community and talking with a lot of adolescents, and in the education development perspective as well, about what we can actually do to contribute along with it, instead of just learning from the guidelines part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, as Sir said, we have a lot of facilities in the state for the children. But we are lacking two things. One is awareness among the community that we are having this helpline number, or we are having this facility from here, or we need to seek the help from such a particular profession or such a particular person. Second is that the difficulty in mobilizing the resources. That is the area where we are NGOs are facing the biggest difficulty. We identify malnutrition. We identified the lack of water consumption among the adolescent children. There is 75% of girl children in the coastal community are drinking less than 5 glasses of water per day. That's actually a huge issue. That is because connecting with that, they are getting a lot of health issues. So we identified such such cases, but after that we don't know what to do. Certain cases we are not getting enough support from the professionals. Sometimes we used to conduct the medical camps. Apart from that, it is very difficult for us to find the solutions. That is the area where the community medicine can contribute a lot. We can conduct frequent medical checkups at the community level. Why we are having this, boys are more anemic than girls? We need to ask that question. And where we are lacking that? Where in a place where we are giving midday meal. Why that issue is there? That to bridge that gap between that community and that policy, that is the area where you can actually fit in. You can do actually, I am very happy to know that you don't have any guidelines. That is the biggest opportunity for you, because you don't have any barriers to do or serve for the community. You can do a lot of things. You don't have any barriers. So I think you can bridge that gap between the community and the policy.
Thank you, Madam.
I have a request to you. Please prepare a package for imparting life skill education to the community people, and also for youngsters who wants to marry. Like save the date, you prepare a package for half an hour and enable them to achieve life skills, because life skills help a lot to solve problems, coping with the stress, then management of emotions and everything. So this is my request. Thank you.
Would you like to respond, Dr. Kishore? Madam?
Yeah, as he said, it is a involvement with the community. That is what is more important. നമ്മൾ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ബുക്കിൽ നിന്ന് ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് ഗൈഡ് ലൈൻ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ബുക്കിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ പുറത്ത് പോയിട്ട് as much as possible interact with people, interact with adolescents, then we'll have more ideas and can develop accordingly.
From the research point of view, if you look at the designs, I think any design is good enough. In areas where we do not have primary data per se, for example, issues of the in relation to gender diversity, primary cross-sectional prevalence kind of data may be needed. Still there may be research gaps. But when it comes to implementing interventions which already has an evidence base, then the way forward may be implementation researches, which tries to capture the contextual factors through qualitative approach. For example, our youngsters will tell us what they want to be implemented. Life skill packages are there. We know the list of life skills. The modules are ready. But, engage with the education department, engage with the students and see how, for example, in one of our interventions right now, there are many issues. For example, the students actually would like to have their peers engaging them rather than the teachers. Trust and confidentiality is an issue, maybe an issue in schools and colleges, right? When I tell madam my issues, if she goes and tells that in a staff room or with the colleagues, I will lose that trust. There are many such areas. So how to implement those modules, and that is the implementation research. A fourth area would be, there are many areas, many programs going on, but the way the programs are implemented will vary from setting to setting. Identifying the ways in which these programs can be better implemented, the evaluation, right, the process, not only the outcomes, process often becomes important. So depending on our area of interest, I think we need to have a kind of passion. Once we take up a thesis, it's good that we follow a trajectory where we go up design wise, maybe start with a qualitative kind of way and finally the implementation kind of thing. So those are just some of the ways in which we can proceed. Any topic is okay if we have a passion towards it. Gayatri? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for the interaction.
We sincerely thank the distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights today. Your contributions have certainly broadened our understanding of the topics. A special thanks to our moderator, Dr. Indu P.S. Madam, for seamlessly guiding the conversation and keeping it engaging throughout.
We hope that today's session serves as a spark for further thoughts, dialogues and actions. Thank you all. So we invite Dr. Indu P.S. Madam to hand over a token of gratitude to the panelists. So first we invite Dr. Jayashree A.K. Madam to receive the memento.
Now we invite Dr. Jugal Kishore sir to receive the memento.
Now we invite Mr. Anson P.D. Alexander sir to receive the memento.
Next we invite Srimati Famila E.R. Madam to receive the memento. Next we invite Ms. Ahana N. to receive the memento. We invite Master Martin Joni Sakriya to receive the memento.
Thank you, madam. We invite Dr. Amar Fettel sir, State Nodal Officer, Adolescent Health, NHM Kerala, to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. Indu P.S. Madam. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you all. We have had a wonderful session on various themes in adolescent health from morning until now. Now let us hear what adolescents, the real spokespersons, have to say regarding their concerns.
The Department of Community Medicine, along with NGO Kanal, has carefully crafted a video to bring to light the voices of adolescents all over Kerala. Let us hear what our children have to say.
ബോധവാന്മാരാണ്, എങ്കിലും ചില സമയങ്ങളിലൊന്നും ബോധവാന്മാരല്ല. അതായത് ഇപ്പൊ കൗമാരപ്രായത്തിലായതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഒരു കുട്ടികളുടെ ആ ഒരു സ്റ്റേജ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് വന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ചില കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പറയും നീ കുട്ടിയാണ്, എന്നാൽ ചില പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയാൻ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ നീ മുതിർന്നവരെ പോലെ ആയത് എന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അത് നമുക്കൊരു കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടാകും.
ഇപ്പോൾ മുതിർന്നവർക്ക് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള കൂടുതൽ ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കുട്ടികളും പാരൻസ് തമ്മിൽ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഇൻട്രാക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പാരൻസ് കേൾക്കാനും മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും ഉള്ളൊരു അവസരം ഉണ്ടാകും.
ഞാനൊരു പ്രശ്നത്തിലായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ആദ്യം സമീപിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് എൻ്റെ അമ്മേനോ സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ ആയിരിക്കും. അത് ആ സിറ്റുവേഷൻ അനുസരിച്ചായിരിക്കും. എൻ്റെ സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതാണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ അവരെ സമീപിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എൻ്റെ അമ്മേനെ തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും സമീപിക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ അവിടെ നിന്ന് എക്സ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവരൊട്ടും ജഡ്ജ് ചെയ്യാണ്ട് വളരെ ഓപ്പണായിട്ട് തന്നെ എൻ്റെ എല്ലാ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെയും സമ്മതിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഡിസ്ട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും അതിനോരോ പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാനും സഹായിച്ചു തരണം. ചില കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും അഡൾട്ട്സിനോട് തുറന്നു പറയാൻ പറ്റാത്തതിൻ്റെ കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ചിലവരത് ഫുൾ ഓപ്പൺ ആയിട്ട് പറയാൻ സമ്മതിക്കാറ് പോലും ഇല്ല. അവർ പകുതി വഴി വെച്ച് തന്നെ പറയും, കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കും. കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക മാത്രമല്ല, അവരുടെ ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് എന്തായിരിക്കും എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവർ പറയുന്നതാ ശരി, ബാക്കിയൊക്കെ തെറ്റാണ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് കാരണം. പിന്നെ അതുമല്ല, ഓബ്വിയസ്ലി ഒരു ജനറേഷൻ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ രണ്ടുപേരും ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനും കാണുന്നതും വളരെ ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പോയിൻ്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂസിലായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും കുറേ ക്ലാഷസ് ഉണ്ടാവാൻ ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം വഴക്ക് കിട്ടുമോ എന്നുള്ളൊരു പേടി കാരണമാണ് പലപ്പോഴും പല കാര്യങ്ങളും അഡൾട്ട്സിന് മറച്ചു വെക്കുന്നത്.
ഉപകാരപ്രദമായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഇത്തരം അറിവുകൾ മുതിർന്നവരിൽ നിന്നുമൊന്നും ലഭിക്കാറില്ല. അവർ വഴിതെറ്റി പോകുമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് ഒന്നും പറയാറില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ സ്കൂളിൽ നിന്നും ഇത്തരം അറിവുകൾ ലഭിക്കുന്ന വളരെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കാര്യമാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഉണ്ട്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ ശരീരത്തിലുണ്ടാകുന്ന മാറ്റങ്ങളും നമ്മുടെ ശാരീരികവും മാനസികമായി ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന എല്ലാ മാറ്റങ്ങളും നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട വളരെ അത്യാവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്.
ലഹരി ഉപയോഗത്തെ തടയാൻ വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ 3 A's പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തരാം. ആദ്യത്തേത് അവയർനെസ്. ലഹരി ഉപയോഗത്തിന്റെ ദൂഷ്യവശങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് കുട്ടികളിൽ അവയർനെസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുക. പിന്നീട് അത് സ്കൂൾ കരിക്കുലത്തിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുക. രണ്ടാമത്തേത് ആക്സസ് ഡിനയൽ. ലഹരി കിട്ടുന്ന മാർഗങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ തടയുക. മൂന്നാമത്തേത് അക്സെപ്റ്റൻസ്. ലഹരി ഒരു തവണ ഉപയോഗിച്ചെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് അവരെ ഡിസ്ക്രിമിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാതെ നമ്മൾ ചേർത്ത് നിർത്തുക.
If I were in a position to help the adolescents, I would encourage the formation of peer groups where they can feel safe and secure. I would also appoint 1 or 2 counselors in each school to listen to the problems of the adolescents. I would conduct awareness classes for parents so that they will be aware about the physical, mental and social problems faced by the adolescents. I would also encourage their physical well-being by encouraging them to participate in a sport of their liking. I would also make them financially independent by opening up part-time jobs for them. I would also encourage a comfortable education system where they are not pressurized to score marks.
നിലവിലുള്ള ആരോഗ്യ സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ കൗമാര സൗഹൃദമാണോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ പൂർണ്ണമായും അല്ല എന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയൂ. കാരണം കൗമാര പ്രായക്കാർക്ക് തന്നെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ തന്നെ അച്ഛനമ്മമാരോട് പറയാൻ പറ്റാത്തൊരു സാഹചര്യം ഞാൻ കണ്ടുവരുന്നു. അവരുടെ ഇടയിൽ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ബാരിയർ ഉണ്ടാകും. അവർ പറയാത്തതിന് കാരണം ഒന്നെങ്കിൽ അവരെങ്ങനെ റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പേടിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ അച്ഛനമ്മമാർക്ക് സമയം കാണാത്തതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും. ഈ ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലാണ് കൗൺസിലേഴ്സിന്റെ ആവശ്യം വേണ്ടത്. കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് എല്ലാ സ്കൂളുകളിലും ഉണ്ട് എങ്കിലും മെഡിക്കൽ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്നുള്ള കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് വളരെ ചുരുക്കമാണ്. മെഡിക്കൽ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്നുള്ള കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഫിസിക്കലി ആൻഡ് മെന്റലി അവർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്ന പ്രോബ്ലംസിനെ പറ്റി അവർക്ക് അവയർനെസ് കിട്ടും. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തുടനീളം AFSCs ഉണ്ട്, അഡോളസന്റ് ഫ്രണ്ട്ലി ഹെൽത്ത് ക്ലിനിക്സ്. ഇവർ മെന്റൽ ഹെൽത്ത്, ന്യൂട്രീഷൻ, സബ്സ്റ്റൻസ് അബ്യൂസ്, സെക്ഷൽ ആൻഡ് റീപ്രൊഡക്റ്റീവ് ഹെൽത്തിനെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ സർവീസ് നൽകുന്നതാണ്. പക്ഷേ പല ടീനേജേഴ്സിനും പാരന്റ്സിനും ഇതിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള അവയർനെസ് ഇല്ല. അപ്പം ഇതിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള അവയർനെസ് നമ്മൾ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് അത്യാവശ്യമാണ്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ സർവീസസ് എല്ലാം എല്ലാവർക്കും അഫോർഡബിൾ ആണ് എന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തേണ്ടതും അത്യാവശ്യമാണ്.
നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ അത് നല്ല കാര്യമായാലും അല്ലാതായാലും ചിലപ്പോൾ നമുക്കും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടായിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമില്ലാത്തത് നമുക്ക് അവരോട് തുറന്നു പറയാൻ പേടിയായിരിക്കും. കാര്യം പറയുമ്പം ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർ നമ്മളോട് ദേഷ്യപ്പെടുമോ, കൂട്ടുകൂടാതിരിക്കുമോ, നമ്മളെ ഇഷ്ടമില്ലാതാവോ, നമ്മൾ ഒറ്റയ്ക്കാവോ എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ളൊരു ചിന്ത വരും. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഒന്നും പറയാതെ അതിന് ഇറങ്ങിക്കൊടുക്കും.
ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ടാണ് ബാധിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ വേണ്ടാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് മാറാൻ മാക്സിമം ട്രൈ ചെയ്യും. വേണ്ടാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് മാറും.
ലഭിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒരു വ്യക്തിയാണ്, പക്ഷെ അത് കുട്ടിയാണോ മുതിർന്നവരായാണോ കൗമാരക്കാരായി തന്നെയാണോ അവർ പരിഗണിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് വ്യക്തമാണ്.
അപ്പം എക്സാം കാര്യമാണ് മെയിൻ. നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും മാർക്ക് കുറഞ്ഞു പോയാൽ പറയും ഇത്ര പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലേ, ഇത്ര ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ, അതുപോലെ നിനക്ക് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലേ, പിന്നെ നീ എന്തിനിങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നെന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. പിന്നെ ചോദിക്കും അവൾക്ക് ഇത്ര ഉണ്ടല്ലേ, നിനക്ക് എന്ത് മേടിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തത്. പിന്നെ പിന്നെ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ഒരു കാരണമാണ്. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് മെയിനായിട്ട്. ബോധവൽക്കരണ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാം. പിന്നെ മാതാപിതാക്കളെ ബോധവൽക്കരണ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാം. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് മെയിൻ. അവർ അതായത് ചില മാതാപിതാക്കൾ മാത്രം, എല്ലാവരെയും പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ക്ലാസ് എടുത്താൽ ചിലപ്പം അത് അവരെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ കാരണം.
Social media affects people in many ways. Personally, it affects me in 4 ways. Inspirationally, in my creative skills, increases my self-confidence, and also in some people it changes their behavior. So starting out with inspiration. Throughout social media, we can see several people's success stories. They start off with nothing and reach at such a height that we cannot even imagine. So when we see such videos, reels, etc., it increases our self-confidence, and which tells us that we can also achieve the same. Social media is also a powerhouse of information. So we can access anything that we want. So I personally come to videos where people post their murals, drawings, paintings, and arts they make with many items. So when I see such mind-blowing arts, I also get inspired and want to replicate those, and I would try to explore those skills. And last point is behavior, and seeing inspirational people can change our attitude, behavior, and how we speak and how we involve with others. For example, our dressing style, the way we talk to others and way we behave in front of camera, or how we spend time with others. So I would like to say that balancing how we use social media can empower, can motivate, and increase our self-confidence to a high level.
ഇപ്പം എല്ലായിടത്തും കുട്ടികളെങ്ങനെ അടച്ചിട്ട് വളർത്തുന്ന ഒരു രീതിയാണ്. അവർ പുറത്തോട്ട് വിടാറില്ല. അപ്പം ഈ വിടുമ്പം നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും അറിയണം, എല്ലാവരുമായിട്ടും സൗഹൃദം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. അപ്പം എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ആവശ്യം വന്നാൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർ നമ്മളെ സഹായിച്ചേക്കും.
എനിക്കറിയാവുന്നത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ബാലസഭ മാത്രമാണ് നിലവിലുള്ളത്. അതിൽ നമുക്ക് പ്രസിഡന്റ് ഉണ്ടാവും, പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ സെക്രട്ടറി ഉണ്ടാവും, പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഏജിലുള്ള കുറേ ചിൽഡ്രൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും, കുറേ ഫൺ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ്, നമ്മുടെ മെന്റൽ സ്ട്രെസ് കുറയ്ക്കാനുള്ള രീതിയിലുള്ള പിന്നെ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. പിന്നെ സോഷ്യലായിട്ട് ഇടപെടുത്താനുള്ള കുറേ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ അതിനകത്തുണ്ട്.
Thank you for watching. We hope this helps set the tone for discussion and reflections that follow today. We have now come to an end of a session. Once again, thank you all.
We have few more announcements. A general body meeting of Kerala chapter of IAPSM is being conducted at venue Enigma, EduSat room. All members may kindly attend the meeting. Now let's break for tea, which is arranged at the food counters. Kindly take your ID cards with you. We will be resuming the session with cultural events, which will begin at 6 p.m. After the cultural events, we will assemble back for the final round of quiz by 7 p.m.
Dear delegates, we wish to bring to your kind attention about our supporters for Natcon 25. There are stalls set by our supporters like K-Disc, Kerala, ProShots, JP Publishers and Muthoot Honda outside the conference hall. The KDIS Kerala has many innovative initiatives like the YIP, Young Innovators Program, to bring out the creative pursuits of young minds in a constructive framework. You can visit these stalls to know more regarding the initiatives of KDISC. The next is a Pro Shots. It's a new startup which focuses on the innovations in food to bring palatable and healthy food in rainbow colors to our deserving taste buds. So please do indulge in the taste and flavors of Pro Shots. Then there is the JP Publishers. Please engage yourself in the latest academic publications brought to you by the esteemed medical book publishers. Lastly, step into the innovation and performance of at the Honda car stalls, where cutting-edge designs meets unmatched reliability. Discover the latest models and experience the future of driving that Honda brings. Kindly visit